are live with Pop Culture Breakdown. I am your host, Dictor Van Doomcock, the future ruler of Earth, broadcasting from Xanadu, my hidden base at the center of the Earth. And joining me is an all-star panel of pundits of pop culture. We have got, I'm going to go ahead and pop myself down here. We've got Kelvington, of course, the producer of this show. Hail, Kelvington. How you doing?
Hail, Doomcock. I'm great.
Yes, you are. And we've got Gary Ambrosia. Hello, Gary. How are you, brother?
I'm all right. Hail to all in Xanadu.
Hail to you, Gary Ambrosia. We have got Mexican Iron Man. Da, 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 da. How are you, Mexican Iron Man?
Honored as always to join this amazing panel, this amazing chat stream, the great wrenches, and you, my great overlord.
It is wonderful to have you here. You know what I've got sitting on my desk? This is absolutely true. I just noticed it, and I thought the irony was amazing. I cleaned out my desk and kind of reordered things and restructured things, and I've got a Frito Bandito eraser.
Oh, sweet! Indeed, so, you are embracing diversity and inclusion of Brown Taco Lives Matter continues at Xanadu.
Amen. Amen. Absolutely. And I am the Frito Bandito. And we've got Valiant Renegade. Hail, Valiant Renegade. How are you, brother?
Good evening, Lauren Doomcock, Gary Kelvington, Mike, as always. The chat and the wrenches out there. How's everybody doing tonight?
I think everybody's doing good. The chat is ablaze now because Vanek Black Rose is saying Gary has a proton pack.
You know it, baby.
It's always a great game of what's behind Gary Ambrosia, they say. And Nicholas Horton, I see a proton pack. Everybody's excited. Tell us about your amazing here, I'll go ahead and embiggen you here. Go ahead.
Well, it does have a half-life of 5,000 years. And it actually works, too.
It works?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if you can hear that, but...
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, better not...
With jealousy.
Yeah, I better not mess around with it too much. I'll scare the neighbors, but yeah. Let's go ahead and kick that guy off right now.
Oh my God, that is bringing a tear to my eye.
It's been a day for tears, I'll tell you that. Tears of joy.
Well, that's kind of what we're going to talk about. To start off with, Kelvington, I think it's time for a breakdown. And issue 1 is not an issue at all. It is about Ghostbusters Afterlife. Now, I have not seen it. There will be no spoilers on this show. However, Ghostbusters Afterlife is cleaning up the town. To the surprise of no one, Ghostbusters Afterlife is cleaning up at the box office. The Sony Pictures release took in $49 million this weekend, while critics' reviews have been lackluster because they are idiots, liars, SJWs, cretins, lackeys, bootlicking pieces of shit. The audience reaction has been overwhelmingly positive. Ghostbusters Afterlife is an, quote, in-theater, unquote, release only and won't be getting a streaming or Blu-ray release until early next year. It should be noted that the movie went out of its way to distance itself from the 2016 all-female lead Ghostbusters parody, including a scene in Gozer's Temple showing significant dates in paranormal history, which included 1908's Tunguska event, 1945 atom bomb drop, 1984's New York event, but suspiciously missing was 2016 Ghostbusters event in New York City.
Oh no!
So I am not seen it. As those of you who are loyal viewers of this program know, Doomcock has been having a very hard time lately, and only this weekend am I finally catching up on sleep, catching up on a number of things. And I haven't had a chance to actually have any fun, go out anywhere, do anything. So that will be coming up hopefully this next week. But I'm not going to stand in the way of people celebrating how wonderful this movie is. and we can go ahead and talk about it, but there will be no spoilers and no Dragon Master 360. Cameron Pashaw is traveling tonight. He's traveling. He's a traveling Pashaw, so he cannot be here tonight. I'm sorry to say. Very sorry to say. We will miss him. And also Tom is invited. Hopefully he will be swinging by soon, but he had a kind of a commitment, so he may be running late. Also, Douglas Nelson is running late as well, but that's okay. We'll carry on without them. And I want to go ahead and get down to all of you guys having your reactions about Ghostbusters Afterlife. So let's start out with Kelvington, because Kelvington kind of gave us a little bit of a feedback, but he was the first one who saw it. So we'll go with him, and then we'll just go around the table for everyone who has seen it. Kelvington, what'd you think about this movie?
Well, I really loved it. Everything about it worked for me. We're not going to get into spoilers or anything, but I had bet all the panel members that, if you stood in line for 20 hours to see this movie, you would still love it after that 20-hour wait. And I told everybody on the panel, I would buy your tickets and popcorn and all that stuff if I was wrong. And I've gone to other channels, Tom's channel and a few others, where they talk about it. And thus far, I don't owe anybody any money. So I think that's good. And it's I hate to say it, and I like literally getting goosebumps now thinking about it, but I rolled a tear in the last 20 minutes of the film. And I was not apologizing. Like, I was damn near blubbering because I was so happy. Like, had they done this before, it would have been perfect. The 2016 one could have virtually been fixed by doing this film then. And I wish we'd have done that film then. But loved it. Loved everything about it. It's a little long. It's 2 hours long, and I'm sure there's a longer cut just waiting. They pull a little taffy in the middle of the film, but it's a good time if you have to go take a pee or you want to take a quick nap, you're able to do so. But I loved it. And it, like I said, I rolled a tear and was totally impressed with it in every way.
Enzo Surreal in the chat is saying, I really want one of those Ecto-1 popcorn holders. What the hell is an Ecto-1 popcorn holder?
I can explain this because I spent $100 on one of these damn things on eBay Friday on Midnight's Edge Live. So, wow. Yeah, okay. So Tom got one of these things because he had an AMC theater. He got to see it, and I don't have AMC immediately around me. I didn't know anything about this, and he showed it on. I was on with Midnight's Edge Friday morning, and he pulls this thing. What the hell is that? He said, "Oh, they had it on the AMC." I'm on eBay live on the air. I'm like, I just paid $120 with tax and shipping. But yeah, it's a little Ecto-1 car that they loaded with popcorn. It comes in a box. It's like they're already, you can't find them. They're already collectors.
Oh, fuck.
Wait, there's another one. There's another one. I was reviewing the show with Loki on Loki's Mornings of Mischief, and there's another one that's the Doughboy popcorn holder, where it's the little, remember from when he attacks Near, he turns into that huge marshmallow man in the original movie?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Remember that? Well, that was another one. So if you went to Cinemark gave you one where it was the Doughboy, the marshmallow man as a popcorn holder. So there were two of them. So AMC got that one that's on the screen right now.
Oh,
and the top,
yeah, but now I got to go on eBay again.
The top opens up. And you can put your popcorn in it. It's a little deeper than that. The one that or maybe that is it. I don't know. But it still looks exactly like that. And that's the one that Tom got. And Loki got the one that's the marshmallow man, where his whole tummy, it pops open and you can dump all your popcorn in it.
Oh, here it is. I got it.
You got it?
$59.
Bitch.
I don't know if y'all can see that.
Here, I don't know. Hold it up to the screen closer. Oh, wait. Violin. Put your foot all the way up. Yeah, that's it right there. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the other souvenir. So that was the Cinemark one, and the other one.
$60 now.
I like the Ecto one better.
Yeah.
But that's pretty cool.
Yeah. They're both cool. And they're both gone.
Yeah. Look at the oh, that's one I fucking need right there. Oh man. God, son of a bitch.
Oh, and I was livid because I went to the first showing that I could find within 50 miles, but it was an independent theater, which wasn't aligned with AMC because I wanted to see the first thing, and it was a matinee at an independent theater. That's a regional chain, but it's not tied to AMC Cinemark, so I didn't get either one.
Wow, I want the Ecto or the Ghostbusters logo. Oh man, damn it!
I saw the marshmallow one at my theater, but I opted to buy my wife the little stuffed Slimer, and then they had that blue ghost in the picture that Kelvington has. They had a little plush one of those, so she wanted those.
There was a lot of promo stuff for this.
It was cool. There was cool promo stuff. It was exciting.
Oh man. Well, let's go now to our freshest impression, Gary Ambrosia. Gary, what did you think of the movie? You just saw it just a few hours ago.
I just walked out of it. I barely got home in time to make the show. But let's see. So I'm still processing it. So no spoilers. Right off the bat from note one, I mean, not even past the Columbia logo, I was like, all right, that's cool. They got a whole lot right. And, I think because when was the original release date of this movie?
A year
Last
and a half
year.
ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, if this would have come out a long time ago, it would have healed a lot of our issues that we're having right now, I think, with fandoms and stuff. Because I really, it needed to come out at that time, but we got it now. That's okay. We still have it. I loved the story. I really liked the story a lot. I'm super critical about certain things because I'm such a nerd for Ghostbusters, but all that stuff aside, it really was a fun time. It was exciting. It was fun. I laughed my ass off, and you know what? We needed this. So it was a total win. And I'm glad to hear that it's cleaning up. I'm glad to hear that because money talks and bullshit walks.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen. So you had a great time, but you were also really moved, huh?
Yeah. Like Kelvington said, I will admit, I kind of felt like a little bit like Kevin Smith, like a little bit of a bitch crying at the end, but I didn't cry. I didn't cry. Oh, it was hard. I was tearing up. I'm like, right to childhood. There it is. But
Kevin Smith cries over bullshit. This was.
I know. I'm making a dig at him, but because fuck him. But I mean, but I felt like that a little bit, and I was like, all right, you know what? It was fucking done right. It was done right, and I have a few things. There's a few technical things that I'm like, but you know what? I'll take it, man. This was a huge win. It was a good movie. It was a lot of fun. And like Kelvington said, you're going to have a good time or your money back from Kelvington. He actually said that. So everybody in the chat, none of you like this movie, he'll pay for the ticket, right, Kelvington?
No, not for the general population. It could bankrupt him.
No, I don't think it could. But anybody on the panel who did not enjoy the film, I will buy their tickets, popcorns, and drinks.
And you were right. Hashtag Doomcock is always right. Hashtag Kelvington was right, because when you said that, I laughed at you on that show. That was a long time ago, bro. That was like weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I said, come on, Kelvington. And you're like, Mike, I will do it. And I'm like, okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Hashtag Doomcock was right. Hashtag Kelvington's not broke. So there you go.
There we
Right there. I was
go.
waiting
Look.
for it. I knew
There
something
it
was
is.
There you go. But yeah, I really had a great time. I really enjoyed it, and the story's cool. And without giving anything away, I guess that probably wraps out what I can say about it. So yeah.
Well, let's go now to Mexican Iron Man. What did you think? Have you seen it?
Absolutely. I've seen it twice. As you can tell, I liked it so much. Thanks for the help of Culture Casino. He made me a new avatar for it because I loved it so much. And here's the thing for me. I went in with a pessimistic attitude. I am not a big Ghostbusters guy, unlike, say, Tom has been on Midnight Edge shows for a year or two. I as you know, Doomcock, Star Trek, Star Wars, these are my fandoms, and Battlestar Galactica. I liked the first two movies. I liked them both. I'm not one of these like, oh, the first one's great, the second one sucked. No, I liked them both. Of course, the first one I liked much better, but I went into this thing not expecting anything. In fact, the first 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes, I'm in the theater, and this was when I saw it on Thursday. Thursday I had a date with me. So I'm sitting in the back, arms folded, kind of like, whatever. And you know what? They just sucked me in. Little by little by little by little. And I love this movie. and I laughed. There was some spooky, scary stuff. I was impressed by some of the special effects. I love the references to the original movies. But here's the thing: not that it's that hard to get me to cry sometimes. But I'm a pretty tough cat. But if you hit the right buttons with me, boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, I sure as heck didn't expect it. And there are definitely a couple tear jerkers in there. The movie ended, and I'm like, I want the next one. And here's the other thing too. Look at Gary's expressions. Gary, we've been doing these shows for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, and I am just so fired up that I got to go to a movie, and I had a great time. I remember so many movies come out, and you're like, oh yeah, and this and this and this, and maybe some were events and blockbusters, and some were just, okay but fun rides. This was a great time. I had such a good time. I literally would have sat there on the first day and just sat there, but I had to get back to do the Midnight Edge show to review it, and all that. But man, I couldn't wait to see. I've seen. In fact, right now, like I want the 4K, and I want it now. But I mean, I'm not going to get it now, but I want it now. I encourage everybody, just go. Take your kids, take your girlfriend, take your wife, your boyfriend, significant other, whatever the heck. Just go by yourself, even if you can't coordinate. You want to go have 2.5 hours of good times. Go load up on your popcorn. Go see it. You'll have a good time. And you know what? For so many of us that have left TV and movies and we get our entertainment on YouTube, of course, don't miss a Wednesday night. Don't miss Piercing the Veil. Don't miss Friday Night Frolics, and don't miss a Sunday night show with us. But other than that, go see this movie and treat yourself, because for those of us who have been complaining, we finally got something good. And I'm going to tell you, look at Gary. Gary, we've been doing these shows for weeks, brother. To see your reaction. Also, same with Valiant Renegade. His videos about Disney and the things that go wrong. And you do a great, great job, Valiant. I mean, you do I tell you all the time. To see your reaction, to see Renegade Jr.'s reaction, to see Gary's reaction tonight. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, that should tell you everything you need to know.
I totally agree, man. Hey, was it better the second time you watched it?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah. I caught all kinds of stuff that I missed the first time around.
That's cool. See, here's one thing that all of the other movies, including Star Wars, all those other woke bullshit movies, are missing out on: rewatchability. Selling multiple tickets to the same exact movie. Boy, right. I'm gonna go see it again. That's double the money from me. I mean, that's gonna make it even more successful. How many times did we go see Star Wars in the theater when we were kids? How many times did we go see all the movies that we love? 7, 8, 9 times. I mean, we watch these other movies where we watch them once and we're like, it was all right. Even if it was just all right, it's always, it was okay. I won't watch it again. Well, that's shitty. That's shitty. And the budget was like, what, $75 million or something like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
It was
so small, huh?
It was very, compared to all the other shit show tentpole movies that we get, it was a fairly moderate budget. I'm not going to say low, but I mean, and then I don't know what the box office is at. VR, do you have that? What's it at right now?
Yeah, we can talk about that. If y'all want to get into that now, or if y'all want to kind of finish going around.
I was just wondering roughly.
Yeah, well, we're gonna go ahead and put you up next, Valiant Renegade. You can talk about how you feel about the movie, and then talk a little bit about its box office. But I gotta say, man, I just typed this in the chat, but it's a reminder: without respect, we reject. But the flip side of that is, with respect, we must accept. And it's easy because, we love it. It's not only in this case respectful, but we are really, people are responding to it because it's a damn good movie. Go ahead, Valiant Renegade.
Well, okay, just so everybody knows, I did see it twice already, like Mexican Iron Man. I originally was going to go see it Friday night. In fact, DC, that's why, of course, I told you I couldn't be on Friday Night Frolics because Renegade Jr. and I were taking off to Ghostbusters, but I got antsy Thursday afternoon because Tom and everybody was talking about going to see it. I said, screw it. 10 o'clock that night, I took the oldest kid, my 16-year-old daughter. We went to go see it Thursday night. So I've now seen it twice. And it got better the second time because, like Mike said, I picked up on things that weren't there initially. Like everybody I've talked to, 42-year-old man sitting in the theater trying to hold back tears at the end of this thing. It's all the payoffs the kind of things that we had all hoped for, like in The Force Awakens, with those level of payoffs, like, but we didn't get to see Luke till the end. You get this kind of emotional payoff like we didn't get in so many other things. And this is what Hollywood can take the message away from. And again, no spoilers on it. Trust me, that's not going to ruin anything. Go see this movie. There's so much in this that's so much fun. But let's talk about what everybody's been talking about on this panel just now, the audience reactions, but let's put some numbers behind this.
Sounds good.
This is the fun part. This is the fun part. So understand that Sony, and it's not uncommon for studios to lowball their own projections deliberately going into an opening weekend because they don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. They want to underpromise and overdeliver. So,
Sure.
but Sony went in with an absurd, almost 25 million is what they were thinking, with what they said, I think maybe 2-3 weeks ago. And of course, this is based on ticket pre-sales, things like this. If you remember when the Eternals came out, what was Disney blasting? $2.5 million pre-sales on the opening day. Tickets went live. It was the biggest pre-sale opening day for, blah, 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 since the pandemic. And then Eternals basically, and again, compared to its budget, that's what we're talking about, a $200 million budget, it went, okay? And it's pretty much a turkey at this point.
Right.
Ghostbusters with a $75 million budget. They didn't brag about pre-sales and all this, but this is what the metrics showed. The average this weekend coming in was like Deadline and some of these other places, the numbers, Box Office Mojo, 35 million is what they were thinking. Then we had a $4.5 million Thursday night previews, which was, that's a lot more than we thought. And then Friday rolled around, 16.5 million total between Thursday and Friday. That means the Thursday numbers were a mere 25% of the total Friday take, which is very good. And then that's when I came out and I said, look, if this thing holds close to 17 million on Saturday, we could be pushing mid 40s, maybe up into around 50 million for the whole weekend. Saturday box office numbers, once we saw that this morning, those came out. Saturday came in at about 16.5 million again. They put the whole weekend projection at this point at $44 million, way ahead of the 25 that Sony was originally expecting, way ahead of the 35 that the numbers was projecting. Box Office Pro got it mostly right. But here's the thing, the Sunday projections as of this morning, because Sunday is always a projection until usually Tuesday morning of the following week, was only $11 million. I think they projected Thursday previews, those got smoked. They projected the Friday opening, that got smoked. They projected Saturday, that got smoked. So Sunday's projection right now is 11 million. Guess what, folks? That's probably going to get smoked. So I think we'll realistically see right now, they, like I said, 45 million. I think there's a good chance it could be a couple of million higher than that. It depends on how well it hung on today. But the word of mouth, and then this is the data points I want to get to. So this was from the article in Deadline, the Saturday morning update. And they go with a lot of Hollywood, let's call it exit polling firms. They specifically poll audiences after movies to try to get it. This is from Intelligence. It stands for Entertainment Intelligence. And of course, Post-Track that they use. But let me give you kind of the raw version of this instead of going through all the nitty gritty. If you want to watch that, I did a video on it today. The bottom line is this movie is really staggering. Very, very high audience satisfaction scores across all age demographics. From under 12 to the 25, the coveted 18 to 35, the 45 to 60-year-olds, especially the ones who were kids when the first movie came out. Very, very high scores. And guess what? Here's the kicker. The women loved it more than the men.
Wow. Wow.
So all this bullshit about 2016, well, we have data from Entertainment Technology, from Entertainment Intelligence, and from Post-Track that says, all right, the women loved it. I mean, now the guys loved it, but I mean, the women loved it depending on the age group, either almost as much as the guys or more than the guys in some cases. And I think it was because, again, there was a lot of good family element to this. It was the kids, the passing of the torch, stuff we've all known since the trailers, not spoiling anything that has not been publicly out there for months at this point. But a lot of good emotional impact and payoff. Well done. Yes, it was a little slow in parts. Yes, we could always complain about something in a film, but overall, the good in this movie, the quality in this movie, the respect for the fandom and for the franchise and for the intellectual property vastly outweighs any minor shortcomings this film may have. And I encourage everybody to go see it. We got a great holiday week coming up, and I hope everybody has a happy Thanksgiving. But if you're going to go see a movie this week, take the family, take the kids. You will not be disappointed. And that's it.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds like a hell of a great holiday movie. I mean, something that all ages can enjoy and get behind, and mom and dad and the kids can all agree on, which I think is amazing. Douglas, have you anything to say about Ghostbusters?
Well, unfortunately, I haven't had the opportunity to see the film. Right. But this is all coming out as I had greatly hoped. And I often said, gee, I really hope that Ghostbusters Afterlife is the bookend of the terrible era we've been in since 2016. And so that, it appears to have done just that. It answered all the problems that came forward. And it's looking well on its way to teaching a very necessary lesson of what these entertainment franchises should do. I mean, the very nature of it, when you present something like Ghostbusters or Star Wars or whatnot, there's a certain element there that is expected. And to trash it and shame it and all that sort of thing, well, where did that get you? It's just it boils down to the respect. It's all this business of subverting expectations and whatnot was just an excuse to cover up laziness for the most part. And but here, I think this will be kind of seen, and that might be a little bit unfair to the film in some ways, and that you love it more because of how bad the other one was, something like that. Which I'd have to see it to call that completely, but it's just this breath of fresh air that has been long overdue. And so going forward, I think it'll be seen as the bookend of that terrible era.
Yeah, I'm hoping that this will be a very graphic and stark lesson for Hollywood, that all you have to do is make a damn good movie and you won't have any of this trouble. It's when you're trying to ram this bullshit agenda garbage, this SJW crap, these history lessons and civics lessons and fucking, preaching, proselytizing, converting political messages into our entertainment. That's when we have a fucking problem. But if you actually just make a goddamn good movie that people want to go see, guess what? They go see it and they spend their money on it and they love it and they tell their friends and they go see it over and over and over again, which is hopefully the lesson that this movie is going to convey to these morons. I'm hopeful, but God knows they're dense as hell. They're dense as hell. Anybody else have anything to say further about Ghostbusters?
Yeah, I have two quick little things.
Sure.
One is McKenna Grace, who is the star of the film. She plays the kid, and you see her in the trailer. She's going to be like the main young Ghostbuster. She carries this film. Like, if you told me a 14-year-old girl could carry a film, I'd be like, yeah, sure, right. No, she really carries this film. And I was very, very impressed. She's been on Young Sheldon, and she played the younger version of Sabrina on the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. And I thought, well, she's kind of a good actress and stuff. But, man, she killed it. And then the other thing that I would like to mention is that today is Harold Ramis's birthday.
Yes.
Oh.
So we
right.
lost him, but today is his birthday. So a happy birthday to him.
Yeah.
Yep. And, to add to that, Kelvington, I think you hit the nail on the head. She was really fantastic. And what I thought was great and so different about the way her character was written from other quote unquote strong female characters that we've seen before, and she's definitely one of them, is that they wrote a character in her that was just as smart as Grandpa. And, she was the brain as she was meant to be. But they didn't make her a pretentious little brat about it. I mean, it came off, it was natural. Like, you understand. Yes, she's smart. Yes, we know why she's smart. She didn't condescend to the boys in the cast. She didn't condescend to the men. She was funny and witty, but it wasn't like what we got in 2016, where basically men were just pissed on.
Right.
And my woke meter was that walking into any movie, and I walked in with a woke meter at 100, and it just cooled out and froze, and everything was all good.
She was great.
Yeah, she was really great. She was great.
It's like we talk about this. It's like we don't care if there's a female lead in a movie. God knows. Look at fucking Alien. Look at Come on. I mean, look at Sarah Connor in the Terminator. And all we want is that it's not have an agenda. It's not woke where they're trying to basically insult every male that's in it to make a fucking point. If you've got a female character who's good, great. Fantastic. We love it. We don't care. We just want a good story. We want good characters and we want good actors. And it looks like this is what we got, right, Gary?
Yeah, I'll also say this. It's amazing to me that they got this movie done in the middle of woke Hollywood. And I kind of get the feeling, I don't know much about the pre-production of the movie or anything, but it seems like they kind of like, okay, look, we just want this moderate budget. We're going to go over here. We're going to shoot this. Don't worry about it. Just it's not that much money anyway, so it probably won't be a big deal. And then they were allowed to go do the things that they wanted to do, make a cool movie. And then they made the movie, and then when everybody finally sees that it's awesome and spectacular, which I'm sure Jason Reitman knew it was going to be, then all of a sudden it's awesome and cool. And it didn't pretend to be anything that it wasn't loud and pretentious when they were making the production. That was kind of the feeling that I got. And it's amazing they got this movie made in woke Hollywood. It's amazing to me.
Well, Gary, I think part of the reason for that is because two people, Ivan Reitman and Dan Aykroyd. I mean, they're at that level in Hollywood where they're almost beyond reproach or beyond. I mean, you can't challenge them on stuff because they've been around so long. And I think it left them a lot of room to do what they wanted to do. And don't forget the iron gauntlet that Dan Aykroyd took to Paul Feig's face in 2016 live on television. Crack about that movie that he made. And basically just threw Paul under the bus. And I mean, he kind of later said, okay, I'm sorry, I was maybe a little too harsh, but he was thinking, no, I'm not.
No, he was dead on.
Yeah, he was. He fucked him up good.
But what was
fucked him up good?
No, he did. What was his big complaint, though? They spent way too much money, $150 million to make that atrocity in 2016. Oh my God. Yeah. And what did Aykroyd say? We could have done this for way less money. Well, Sony said, okay, all right, we'll let you do it, but do it. You got to do it for way less. Dan said $75 million. Ivan's coming in. His son's going to direct it, and boom, look what we got.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Jeez. Yeah, I can't wait to see it. I really need to see it. But this is very promising. And Kelvington, did you say you had a few things extra to say, or did you already say it?
No, that was the thing I wanted to talk about. McKenna Grace and then Harold Ramis's birthday. And again, there's not a bad thing I could say about this film. And they did things, and you mentioned it in your story. They had to go back and do some digital work because they had dates up in various places, and they had to change all those to be 2021 instead of 2020, which is what they originally were. And the other thing was, people have been saying, well, they kind of ignore Ghostbusters 2. They don't. It's just Ghostbusters 2 was not as big an event as what happened with Gozer originally. The film is kind of, there's no date, like they show these dates and they don't mention 1989. Well, they don't, because that was a small little thing that happened in New York. It wasn't going to threaten the entire planet, so they didn't mention it. But the most important thing is they didn't put 2016 up there. And that meant they don't exist.
Some people off.
Yeah, and they exist in a different reality. They can be somewhere else making their little female Ghostbusters, but that's not part of this. And this is a real Ghostbusters movie in every way. And you have to stay all the way through the end credits, like all the way. They have a couple scenes, but one is at the very.
Oh, I missed the second scene. I had to run home to be on the show. It's okay. I'm gonna go see it again. I'll go see it again,
man. You
sorry, it's
okay to be on the show. What a guy.
What a guy. Let me say this to be fair, since I kind of did the Dan Aykroyd Paul Feig thing. I will say this in the same Deadline article that you can still find right now on the homepage. Excuse me. The Saturday update, they did have some screenshots of some tweets in there, and I will say, for all the complaining I do about the 2016 movie, Jason Reitman and Paul Feig, especially Paul Feig, who was the director of the 2016 thing, very complimentary of Jason, very complimentary of the film. Jason was gentleman back. They were all in, they were in good spirits, and they were very friendly about it. And I thought that was admirable that Paul didn't come out and take a shot. So just to be fair, I thought that was very gentlemanly of him.
Yeah. He's been castrated, Paul Feig. He's got nothing else to say. So
yeah.
got nothing else to say, but we have somebody who's got a lot to say here.
Uh-oh.
Tom from Midnight's Edge After Dark. Tom, we were just wrapping up our segment about people just talking about how much they love Ghostbusters without any spoilers. What was your take on it?
Yeah, I actually I had another thing I had to deal with first, and then I was going to come in here afterwards and then talk about it. But I seen you guys were talking about it now, and I had like 10, 15 minutes, so I figured I better jump in now. As I said to a lot of these guys already, I loved it. Not only did I love it, I walked out of it and it reminded me of why I'm here where I'm at, because movies have been nothing but shit for the last 20 years.
Yes.
And I mean, this movie made me feel how shitty movies have been in the last 20 years. I walked out of this feeling like I hadn't felt since like the last time I saw a movie. Like, I think it was the best I can think of is Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire was the last time I felt like this.
Wow.
Like where I had that kind of excitement, that kind of thrill, that kind of joy walking out of a theater. And yeah, Gary, you got to see that second scene, man.
Okay.
No spoilers. No spoilers.
No, I'm saying a lot of what, people are like, that has a lot of stuff in there that you need to see. That
I had to bail to get on the show, but yeah.
You're a great guy.
Kind of on YouTube and stuff like that. So yeah, you can find it easily.
I'll go watch it again. I'm gonna take my sister to go see this movie.
There you go. Yeah. I mean, so just make sure you stay to the very, very, very fucking end. Like, they make it to where you think, okay, there's not going to be anything else. They have said every credit they can say. Like logos are popping up. I'm done. I'm leaving. No, don't leave.
Okay. Wow.
Do not leave. So you didn't really like Guardians of the Galaxy? Because
I did.
The last time I really felt like I mean, Guardians of the Galaxy for me, when I first saw that, I was just ambushed by it. I was not expecting it to be anything special. It turned out to be one of my favorite theater going experiences of the new millennium. I mean, of
course I loved those films, and I mean, even I did like the Marvel movies, but just after this movie, it's like, man, the Avengers sucks. It's overrated now because of this. Like, that's how I feel. Like, it's not like I'm saying the movie is bad, but it's like I've been eating nothing but fast food for 20 years,
right.
And I finally just had a fucking meal of prime rib, man, and it was so goddamned good. It's like I'll tell you, I only rate the movie like an 8 out of 10, right? But the experience was a 10 out of 10. That's what I've been telling you.
It's the emotional impact like you get when we saw that Skywalker scene at the end of Mando season 2.
This is what The Force Awakens should have fucking been.
Yeah.
Yes.
I totally agree with that. I totally agree.
Doomcock, you're on point about talking about Guardians. That same way that movie snuck up on you is what's going to happen to you when you see this.
Oh my God. Because I got it. Thank you. I loved Guardians of the Galaxy. I thought it was fucking perfect. I couldn't believe how good that movie was in every fucking way. All the characters, all the fun. It felt like seeing Star Wars. I mean,
the music.
Oh my God. It was so original, brilliant, a blast of cinematic exuberance, the likes of which I had not seen in a long, long time. And let me tell you something, a movie that starts out with a kid saying goodbye to his dying mother. And it's like, whoa. And it was sad. It was sad as fuck. And it's like, how do you possibly recover from that? How, well, fuck, this is supposed to be a fun movie. And you've just like done one of the worst, saddest moments of anyone's life. And he's a little kid and he runs out, he gets scooped up by a saucer. And then all of a sudden we've got, hey, what the matter with you? Hey, and he's like dancing around and come and get your love. And I was like, whoa, fuck, this is every possible emotion from joy to sorrow.
I agree with you, Doomcock. I love of the Marvel films, the Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and 2 are my favorite. And I don't disagree with you, but this film has more emotional impact than you could imagine.
And that's because, ladies and gentlemen in the chat, what we have there in the Guardians of the Galaxy, Overlord Doomcock, is it's a great story, but here we have so many, I don't want to say this, Tom, cultural reference points and historical reference points that take you back and erase the last 5, 10, 15. I felt like a kid again, and for the first time I watched this, I forgot I had a date with me. Like I was having so much fun in my own mind, in my own self. I like if she hadn't said something, I would have been like, "Oh yeah, right."
Oh yeah, you're here.
That's why I went back by myself today.
Yeah.
God, it's terrible.
Oh my God. I can't wait. Ray Labby in the chat is saying the emotional impact is mainly due to nostalgia.
No,
I don't know.
No,
Man.
I'll disagree with that because, and I know Valiant and a few others will agree with me on this. In fact, like Mike isn't even that big of a Ghostbusters fan.
Not at all. Not at all. In fact, Tom, you can testify. I referenced this earlier before you got here. Every time we've been on Midnight Edge After Dark, you bring it up, and I'm just quiet. And I'm like, I mean, I bought the tickets 3 or 4 weeks ago. I'm like, yeah.
No, he's more into Star Wars and superheroes, but like this, he got emotional, and I said this movie is going to make a lot of 40-year-old men cry, and he got his grandfather is going to be bawling their brains out. I mean, this movie touches chords in ways, not just in the nostalgic way, but in a familial way they haven't seen in a while because these characters are real, and it just proves how biased these fucking reviewers are, because you're given every goddamn thing you've been asked for in the last 5 years, and you spat up on it just because it wasn't Melissa McCarthy's fat fucking ass up on screen.
No, you can't have that much fan service. You can't take fan service. It's all fan service. We're going to give it a 0 because it's fan service. I want fan service, you assholes. I want respect. I want my characters to be respected. I want my IPs to be respected. If you don't like the fan service and the respect for it, go fuck yourselves.
Yes, amen. But that's the thing, is that it's not enough just to have fan service, because then it's just member berries that are cynical. It's cynical. It's not honest. And it's not respectful. But if you do a great movie with great characters that also gives fans, I think the best movies of this kind are movies that give the fans not what they wanted, but what they didn't even know that they wanted. You know what I mean? Like that was at the end of The Mandalorian season 2 when Luke Skywalker appeared. I didn't know. I had no idea how much Luke Skywalker meant to me deep down. I mean, I did in my head, but I didn't know until I was fucking sobbing. It's one of those things where all of a sudden when I realized what was happening, I sat up on the couch, on the edge of the couch, and I was like, no. And I saw the green lightsaber in the music. It's just like I'm getting upset now. I'm getting all emotional.
Brother,
now.
It was just weeks before that happened that you and I were on a show bitching and complaining and Star Wars, blah 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 da da. And then that thing happened and we saw it. And then we were there that Friday together. And I was sitting there when it ended. I'm like, oh my God, how's Doomcock going to react to this? And then you sent me the invite to be on the show that Friday night. And we were both like backstage talking. And then we went live. I'm like, I can't believe how I reacted. I'm like, I can't believe how I reacted. I can't believe how we're reacting.
Yeah. I mean, it squeezed like a deep, like wrenching sob out of me before I knew what the fuck was happening. Like it from deep inside, like squeezed my chest. And it was just like this like, I can't describe it. I'm getting all choked up just remembering that, remembering greatness. Last night on my new 4K TV, I've never had one before. And I have a nice stereo hooked up to it and everything. And I watched it for the first time. I watched Blade Runner in 4K. And then I watched Lawrence of Arabia.
Wow.
And,
you got the Columbia box set.
No, I didn't. I got them separately. I don't have Lawrence of Arabia on 4K. I've got it on a 4K mastered Blu-ray, which really looked beautiful on there.
Yeah,
I would kill to have Lawrence of Arabia on the 4K, but you can't get it. I don't know where.
For some reason, that's one of the only ones they didn't release on its own. Yeah,
it's only in the Columbia box set. Tom has it. I hate him.
I don't know if it's just a rights thing or what the deal is with it, but yeah, it's like the only one they haven't released separately yet.
Could be the negative. Did they shoot it in 70 millimeter?
Oh yeah, no, the Blu-ray's fine.
It's in 4K, but it's only available in the box set.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
it's like
worth the buy.
it's like $200-$300 for the box set
Unfortunately,
now.
now, like, yeah, the box set is like way out of price.
Only on eBay.
They got the second one out this year that has Stripes, Oliver, Anatomy of a Murder, Social Network. God, help me out here. What are the other two? God, shit.
You said Stripes.
Taxi Driver. There's
Taxi
one
Driver.
more.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
There's one more, and I can't remember what it is now.
I would love to have Taxi Driver.
Yeah,
in
this
4K.
year's is also an amazing set. But the one before also was amazing. That also included like Doctor Strangelove, of course, Gandhi, and A League of Their Own, and a couple other ones. Yeah, they're amazing sets. But of course, unfortunately, at this point, for some reason, Sony has just not released Lawrence of Arabia on its own in 4K. I'm sure they will at some point. Hopefully, it's just
it's ridiculous, man. But I got to tell you, it looked absolutely phenomenal on the TV. Got like a 75-inch. I just said, well, fuck it, let's get a big one here, and it looked beautiful. I mean, it's a Sony, so I guess it's upscales pretty damn well. Fantastic. Anyway, the whole point was that, like, it just reminded me of what it's like to see great cinema, and cinema for people like us is life itself, and that's, we love it, and this stuff is not just theoretical to us. This is not just that we like to hear ourselves bitch. All we want is some good fucking movies. And suddenly we're like ists and phobes and criminals and monsters and Yahtzees just because we want some fucking good movies to take our minds off of all the shit in the world. I mean, it's fuck you. Cinema is art. Cinema is art. I eat, drink, sleep, breathe, movies and TV shows, stories, narratives, because that's just who I am. They're from the bottom of my soul. Comic books, novels. I love stories. I always have. I'm a creative person. I write my own stories. I do my own shit. And it's like, this is not just a fucking popcorn event for us. This is spiritual.
It is spiritual. That's exactly what I was about to say, because this thing that's happened with technology the last 5 to 20 years is an anomaly in human history, because throughout human history, what's made us human are our stories.
Right. And what I loved about this film most of all was, yeah, we've gotten to see some great characters on screen together, like Iron Man and Hulk and all those guys fighting side by side. And that was amazing. And that was great. And, we got to see Star Wars again and all these other things come back. But for some reason, they all just didn't feel like this. This remembered that you have to have heart and soul, first of all, to make these things work. And this movie was predicated on whether or not certain characters worked, and they fucking worked. And it didn't matter what sex they were. It didn't matter what age they were. It didn't matter what color they were. All it matters is that I bought into it and I was on board, because if you aren't on board with these new characters, you're not going to like this new movie. I'm going to tell you right now, that's just the way it is. I'm not trying to spoil anything. I've run into some people where it's like, if you go into this expecting and wanting nothing but wokeness, you're going to come out of it feeling that way, because it's so easy to push that into these things all the time. But if you act that way every single time without actually paying attention to what's going on, you're going to get a knee-jerk reaction, and that's where we're going to become the istophobes we're constantly called, right? And this movie has none of that woke stuff in it at all. There's like maybe 2 or 3 lines where you could kind of feed into that, but they still work in some cases, just because it doesn't matter. It wasn't what the joke was about. It wasn't what the whole point of the story was. And I mean, I've heard some people, like, I'm not going to get into specific because I get into spoilers, but like certain nitpicks that people have had with this movie, it's like, you are really stretching to find something here. Like, I mean, I like, really, if you think this is woke just because there's this and there's that, then there's no helping you, man. You're exactly what they say we are. I mean, I can't help you on that point.
Well, I think that plays into on an occasion you see what I call woke shell shock. Where the slightest thing, you're reacting to it because you've been battered for so long with this nonsense, But the power of great art wins out, and that's what's the problem with a lot of these woke films and whatnot, is that they're just woke. It's slapped on, and that's it. They're very extremely lazy. I mean, you were talking about the girl who steals the show in this movie and all that about the female characters and whatnot. And you compare that to a character like Ray or what have you, who has no story, no development, nothing. She's just there. And really, okay, you're going to knock down all the male characters, but at the same time, you're really insulting the female character because you don't believe in her. So you knock down all the others that you do believe in or whatever, you know. And so it ends up being an insult to women in that respect. And so it's just ultimately a lot of it was just the wokeism more times than not. Some of them, I'm sure, truly believe this stuff, but it's used as a shield for laziness.
And there's some great examples I could bring up right now that differentiate this movie from even things like The Force Awakens, but I don't want to get into spoilers and ruin anything for anybody. So like, again, I hope that Doomcock, I hope you have the experience that I and Mike and others have had with this film. I know Valiant loved it. I didn't catch Gary or Doug.
I loved it, man. Just go see it. You'll have fun.
Yeah.
Just go see it.
Amen. My producer, Kelvington, is saying it's time for some super chats, so I'm going to read some.
Before he kills us.
And with
backstage.
that, I'm actually going to duck out, but I will try to be back if you guys are still going. So I do appreciate you letting me pop on and tell you my feelings on Ghostbusters.
Always
no problem, Tom. Thanks for popping in.
Take care, man.
Later, Tom.
Bye,
I
brother.
will be back, hopefully. Take care, guys.
buddy.
All right. Well, let's read some of these, shall we, folks? Thank you for your patience. And by the way, Tony Yule. If Tony Yule is out there, he was on Friday night and it was his birthday. And I just want to say to Tony, man, I hope you had a happy birthday. I'm sorry you had to leave before I got to read your super chats, but it has haunted me still. So I just want to let you know, Tony, I'm thinking about you, man, and hope you're out there. And if you're listening, chime in and just let me know that you heard this. All right. Beth Arstead with a $2 super sticker of Bushiba, blowing some hearty farties out of another region. Thank you so much, Beth Arstead. That is very, very kind of you, dear lady. Lovely and generous Beth Arstead. Thank you, Beth. And Ryan Geiger with a $10 super chat. Hail, Ryan Geiger. It is great to hear from you, Ryan. And Ryan, I need to write you back on that email. It's just been, as you know, a horrible last couple of weeks, man. Especially this last week was impossible, but the last 2 weeks from hell. But anyway, Ryan Geiger says, regarding Kathleen Kennedy, this is the second time it's been floated no one else wants the job due to the state of Lucasfilm. Can a new hire not clean house, or are they stuck with other people too due to contracts? Well, I have an interesting thing to say about that, Ryan. We're gonna talk about the Kennedy situation on our next segment here. So hold on to that thought, brother, and we will discuss that here in just a few minutes. Stephanie Janisek, Smuggler's Cantina, with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Stephanie. Says the Kennedy thing's weird. Yes, it is, and it got weirder when I heard from my agents this past Friday, and I talked about this briefly on Friday Night Frolics, but I'm going to also bring it up again here with this panel of pop culture pundits because I'm interested in what they have to say about it. But it was very interesting to me, Stephanie, and we will be talking about that very soon. Jonathan with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Jonathan. Says, given that Patty Jenkins and RJ threw shade at KK, really? How long till Gareth Edwards, Lord and Miller, Ron Howard, Jar Jar Abrams, and even Spielberg and Lucas start publicly throwing her under the bus? I hope yesterday. I mean, I hope it's in the works. I hope that we start getting this stuff.
They'll wait for someone else to do the first blow, then they'll all pile in.
I think that's right. Yeah. But Jonathan, you're saying that Ruin Johnson threw shade at KK? I mean, did that happen? Has anyone heard anything about Ruin Johnson saying shit about KK?
No,
I think so.
Because Jonathan is saying Patty Jenkins and RJ threw shade at KK. Jonathan, we need more explanation, please, in the chat.
Patty, yes. Ryan, no. I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm kind of freaked out about that. So I'd just be interested to know, Jonathan, if you know something we don't. Enlighten us. Enlighten us. I want to know.
That's so sad that little boy is mad at mommy. You know?
I know. I know.
That's terrible.
Did they have a bit of a spat or something? I don't know.
Well, she promised him 3 toys, and he didn't get it. So
he didn't get his 3 toys.
That's right. Yeah. Oh well.
It's like the song goes: "You're once, twice, 3 times a screw up, and your trilogy's dead." Casey Osowski with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Casey. Says, hail to our overlord in chat. It truly does my heart good to see so many people excited about Afterlife. Although I won't be able to see it in a theater, I will do whatever I can to support it. Love you all. Love you too, Casey. I want to thank you for that last Friday's super chat as well. It's so kind and encouraging of you, Casey Osowski. I think maybe you went to bed before you heard me read it, but I just wanted to say, man, I'm very, very grateful to you. It was very generous of you, and we love you here on Pop Culture Breakdown Live, Friday Night Frolics, Piercing the Veil, and everywhere in between. And Ranger Jedi with a $3, 3 month, been a channel member of mine for 3 months now. Thank you, Ranger Jedi. Says, is the new Blade Runner series any good, Doomcock? I haven't had a chance to look at it. The trailer for Black Lotus, I think it's called, did not excite me in the slightest. It looked very pedestrian, didn't look like anything that had the trademark look or feel of Blade Runner. It seemed kind of like a shitty, I don't know, in between, Blade Runner 2049 and the original Blade Runner. Kelvington, you've seen it, haven't you?
Yes, sir. It's not terrible, but it's nothing. They did another animated series for Tron, and it kind of falls into that same category. It's like, yeah, it's okay, but it's not special. I'll be talking about in my Sunny Side Up all the things that are out there, but it's worth watching if you got time over the holiday. It's certainly, I liked watching. I didn't hate it, but yeah, I'll be talking about those in the Sunny Side Ups.
Okay, fair enough. I don't want to take away your thunder there.
No.
Orville Nation with a $5 super chat. Hail, Orville Nation. PJ, great to hear from you, buddy. He says, Ghostbusters did what the Star Wars sequel trilogy absolutely refused to do for the fans. Just that general statement. No spoilers. Yeah, man. I hope. God, wouldn't it be great if this movie was such a success with so much repeat business and so much acclaim from audiences and so on that like the studio execs just start like, smacking their heads and saying, oh, we just have to make a movie that fans like, but stupid, like torturing themselves. It would be great. I would love that. That would really be awesome, in my opinion. Dixon Cider with 2 $5 super chats in a row. Thank you very much, Dixon Cider. Go ahead and say the name, Gary. Go ahead. I know you want to.
Are you feeling a little chilly at night? Why not enjoy a hot Dixon cider? It'll warm you up all night.
Yeah, Dixon Cider. And this is going out to all you ladies out there. This is Venus Flytrap with the latest bit of hot jazz to keep you warm tonight. It's by a man named Dixon Cider, and it's called Dixon Cider.
Oh my God.
There it is.
There it is. Look.
There it is.
Dixon
What the
Cider.
hell?
I'm going to invest.
Culture Review brought to you by Dixon Cider.
You know what the sad thing is? The sad thing is until a few weeks ago, I think it was on this show on Sunday, is when I figured out what the name meant. And I was like, I've known this guy. I've known this guy in the Xanadu for 2 years. I don't know. And I'm like, it just hit me on Sunday night like a few weeks ago. I'm like, wait.
It's great.
Oh my God. It's like being named Mike Hunt and only after 15 years of going to the same bar and the bartender calls out, I got a call from Mike Hunt, and everyone laughs and he's like, hey.
Kelvington, how long have you been sitting on that one?
I literally just found it 10 seconds after somebody said Dixon Cider.
You mean that's a real thing?
Yes.
I thought you made it.
No.
Oh my God! See,
I just typed Dixon
wow.
cider
Boy.
in Google, and I hit images, and there it was. There's a lot of other images,
Wow.
but that was
You know
the
what,
one I could
Kelvington?
find.
When Doomcock asks you if you're a god, you say yes.
Well, I guess we all know what we're getting for Christmas this year.
You just gave Dixon Cider a brand new avatar. He is now going to
Yes.
send it to him.
Hail Dixon Cider. Hail Dixon Cider. That is fantastic. So anyway, Dixon Cider with two $5 super chats says, ran into a beautiful lich princess on Twitter. Always talking about her missing Cthulhu dad. Goes by the name of Fruit. Ring any bells, Harvey?
No, I have no knowledge of this woman. I have no child support. Hell nah, Murray. Hell nah.
I think he's like, Harvey, you are the father.
No, hell nah, Murray. I'm getting the fuck out of here. No.
And then Dixon Cider then says, just found out my grandpa is addicted to Viagra. Grandma is taking it the hardest.
Hey, it is.
Hey-o! And Nicholas Horton with a 3-pound super sticker of Bushiba waving and saying, how's it going? It's going great, Nicholas Horton. It is going great. Are y'all having fun tonight? I think you're having fun. Are you not
Absolutely.
entertained? And Michael Maloney with a poop emoji super sticker. God bless you, Mike Maloney. He's been a legionnaire of mine, a friend of mine for years now. What a great community. God, what a great bunch of folks you people are. It's just amazing. I gotta say,
We love you guys.
we really do, man. We really love you. Speak of love, Agent Pepsi 1, who has been a channel member of mine for 25 months now. She's got her 25-month badge, which is the Doomcock family crest, which is amazing. It's so cool to see that, Agent Pepsi 1. Thank you. She says, of all the good things that have ever happened to me, Lord Doomcock and my friends here are some of the very best. I love you all. Love you too, Agent Pepsi 1. Thank you. I feel the same way. You guys are the best thing ever happened to me, just about. Birth and a few minor things like that. You guys are right up there at the top, and I love you all. Thank you. And Space Monk with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Space Monk. Says, hail my Lord, panel and chat. Bring on the news. That's what we are doing, Space Monk. We got some stuff about KK coming up here very shortly. Carries has rejoined the channel membership as a 5th month up there. Thank you, Carries. Really appreciate you. Just in time. We're having an Archvillain live stream this next week. So get ready, folks. All you Archvillains out there having an Archvillain exclusive live stream this week. And Primer with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Primer, for that. Says, hail DVD panel and chat. Masters of the Universe Revelations Season 2 premieres in 2 days. Get your popcorn and beverages ready, folks. Not for that horrible woke shit show itself, but for the brilliant live streams and rants afterwards. Cheers. Yeah, man.
I'm braced for impact.
I didn't even bother to watch the rest of that shit. I swear.
You don't work for Andre like I do.
Exactly. It's like anytime I want to trigger Mexican Iron Man, I can just say, and have you seen episode 5 of the Masters of the Universe Revelations, Mike? And he's like, no, I haven't. Why don't you go look right now? We will wait.
I just got to interject. We had one of the best comedy moments Friday on Midnight's Edge with Andre. Somebody super chatted this goofy word for him to say. Tom and I fell out the chairs on the floor. I'm begging him to clip it and put it up. I had tears coming out.
It was hilarious.
It was. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to spoil it. But
Andre, Andre is funnier than people give him credit for.
Oh, yeah.
He's so serious.
The dry sense of humor was perfect.
Dude, he is.
I'm going to try to clip it because Tom said I don't have time, so he's thrown it on me. So I'm going to try to do that, and I'll throw it on Twitter or YouTube or something. I was dying laughing.
Yeah, he's gotten 2 of us, brother. Yeah. Doomcock.
That is fantastic. And Mr. Tickle Trunk says 10 out of 10 Andre impersonation. Thank you, Mr. Tickle Trunk. I appreciate that, brother. And Polaris sucks. who has been a channel member of mine for 16 months now, says, ooh, free chat. Yes, Polaris sucks. Free chat indeed. And thank you for being a member, and thank you for being here tonight. And I hope every one of you out there is having fun. Nicholas Horton with a 5-pound super chat. Thank you, Nicholas. Says the Weeping Angels were scary as always, but Chinball's writing is still shit. And he's still going there with the timeless child. Shit. Well, we're going to talk about fucking Doctor Who. We've got that in our story as well here on Pop Culture Breakdown. So get ready for that, folks. Get ready for that. And Super Sentai Guy with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Super Sentai Guy. Says they are going to sell the popcorn containers on the AMC website starting tomorrow. Thank God. I don't really have hundreds of dollars to throw around tracking that shit down. Not like Moneybags Renegade here. He can go ahead and, how much was it? $1,000? What'd you pay?
Wait, for what? For the Ecto One?
Yes.
No, it was $100.
Okay.
Oh, $1,000. No. I would have drawn the line at that. I'm like, I love it, but like, okay, I'll spend some money on that proton pack sitting behind Gary, but I know he'd never give it up.
No.
I might. Maybe I'll put it up for auction.
Oh, don't. That's
all right. I'll go up against Valiant Renegade if you put it up for auction.
It's got a 120 amp car stereo in it. It's loud.
It's
really loud.
Mexican Iron Man versus Valiant Renegade in the auction. Let's go, Valiant.
Like what, 10 years building that?
But then I'd have to get in on that too. And it's like, no, keep it, man.
No, he's got to keep it. He's got to keep it.
Just keep it.
Yeah, when you played that turn on sound, Marley Matlin called me and went, too loud. Like that. So it was kind of loud.
She thought it was too loud. It was
too loud.
I know,
but,
man.
Hasbro is making a proton pack, and they made a wand as well.
Yeah,
so you'll be able to get a really good one, as well. So,
what do you mean? Won't it be like a piece of shit, or is it going to be good?
No,
they're pretty good.
Really good. They look nice, and they did the smart thing. Like you could buy the proton pack and it comes with an adapter to hook it to the wand. If you don't, if you have the wand separately and stuff, like they really thought it out. And even the guy from Mythbusters was impressed with it. And he's like, man, they got the cables right and everything. So,
shit. When is it coming out?
It'll be summer, and it won't be outrageous. It'll be like $300-$400 at most.
And it's going to be like a real duplicate. I mean, so it's not like a plastic toy. It's
no, and they have two versions. They have the one that like they have this little kit add-on that you can make it like the original 1984 one, or you can make it like the 2021 one.
Oh man!
So yeah, it looks interesting, but it doesn't have the love that Gary has put into his.
Oh, of course, no. I mean,
this one's got parts from the original place where they bought the parts to build the packs from the movie.
Nice.
And that place, it was the same place where they also bought a lot of the parts to build a time machine DeLorean from Back to the Future. So yeah, it's pretty close. There's a lot of ghost heads out there that are probably like, well, this isn't right. And I know I didn't get it like 100% right, but it's pretty good. It's pretty close, and it's a burden to wear, but it sure is great when you're at a bar and you kick the thing on and the whole crowd just clears for about 10 feet. And then 15 minutes later, after you turn it off, they're chanting, turn it on, kick it on, and they go crazy.
Do you ever do that where you take it out there and get in a elevator with these people?
Oh man, I
turn it on. That would just.
I remember I used to go out. Around my town, we have like a trick or treat the Saturday before Halloween, and I used to trick or treat out in front of my friend's coffee shop, and I'd give out candy, and I had the little PKE meter, and I would read all the little kids dressed up in how their costumes and stuff, and it was great, man. There was 400 or 500 kids surrounding me, so I got ambushed, but yeah. Just throwing candy out at him, just trying to get him the hell away from me,
That is fantastic. That is fantastic. Fun. You're the like Pied Piper of Ghostbusters fans. I don't know.
Right.
That's cool. Squire Waldo with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Squire. Says, hail to all. I am in Mexico enjoying fun dental surgery. The good life. Wow. Glad to see good news on Ghostbusters and Freak Disney.
Don't drink the water.
No, don't drink the
Please
water.
don't.
Drink the water. Don't drink the water. In that magical land south of the border. Minister of Time Travel and Astral Projection with a $19.99 super chat. Hail, Minister. He says, saw Ghostbusters Afterlife, was great! Exclamation point. See? Isn't this great? People are like, fans are happy. We actually get to have something to celebrate for once. I love it. Love it.
It was good.
Impetuously Insane with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Impetuous One says, me, my mom, and my mom's boyfriend went to see it. I still had my truck converted into an ectomobile from Halloween. It was an event. Wow. Holy shit. Man, I tell you, Ecto 1 is one of the best movie vehicles of all time. It's just so beautiful, so iconic. What a fucking, I love fins too. I just love fins on cars. That's my favorite. So what can I say, man? It's really awesome. Sorry about that. I forgot to minimize Gary. He's looming over us.
It's all right. It's all right. You got to sell this chat, man. You got to put my face up there.
That's right.
He's the best looking of all of us, so it worked out well.
Well, now hold on.
We don't know that. We don't know that. Wait till he takes his helmet off.
That's right. You don't know.
Yeah, we don't know that. And the second best looking one might. Don't make me take off these trousers and see what's not on underneath.
Do it, man. Do it.
Do it.
Cajun Mike with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Cajun Mike. Says, I found Ghostbusters Afterlife to be extremely heartwarming and fun. It's all about Egon and his legacy. I loved it. And Harold Ramis's birthday is today, but I also have a sad bit of news. Today, Dan Aykroyd's brother, Peter Aykroyd, died at the age of 66.
Oh, that's a bummer.
So, I mean, man, it's like, boy,
that's a
highs
bummer.
and lows here. Yeah. I believe he was an SNL alum,
Yep.
alumni, if that's not.
Musician also, wrote a lot of songs, had a band.
So he's gone, folks.
That
He is gone to keep Egon company as they watch from that great movie theater in the sky. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's sad, but we go on. We go on, and I just wanted to mention that it's a sad little aside there, but it's part of the news, I guess. Thank you, Cajun Mike. I'm glad that you shared that with us. And Joseph Clark with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Joseph. Says, "Hark, the Herald Angel sang." I guess that's something from the movie, the Herald Angel.
Not really.
I think
Harold
he's
Ramis.
Just
doing a pair. Yeah, they're just doing. He's doing a
Harold
parody.
Okay, I didn't know if that was something that happened in the movie.
Nope.
Thank you very much, Joseph Clark. Xenobit with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Xenobit. Says, if any Disney spies are watching, I just want to let you know that your 2013 film Lone Ranger blows. So,
Oh my God, not again.
He's really, really, really got it in.
Memo
for that
received.
Fucking 2013 Lone Ranger movie. And then he says with a $5 super chat, again, thank you, Xenobit. The Ghostbusters fans held back tears. Then the SJWs could not stop crying.
Not wrong.
Yeah, fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck them. I hope it just rots their fucking ass. I hope it rots their fucking ass. I hope it does.
It does. You know it does.
You can set my mouth.
I hope it does. Fuck them. Fuck them. Lord Kamina, too, with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Lord Kamina. Says, one complaint. Shandor was better utilized in the game. I need to play that game. I've not played that game, but I understand that it's considered to be like the third Ghostbusters movie as far as they're concerned, and had all the people do the voices and everything. Shit, I need to.
That was a great game. I love that game.
I never played it. I've got to do it. Got to do it.
What was it on, Gary? Real quick.
I think it was a PS3 game back in the day. I remember that. I played it for nights and nights.
Was it
I'll find
PS3?
it.
I think so, yeah. And I was really bummed. I thought it was for the PS4. I thought they made a version for it, but I ended up buying the 2016 one, and it was like, oh. But it was originally a PS13, and it was epic. It's great. I mean, everybody's in it. I don't, with the exception of Harold Ramis. I don't think he was in it. But
well,
or I'm sorry, not Harold Ramis, Rick Moranis.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, well, you know.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, Harold Ramis was in it, but yeah, it was Rick Moranis. I think he was the only one who was in it, but it was great. It was a great game. Loved it.
Fair enough. Cardinal Sin with a $10 super chat. Hail Cardinal Sin says, hail Doomcock panel and chat. Praise Harvey. I fear Sabu. With respect, we accept. Hail to all my tribe, friends, and all of Xanadu. Hail Cardinal Sin. Hail to you, sir. And Hava Nagila, L'chaim. And all of that to you, sir. Happy Sunday, Cardinal Sin. And Hardcore Curtsy with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Hardcore Curtsy. Says, can someone write a news story about Ghostbusters fans liking a Ghostbusters flick with a female lead and how it was nice for the cast and director to not smear the fans? Well, that's kind of what we're doing right now, man. I mean, we're basically making that point. But yeah, I mean, I think that would really kind of cancels out the Hollywood narrative regarding how toxic we are, etc., and so on. It's always it was a lie. It's a complete and total lie. But what are you gonna do? You know, these dickheads. That's all they have is lies on their side. That's it. Pineapple Platypotamus with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Pineapple Platypotamus, who says thoughts on Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. I love that movie. Wonka is a wise man in a failed society. Well, Pineapple Platypotamus, I gotta say, I really love, Gene Wilder, but the Oompa Loompas and their little numbers with the creepy, Clockwork Orange kind of print that was, I guess, timely at that time, like going around in a weird psychedelic way. Those damn Oompa Loompas creep me up. They really creep me out.
Me too. I hate that movie. I hate that movie.
I like Gene Wilder. I like some of the songs in it, Pure Imagination is a great song. The Candyman. But the Oompa Loompas, holy crap. And I know he allegedly saved them or something, but I don't know. It sure looked like slave labor to me. I don't know. What does he pay them in? Gumdrops? I mean, I don't know. What do y'all think of Willy Wonka real quick?
I love it. I love that movie. Yeah. I agree. There's some scary shit in that movie. Like when he freaks out in the tunnel and you see like a chicken's head getting cut off for real in the scene and these people are freaking out. And yeah, the Oompa Loompas are scary, but I love the message. I mean, I really love it. Those kids were punks. And they deserved what they got, man. They deserved what they got.
You gotta remember, it's still a Roald Dahl book, right?
Right.
Yeah. Roald Dahl did not like kids. I mean, that's why every one of his books, the kids were assholes.
Apparently not.
I mean, you had that. You had the witches. What happened? All the kids got eaten and killed. It's like, so, I mean, that's typical for Roald Dahl.
Yeah, he was kind of a prick, though. I mean,
yeah, it's still,
he really was a prick. Yeah, I guess he's a fucking asshole.
Them off his lawn.
Yeah. Get off my lawn.
Yeah.
You know that Roald Dahl wrote a Bond movie, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
You only live twice.
You only live twice, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is my favorite of the Bond theme songs, by the way. You Only Live Twice is absolutely
it's magical.
My favorite.
It's fantastic.
Bond song.
Yeah.
It's just fucking great. And man, when they used it at the end of that season in Mad Men.
Oh yeah.
That was great.
That was excellent.
And Mad Men was a good show. Did y'all ever see that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was excellent. Great.
I loved Mad Men, and I thought they ended it really well. And you have to remember, the Willy Wonka film was rated G, not even PG.
I know.
Rated G for general audience.
I know.
It was a simpler time.
Yeah, I love that movie. I really love it. I love Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Sometimes when a movie is rated G, you get like a horrifying, terrible surprise like Oompa Loompas and chicken heads and kids getting massacred. But sometimes you get really wonderful surprises like, Jenny, Agater getting full frontal naked, stripping down in Logan's Run. I mean,
yeah, how'd that happen?
I was a happy kid.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was epic.
I was a happy kid.
Boy,
that inspired my love of science as a young youthful man.
Science.
Let me tell you what, that interested my STEM. I mean, it got me interested in STEM. Sorry about that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Matthew Valente. What a great name. Valente. With a $5 super chat says, look up Ghostbusters Afterlife sucks. What? Who the fuck is what? What do you mean?
Oh, he's mean for like an alternative view about the movie. Like that's like a website.
It's a website?
Or it's something on here. Yeah, I think someone else did that earlier. I saw that earlier on the stream.
What's their problem?
I have no idea. Let's see here.
Well,
they have no taste.
Worry. They have no taste. Okay.
Yeah.
Are they SJWs? Is that the point?
Mm.
I mean, do they even see it? God knows. All these SJWs love to go ahead and attribute to me views I didn't have and malign me, and they talk about my videos being this or that. They don't watch them. They don't know.
No. They sure as hell don't sit through our entire shows.
Fuck
for
no.
Sure.
No.
I mean, it's so obvious. I'm just like, wait, what? When I read some of these things people say about you, I mean, my first reaction is to get mad, but now at this point I just laugh because they clearly don't watch shit that you do. And they don't watch your videos. They definitely don't watch your videos to the end. And they sure as hell don't watch our shows that we're on with you, where you talk and speak and we all speak. And it just astounds me.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree in the chat. Somebody was talking about Blix was saying Carly Simon's song for The Spy Who Loved Me was also great. Yes, nobody does it better.
There's a lot of great Bond theme songs for the most part are pretty damn good.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Live and Let Die is a great
one. Yeah.
Goldfinger.
All right, you guys don't kill me. I hate Adele, but I love Skyfall.
Yeah, Adele, I don't know. I don't have much of an opinion about her, but Skyfall was pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I gotta say.
Yeah.
Cardinal Sin says Jenny Agutter is on OBE. What is OBE?
Order of the British Empire?
Yes, it's like being a sir.
Okay.
So but it says Jenny Agutter is on OBE?
She is an OBE.
She's the female version of a knight.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, is an OB? Okay.
Well,
wow.
God bless her. Well deserved. Especially
so she's
for
Dame
Logan's Run.
Jenny Agutter, huh?
Yeah. Okay.
Wow. There is nothing like a dame. There is nothing like a dame. Nothing in the world has the soft and wavy frame like the silhouette of a dame. To quote Rogers and Hammerstein. Actually, Hammerstein. Rogers did the music. Kit Kat with a 10-pound super chat. Thank you, Kit Kat. Says, absolutely, we must accept with respect. It's a wonderful film. The downside is that it will probably save Kennedy's job, but that's the way Hollywood works. Now, Kennedy had nothing to do with it. Not Ghostbusters.
Well, it's not going to
No, it's not even the
if
right
anything, it's
studio.
going to hurt.
That's a Sony picture.
Yes, that's, yeah.
Yeah, no.
At most, she walked by the studio and waved.
Right. Offered her expertise in saving the movie, and they said no thanks. We're good.
I mean, honestly, Sony probably out of all the studios, and I haven't really dug into it too deeply, but I would probably fathom a guess that Sony probably has been one of the more, let's say, reactive to audiences' ills towards the woke stuff as of late. I mean, they're steering more towards the let's just make good films thing. I'm not saying they're perfect. However, they do seem to be, gravitating back in that direction where it's like, let's just tell good stories, Now that may change tomorrow, but that's what I feel like at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the case with Venom and stuff like that, which, especially the second one, I didn't think was all that great, but I can see it's not woke, it's not, so it's got those elements. Let's just make it entertaining.
Yeah.
Because that's what the name of the business is. So they appear to have figured that out.
Yeah. Thank God. Kit Kat also with a 5-pound super chat. Thank you, Kit Kat. Says the disintegration of Hollywood began with Ghostbusters 2016, and Ghostbusters 2021 may mark the beginning of the end of it. Boy, that would be fucking poetic justice, wouldn't it?
I'd say that's accurate statement.
Yeah. Very perceptive, Kit Kat. Well said. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think over that. It's like a symmetry in the affairs of men. I love it. I love it. T5 Jabroni with a $5 super chat. Thank you, T5 Jabroni. Says, I would argue the character podcast was a standout. That kid was funny and a great character. I can't say I haven't seen his podcast good.
I thought all the characters were cool. I didn't. I mean, I'm not gonna get. There's a couple technical things, like I was saying. We'll do that some other time. But really, I don't have a lot of complaints, man. I really don't.
No.
So,
I think all the characters, they had their little quirks and stuff. And Gary, you probably saw the same thing. I mean, but none of them were like overbearing or obnoxious or.
No.
You know, they fit in their roles well. I think a lot of the characters were decently written, or very well written, in some cases, and they all kind of played off admirably. I have seen, believe me, some obnoxious, stupid characters, especially kid characters, that get written in. Thinking like Godzilla versus Kong. Like the whole human cast in that movie, I could have done without, honestly. Especially the kids, because they were absolutely useless and just frankly annoying as hell. Especially, but this, I didn't get that sense. This felt like, almost kind of like a Spielberg kind of aura, in terms of how he treated the kids and how he did with the kids, in those roles. I liked it. I thought it all played very well.
It really focused on the heart of all their characters, and that's one of the major things that's missing in modern movies, especially with child actors. It was a lot of heart. There's a lot of heart in this movie.
That's what I've heard, and I can't wait to see it. And I will be doing a review of it just as soon as I get to see that movie. Lord of the Eagles reaches with a €5 super sticker of Pumpin' Pear saying, "Keep it up." We're keeping it up. The night is young, and we've just started. Thank you, Lord of the Eagles reaches. Lord Trinan with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my lord. Says, with this film, I picture ghosts resembling the GB 2016 cast getting sucked into a ghost trap, cast aside, and the Ghostbusters Afterlife cast being praised. I'd love it. I'd love it if Melissa McCarthy, they squeezed her into a fucking ghost trap.
That's the only way they could have made that movie any better than it was, is that they've actually done that. That's actually brilliant. However, I understand why they did not want to touch that. I get it. Yeah. That'd have been fabulous.
It would have been. It would have been. Kit Kat with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Kit Kat. Says, be sure to stay to see both of the post-credit scenes in Ghostbusters 2021. Yes, folks. I've been cautioned for that. And I got to tell you, Gary, man, service above and beyond. No greater love hath a man than to lay down his post-credit scene for his brothers. And you did that. And I just want to salute you from the bottom of my heart, man. That was very good of you, brother. Thank you.
DC, I'm sorry. Kelvington actually did put up a picture of Melissa McCarthy getting sucked into a ghost trap.
Absolutely. Like,
man, you guys keep bagging on McCarthy, man. I think she's a piece of ass.
She's a huge piece of ass. Yeah.
Hey, man.
Shit. Lady,
she's a little thick, but she's pretty. You got 3 other losers in that movie. You guys haven't said one word about those other morons. Don't be so hard on McCarthy. I mean, she's... Well,
Kate McKinnon in Ghostbusters 2016.
You can't even say it. Look at you. What do you believe?
Fuck you guys.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's Leslie Jones up there. Can we go with that one? I mean, that's fine.
Any of the other 3 is fine. God. Don't Leslie be bagging Jones on my girl.
Horrible.
I call her Matt.
Was horrible. She was awful. She was just fucking awful. All of them were. Kate McKinnon.
They were all fucking awful.
Comedian was terrible as the basically eccentric scientist chick, and the other chick,
the Egon replacement,
the one
Kristen Wiig.
Yeah, Kristen Wiig.
Yeah,
she wasn't that bad. She's actually decent looking, but
my problem was they took Bridesmaids. And they put Ghostbusters uniforms and proton packs on them and said, here.
That's what it is.
It was the same. I mean, and I'm joking. I mean, when I did not get, I don't think 20, 30 minutes into that movie. And I didn't see it in the theater. I actually have it on my digital stream systems here, like on my Apple TV, because when I signed up for a Sony movie account years ago to log in some of my Blu-rays, they gave away 5 movies. Ghostbusters 2016 was one of them. It was like 4 months after the movie came out in theaters. That's how bad it was. They were just giving the shit away. And I remember watching the first 20 minutes of it, and I'm like, they mistitled this movie. This should just be called 4 Obnoxious Bitches Who Can't Shut the Fuck Up for 90 Minutes. And then the title would have made sense, but they couldn't get that far.
Wow.
Damn.
Wow.
No, man.
Just literally the whole time.
It was horrible.
Wow.
Dude, I didn't see it in theaters because obviously I knew it was shit. But then my Patreon members were kind of like hectoring me and bullying me and begging me to watch it and do a DVD commentary as I did. So I did. And I got to tell you, I'm not kidding. There literally was not one laugh in the movie. I didn't laugh one fucking time.
No. Just
Everything
pandering
was
bullshit.
clever about the first movie. They removed all of the cleverness of the first movie, and then
all of
made
the scares.
That they literally just said, "Let's just take the props and the costumes and stick it on 4 women," and
Right,
that's
exactly.
it. That's the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, you knew the movie was in trouble when the cast looked at the trailer and they're like, "Wait, that's very confusing. That doesn't make sense." Because McCarthy said she watched the trailer and she's like, "Wait a second, why are they saying that?" And I'm like, "Okay, well, that's that right there. This fucker's a floater that we got to flush." So.
I was on a plane going to LA, and the girl I was with wanted to watch it, and the only version they had on the plane was the extended version, and so I had to sit there for 3.5 hours.
What did they extend?
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
I didn't
They
even
had
know there
all
was
this-
one.
all these scenes that were not needed. Like, the reason these scenes were deleted is because they were not needed at all. And I sat there thinking, like, no, nothing, no sex could be worth this. And she and I broke up shortly thereafter. And it was like, you can't expose me to 2.5 or 3 hours of female Ghostbusters and expect me to get wood. It just doesn't work that way.
Wow. I'm surprised he didn't open up the emergency exit and just bail out.
I had never wanted a plane to crash more.
If erections
in my
last
entire
longer
life.
than 4 hours, watch Ghostbusters 2016. Right?
Oh my
So,
God.
That's the thing with Kelvington. Kelvin's like, yeah, she's a 9.5 out of 10. But you know what? There'll be another one tomorrow. We're breaking up.
oh Lord.
That's how Kelvington rolls.
Well, yeah, he's got Olivia's number. He doesn't worry about the other one.
Yeah, she's following.
By the
him
way,
on
by the way, I have an addenda on the Olivia show. I went back and I replayed it, and while I was at work one day, like the whole thing, I let it run all day while I was at work doing taxes. I am the only one that she asked, "What's his name?"
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
The
right.
mystery,
That's right.
the mystery behind the Mexican, indeed.
Nice.
The mystery Mexican.
Yeah, she wanted to know if I could turn my my corn tortilla into a hard shell. You know what I mean?
Oh,
goodness.
Ba-boom bam, ba-boom bam. No,
That was definitely a bink, not a boom bam. That was a
all
bink.
right. Back to the back room I go.
She said, what did she say? She said, Yo quiero Taco Bell. But it didn't work out. Let's see. Jason Cannon with a $5 super chat. Hail, Jason Cannon says, hey, Doomcock, not trying to be negative. Will you and Gary get back together and do something again? And Afterlife exceeded my expectations. Well, I haven't heard a word from Gary since for months and months and months. So I would say probably not. Jason Cannon, I've got nothing against him, though, and wish him well and hope things are going well with him and his move and everything. But, outlook not good, says Magic 8 Ball. But life goes on, I guess. Beth Arstead with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Beth. Says Ghostbusters Afterlife should show these movie producers and directors how to gracefully ease out the old with dignity and introduce the new. Yeah. I mean, it's not a big, difficult thing to pass the torch on to another generation, but you've got to have a good script and you've got to have good actors. You've got to have a producer and a director that understands what the fuck was so great about the original. It's kind of like Cheers. Cheers was amazing with Shelley Long and, Ted Danson. And then when Shelley Long moved on, I mean, they had a number of cast members that dropped off the show. Coach, the actor died. And then they replaced Coach. See, it was brilliant. They had a joke machine. They had a joke machine on Cheers. And whenever you have a TV show like that, it's important if you have a cast change to maintain the essential structure of the show. But what Cheers did beautifully is they didn't just recast Coach. What they did is they brought in Woody Harrelson to be a similarly kind of innocent and clueless guy to fit in to that joke machine and to deliver the same kinds of things, but it's an entirely different character with the same function structurally for the show. And the same thing with when Shelley Long, left the show. Then they brought in Rebecca, Kirstie Alley. And instead of having him and her basically be romantic, just like Shelley Long, instead she was, a very intelligent, cynical woman, kind of like Shelley Long's Diane character was, but without the same level of romance or sexual tension or whatever. And so again, it was the intellectual outsider aspect of the show, and it worked as well. So you've just got to understand how these things work narratively and then cast it accordingly. And if you have to make changes, let them be different characters that more or less at least function in a similar way. And that's what they did beautifully on Cheers. And I think, Beth, that's what, if you're going to revive a franchise, pass the torch to somebody. Like you could have had Rey, for example, be a good character. And you could have had Luke Skywalker train her and personally, supervise her. She should have gone through some trials that were, harrowing and difficult. And then she comes out stronger at the end. And then we can give her our allegiance and our respect. And then they could have moved on and had a great franchise instead of saying, men's stupid, slapping Finn's hand away because how dare a man try and help a woman, blah, 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 etc. and so on. Fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, you morons that can't even fucking hire someone who knows how to fucking write a script. I know more about writing scripts just from this structural analysis of how Cheers managed to succeed. I know vastly more about script structure than you fucking morons that are being paid millions of dollars to do your fucking scripts. Pieces of shit. So anyway, there you go.
Preach on it, brother. Preach on it.
Fuck them. It just makes me sick. It's like, it is not brain surgery to tell a good story, but it is if you have no talent. If you have no talent, it's enormously difficult to tell.
And it's even harder when you have no heart and soul like these people.
Right. Yeah. Right. And that's what's really lacking with these dumb fucks. Matthew Valente with a $5 super chat says, plus they erased Ghostbusters 2016. Yes. Well, see now that right there, you should have led with that. It erases Ghostbusters 2016. That's all I needed to know, man. That's all I needed to know. Salty Texas C with a slice of pie super sticker. Thank you, Salty Texas C. We really appreciate that, sir. Your Muslim uncle with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, your Muslim uncle says, hail CD Doomcock and Mexican Iron Man and all. Hail your Muslim uncle, sir. And Lucas Bachman with a very, very generous $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Lucas Bachman. You, sir, you're a mensch. And he says a Minnesota fan film circa 6 years ago, Ghostbusters 911, took the direction the new film is setting up for future films. They even had Ernie Hudson do a cameo as the head of the Ghostbusters. The actors gave him a replica uniform since he didn't have one. Very interesting. I never saw Ghostbusters 911, but it was a fan film from Minnesota. Minnesota. That's pretty amazing. By the way, the Vikings won today. I think they beat the Green Bay Packers, which saddened me greatly. But now they're back to batting .500 for their season. They're up five wins, 5 losses. So good for all you Viking fans out there. Just saying. And Matthew Valente harps on this with 2 more $5 super chats. Matthew Valente says, plus they erased Ghostbusters 2016. And then he says, guys, they erased Ghostbusters 2016 from the canon. Did they do that, guys? Did they erase it?
Well, they don't reference it as an important event. The scene that you talk about in the news story, there's a place where inside this temple that has dates, and they list, like Tunguska and the nuclear or the atomic bomb, and then Ghostbusters 1984, and then the next date is 2021. So they do not deal with the 2016 people at all, which is they didn't come out and go, fuck you. They just went like, you just don't exist. You mean nothing to us. And I think that was like a better, have you ever seen the way when people put their thumb on their front of their teeth and then flip it off? Like, fuck you. That's what it was. As soon as I saw it, I smiled. I was like, "There's no 2016 date in there."
Yeah, and even without that, the way the stories are structured, they're basically, you can recognize with the characters and the way things are set up that Ghostbusters 2016 and Ghostbusters Afterlife are mutually exclusive. I mean, you cannot have one and the other in the same place. So, I mean, it's either or. So, yes, the way this is structured, the way the characters are in the film, there's that movie didn't happen. It's just off in its own little multiverse or whatever.
Which I love. Which I absolutely, positively, completely, and thoroughly love.
And I think that's what Sony's design was. The people who like 2016, you can still like 2016. You like the original stuff? We got something here for you too.
So it's like current Star Trek. It doesn't really count.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Current Star Trek is a pile of. I mean, I don't even get me started on that. So Kelvington.
Yes, sir.
I want to go ahead. We're about to go to the next story, so you might as well cue that up. But I wanted to say to Tony Yule, Friday night, it was his birthday. He turned 39, and then he had to, I guess, go and celebrate his birthday, but he left before I was able to read his super chats, which were very generous, by the way. It was $100 super chat announcing his birthday. And some other really awesome super chats. And so I just wanted to say to Tony Yule, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tony. Happy birthday to you. Thank you, brother. Thank you. I'm going to pull up your super chats and read them as the evening goes on. But right now, so stick around, Tony, if you would, please. I'm gonna read you those super chats, but let's go ahead.
I just want to let you know, Cesar John said that there was a super chat. Did you get his? It was before the show. He pinged me a few times and asked me on the.
Cesario JPN says, feeling sad my super chat placed before beginning of the stream is being ignored. I didn't see it. I mean, I went ahead and
yeah, I didn't see it either.
We didn't see it, man.
I think StreamYard dumps them once you hit the go live button.
Yeah, but I captured all of those on Photoshop.
Oh,
I did screen grabs of all of those before we started the stream live, and I didn't see it, Cesario. I'm sorry, man. Just go ahead and put it in the regular chat, and then I will go ahead. I didn't ignore it, obviously. I mean, I was doing all of them from the screen grabs. So there you go. But hail Tony Yule, and I will, like I said, I'll be squeezing in some of your super chats as we go on here. But Kelvington, go ahead and have you got go ahead and do the breakdown thing again if you got it.
Oh, certainly.
Breakdown. So, issue number 2. I'm being Tom McLaughlin here. Issue number 2. KK appears to be staying, but in a diminished role. So basically, there are two kinds of people: those who quit and leave, and those who quit and stay. And it looks like KK maybe is staying. But I do have something here. And in a minute, we're going to talk about Doctor Who hemorrhaging viewers, which is a very happy story. But I do want to recap the KK shit for anybody that, missed out on Friday Night Frolics or anything. Because I had a bit of news over there. So I always talk about my network of Hollywood spies. And I do have them. And they also are dealing with a lot of sources as kind of middlemen between me and the sources for an added layer of security for them and for me. And so they all have code names. And one of them has a code name appropriate to their station. They are a big source. And this big source periodically drops me a line and tells me certain things. And this source, in answer to queries about Kathleen Kennedy, told me, look, when all this is over and I can talk about it, I'm going to give you the whole story of everything that happened. And so, I figure that when Frank Marshall, tweeted out, "Hey, my wife has been renewed for 3 years," that was okay. The fat lady sang, that's basically it. So I put out a feeler to this individual. I said, "So, dude, well, here, I'll read you exactly what I said. It said, blank promised me when this shit came out, he'd give me the full story of what the hell is going on. So where is it? Where's the beef?" And so then my spy got back to me and said, we're talking to him in emails. Trust me, we have voiced our displeasure. All he has said is, "Have you seen an official announcement? Till then, just keep up. Show me where she is renewed. Show me where she is renewed. You will get answers. Please be patient." Now, this is an individual that knows shit. This is an individual that is connected. And this individual is saying, "Have you seen an official announcement from Disney that she is renewed? And show me where she is renewed." I thought that was weird. I personally have let go. I mean, I've gone through the Kubler-Ross, stages of basically death, mourning and, bargaining and railing, and then finally, moving to acceptance. And I'm at the acceptance stage where it's like, look, I guess that ship has sailed and she is renewed, and that's just the way it's going to be. The only question is how much damage is it, and what does this mean for the future of Star Wars? And yet this individual is saying, "Hey, show me where she's renewed. Where's the official announcement?" And that really is what Stephanie Janisek was referencing earlier. Very, very strange. Mm-hmm. Very strange. Mm-hmm. For fuck's sake, folks, how can you have an executive, a president of a major company like Lucasfilm under a major Uber company like Disney, and they have to silently renew her, that they quietly, without fanfare, sign her extension for another 3 years and then bury it like a turd in a litter box? I mean, does this happen? Does this happen unless they know that this is a fucking disaster, unless they're embarrassed about it, unless there's something really, really awful going on behind the scenes about this shit, or if it's complete bullshit, which really would freak me out because I don't believe it's bullshit. I can't believe at this point that it's bullshit. And yet this source is just pointing out the very obvious thing. Well, show me where she's renewed. Show me the beef. Where is it? Just shut up and be patient is basically what this guy is telling me. And it's like, okay. My mind is, I don't know. At this point, I don't know what to think, except this is highly irregular. This is like, Captain Kirk and Admiral Kirk in Star Trek II, Wrath of Khan, where, here's Khan approaching, and it's like, well, this is damn peculiar. And so I'm wondering, does anyone, what do you guys think about this shit?
The phrase that keeps coming to my mind is, what's wrong with this picture?
Yes.
Because at the same time that she gets renewed, supposedly, all the projects are either delayed or probably outright canceled. That's and it's like people saying, "See, she wins every time. She's here to stay." And I keep returning to that. Okay, where's the Rian Johnson trilogy? Where so on and so forth. So it doesn't compute. So the only other possibility is that she's just figurehead status, and that's all there is to it, at best, for her.
I have actually received an very interesting rumor from someone that has been extremely reliable about this situation. I will be revealing more about this tomorrow in a video, but
there's also that, I think it was maybe Tom or Cameron mentioned that one of the things they do is that, yeah, you can sign a contract, but it just sits in a drawer at Disney, and if they don't sign it, it's not really a done
Right.
deal. That kind of
Well,
thing.
here's the other thing too. Markets. I'm going to tread a little bit on Valiant's territory here, but I am an accountant, an analyst. I do own Disney stock. Markets don't like instability, and 3 conference calls ago, Chapek took. They don't do this anymore, but they let live fans call in and ask questions, and a random stockholder. I mean, this was. I don't know if this person owned like three shares of stock, but said, "Given all that's gone bad with Star Wars, you going to fire Kathleen Kennedy?" He's like, "Oh no, we look forward to working with her for a long time." Markets don't like instability, and I don't know if I've said this on the show before. I don't know if I've said it anywhere now that I think about it. If you guys really care, if people in the chat stream, I mean, God bless Doomcock for what he does for us, because truly, indeed, we can criticize rumors all day and night, but they truly are the birds in the mines.
Yeah.
That give us an indication. And no one gives the Xanadu Doom or you, Overlord, credit for this, but they are important. Okay, they are. This information that you get is vitally important to say where the winds go. You got a company in crisis. I mean, we just Friday night, I brought up the IMDb Pro on the show, and I showed you that the slate's blank. Look, markets don't like instability. I think, given what's happened recently with the recent stock report, I don't think you want to announce that you've got a studio head leaving and you don't know who's gonna. I know we all want her, for Thanksgiving. We all want her served up on Thanksgiving table. But the last thing a CEO is going to do is say one of his, the person who was picked to steward a $5 million acquisition is gone and getting fired. That sends all kinds of other instability too. And investors in Wall Street are not us. They are not us. And people in the chat stream, I'm going to tell you this. Since, those of you in the chat stream, and of course, people here at Xanadu are great people. But I'm just anybody that watches this. If you really want to have some impact on what happens, contact the board of directors. It's on the Disney website. Contact the largest institutional funds. Write letters to the analysts of Disney, a type of thing. But I'm not surprised. And for all we know, she's got 2-3 year extensions written into their contract, and they just haven't co-signed an extension that was already part of a contract. When she did her original deal, remember in 18 she got a 3-year extension. Well, you know what we do know now about Iger is he loved doing these long contracts with automatic extensions. So it could be the case where she got her that last 3 year wasn't an affirmative action to extend her. It was the fact that they already had a contract in place where she had an extension. It's kind of like when you rent a place, and you sign a 2-year lease, but it has 2 6-month options. Same type of thing. This could be another automatic extension, but it hasn't been acknowledged. It hasn't been acknowledged. It hasn't been celebrated, and they might not even need to co-sign it at Disney. It might not even be a case where she's being offered an extension. It could be there's one extension already written in, and they're looking for ways to just for her to quietly go away and eat it out, which wouldn't surprise me, because if I'm the CEO of Disney, the last thing I'm going to do is announce that the head of a $5 billion acquisition is leaving or getting canned, and who's going to be the replacement? Michelle Redwan? I mean, seriously, who? No one wants the job.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of moving parts to this, and it's nothing I can do in 3 to 5 minutes of talking here. I mean, Doomcock, I think you watched it. Cameron and I spent almost an hour talking about this in a video last week, I guess, right after the news. And I don't want to speak for Cameron. I know he's not here tonight, but I mean, he and I had a lot of the same discussions, a lot of what Mike just said. There's provisions in the contract, obviously, we're not privy to. In fact, the entirety of the contract, virtually, except for its duration of 3 years, is really, we're not privy to it, because they're always done under NDAs, non-disclosure agreements. So nobody talks about this. Now, one thing, DC, you brought up was this tweet from Frank Marshall. Now, I know you know this because you saw it. Just for everybody out there watching, I just want to clarify. Frank Marshall didn't say anything in the tweet. He literally just retweeted a retweet of a tweet that mentioned that, I guess, everybody crying that Kathy wouldn't get renewed. Well, she got renewed, or something to that effect. He just retweeted a 3rd generation tweet, and that was it, without comment. So that was even more cryptic to me. It's like, okay, because he knows everybody out there is like us on this show. We talk about Kathy's done a very poor job. Forget the fact that you didn't like the movie. She's been a terrible financial steward of the Lucasfilm properties. Just absolutely atrocious, with the production budget overruns, the amount of extra money that's been spent on these movies that have rended a fandom in two and cost them hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. It's ridiculous. But like we had earlier this year, we were all, eyes rolling in the back of our head when a guy like Alex Kurtzman gets renewed after the shit show he's put on for years. And now, of course, Netflix has bailed out on Discovery officially. They are no longer funding the production of that show, which is the only reason why Paramount was making that show to begin with, because basically Netflix was writing them a check for them to do it. So it was literally no cost off Paramount's back, because Netflix was then taking it and putting it on there. They don't want it anymore. So they'll probably wrap up season 4 or 5, whatever they've split up, and that's going to be the end of it. But they renewed Kurtzman. Why? Well, because sometimes it's hard to find people that actually want to sit down and run these studios, and they can't be without a captain. So sometimes that's the case. And what have we been talking about all year? I've been talking about all year. Everybody's like, Jon Favreau. Well, I love Favreau, but Favreau's a storyteller. He's a filmmaker. He does not want to sit behind a desk and run a major corporate, multifaceted studio like Lucasfilm. I don't think, my opinion. He just doesn't seem the type. And, I'm sure at some point there was a conversation with Favreau and probably Chapek where it's talked about, hey, John, what's your future here at Disney and Lucasfilm? Would you? And I'm sure John was like, look, I love doing the Star Wars shows. I love running the Star Wars shows. I don't want to be tied to a desk job. I don't want to be an employee of Disney and Lucasfilm, because he likes making his own stuff too. So right. I think it came down to the point, well, we're going to keep her here. And again, looking at all the data that has come up, all of her stuff gets canceled, pushbacks, not happening. Did you see any Star Wars stuff on Disney Plus Day? No. They didn't even, on the calendar, they didn't even have Book of Boba Fett on there for December 29th.
Yeah.
They didn't just, they had like a behind the scenes Book of Boba Fett. So it's like, either you think that the Book of Boba Fett has been canceled, it hasn't. Or they're just deliberately ignoring all the Star Wars stuff. They're like, if we mention one thing and not some others, it's going to raise even more questions. So let's just kind of forget it all. And that's basically what they did. We've seen little dribs and drabs since then, but it's all been Favreau Filoni-verse. And none of, like, the Acolyte, I've been telling you this whole year I've been on YouTube. Acolyte ain't never happening. Guess what? It ain't there. It's gone. The only way it comes back is if it gets radically altered from its initial design, which was to be a jump street off of the High Republic, which has been an abysmal failure for Lucasfilm. The Patty Jenkins movie, that's out the window. And now we got Patty throwing Kathy under the bus or vice versa, creative differences and all this. That's another one that's going. You realize that Kathleen Kennedy, who leads one of the largest studios in Hollywood with Lucasfilm as far as IP, the value of their traditional IP, has not taken a single theatrical project to pre-production in over 5 years.
Well noted, brother.
So
well noted.
You want to tell it, the fuck is she still doing there? Well, I don't care what you say. And when I say pre-production, everybody's going, well, what about the, Rise of Palpatine? I know that came out in 2019 now, but you got to remember that movie was pre-slated back from 2015 when they decided 2014 when the trilogies went in. That was already in the books. Pre-production on that started in 2017, late 2016, I think. We're already going into 2022. She hasn't done a damn thing since then. What is she doing? It took this long to get to Indy 5. I mean, that's been pushed back a year. Everything around her has gotten delayed, paused, shoved back, thrown in the garbage can. She can't get anything going. I don't see this anything more than there's something else. There's definitely something else to this. And even if she is there for the next 3 years, folks, even if she is, what is she doing? What is she doing? Somebody tell me. Seriously, what is she doing? Because if you're telling me that Favreau is making all of these shows, and by the way, Book of Boba Fett, yeah, that's a Favreau show. That's Robert Rodriguez. That's one of his people. Obi-Wan, right? That's Deborah Chow. Deborah Chow is one of Jon Favreau's folks. You got to remember, go back and watch the season 1 of The Gallery, right? The behind the scenes of Mandalorian, where Favreau said, hey, we've kind of built this, and I'm paraphrasing, but we've built this Star Wars directors / showrunners school, right? And all the people that did the guest directing on Mando and all that kind of stuff, the Robert Rodriguez's, the Bryce Dallas Howard, Deborah Chow, these are all Favreau's School of Star Wars directing people. They're running all these shows now that are coming out on Disney Plus. These are all Favreau people. Where the hell's Kennedy shit? Ain't there no more.
Right.
So
well,
figure this one out for me. Somebody tell me in the chat. You got a better idea? I can't figure it out.
Yeah, well, I mean, douchebag Kylo was talking about that she is basically, if this is a renewal, she has gotten what the Japanese call a window seat promotion.
That's what Cameron and I talked about. This is, and like you and I have talked about all year, DC, this is like, we knew Kathy was going to get some form of a golden parachute, right?
Yeah.
3 years to sit her ass at home and basically do nothing and get a paycheck and have a phony title. That's pretty good golden parachute. Because at the end of the day, my question is, okay, fine, you're still listed as there, but honestly, can somebody, anybody, and I'm willing to listen, I'll be happy to say, shit, I was wrong.
Oh yeah, I mean, we never have a problem with that. I've been talking back and forth with Malice Flair in the chat. Here's an interesting other angle. What if Chapek has to wait until after? Well, one thing we do know is Iger will be gone in January. Maybe Chapek is waiting around just another 45 days until the air gets a little bit more blue sky for him to move around a little bit without Iger over his shoulder. And maybe we just need to wait till January, February, March to see what really is going on. Because let's keep in mind something, people. Chapek took over. Iger muscled his ass back in. Pandemic hits. Then pandemic kind of sort of releases. And now this is the first quarter where all the parks are open. All the ships are at sea, yada, yada, yada. Cash flows are flowing. Disney Plus sucks. But he's still got this ghost of a man around. Now, Chapek has asserted himself somewhat, but he's only been there really for 4 to 6 months, really, in his own, even though he was named as a CEO a while back. If I were Chapek, I wouldn't do anything bold or brash until I have my allies in place, until I have my people, until I have some more of his people neutralized, whether it's Kevin Feige or this. This is what I would be doing. I would, A, neutralize my enemies. I would, B, start putting my people in good places. I'd wait for any bold or brash moves until after Iger's gone, because he right there is the godfather of doom that created and all this woke shit. We can focus on KK all day and night, but the real problem was Iger and always has been Iger.
Yeah, we talked about that. Cameron and I discussed that in that video with Iger, because he's the only person that still technically outranks Chapek. Chapek, as the CEO of Disney, serves at the discretion and the pleasure of the board of directors, and Bob Iger is still executive chairman and chairman of that board. And if Bob Chapek, DC, you had the rumors that contract was sitting on Chapek's desk collecting dust. If somebody really wanted to push that pin and Chapek didn't want to do it, sure as hell could have been Frank Marshall and Kathy Kennedy's good buddy Bob Iger.
Yeah.
That's a possibility.
Yeah, that's true.
I have one word of dissent here. Willow. They're actually producing and filming Willow, and she's the EP of that.
I should have stipulated Star Wars stuff. I'm sorry, but you're absolutely right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I should have stipulated Star Wars, which is the big piece of Lucasfilm. I mean, look, Kathy is executive producer by virtue of the fact is because that's what the PGA rules stipulate. If you're the president and CEO of the studio, PGA says you get your name on the credits as executive producer. That's it. So
for those at home, PGA is the Producers Guild of America. Yes. It's the trade union of all the producers.
Yeah. But Kelvington, no, it's a great point. No, I do, and I love Willow. I'm actually kind of looking forward to the show, provided that they do it respectfully. I mean, again, you can say Kathy's the EP on it. How much creative influence does she really have on it? I don't know.
I have no idea, but it's not looking good. And there's this guy in the chat that is saying I was wrong when I said that Kathleen Kennedy was fired. Well, I never said Kathleen Kennedy was fired. I was reporting rumors from people who were pointing out different ups and downs in the company, all of which could have been true for all we know. We don't know. But the point is that people are ignoring, and which I pointed out in this last video, is a lot of these people don't watch my videos. I've been talking about Kathleen Kennedy's contract renewal now for over 2 months. Over 2 months. I on a pop culture on Friday Night Frolics, I got the news. I immediately went ahead and shared it with you guys, this rumor, because it was from a credible source, and I believed it. Midnight's Edge had already talked about the Mikey Sutton thing. I don't know Mikey Sutton, so I ignored that. It was like, well, that's not enough for me. Then when I heard about this bit of news from a credible source, I shared it immediately. The simple fact of the matter is, I only share the stuff I hear. I am not making the news. I am not inventing the news. I am not responsible for what's happening. I simply share what I've heard. And I hear different things at different points. And anyone who doesn't understand what a rumor is, that's your fucking problem. I mean, you just are not really good at the whole comprehending thing, or you're not really watching my videos. You're just full of shit. And you're putting words in my mouth that I didn't say, and ignoring the fact that I've been on this story for 2 months now, and it hasn't even been confirmed that she's been renewed even now, because Disney is hiding it. So, I mean, that's a recap for the particularly dim out there. Sorry.
And, to the point about the confirmation real quick, DC, what I also find funny is because I know in the past, 2018, there was really no official word either with Kathy. It was leaked to Deadline. It never really was an official press release, 30 to 35 days before her effective renewal date, October 30th, 2018. What I do find interesting now is that, again, new sheriff in town, right, with Chapek. And just, 2-3 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken, you had articles in Deadline, Variety, Hollywood Reporter, THR out there, all the restructuring that Chapek had done with the executive level positions. I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, Hulu, ABC, and ESPN, major divisions at Disney, right? Talking about all the different promotions. This person's been promoted to this person's moving here, all this was publicized by Disney. This wasn't. So, I mean, I covered the article, I think, in one of the videos or maybe on Midnight's Edge. But I mean, that was one of the first things that jumped out at me. And I think Cameron and I talked about this. And I'm like, oh, look at this lady stepping up to the senior executive position over here at ESPN and ABC and all. It's like, where's Lucasfilm? So, it's not. We're at the point now where Disney is. They're making. Trying to think of a way to put. They're being selective, apparently, about major senior executive level changes in their different divisions. And I know that's television. I know that's not really the film studios. But look, when Alan Horn retired, which was no surprise, a lot of Bob Iger's people are going to follow him out the door at the end of the year. That's very common in the big business world. Alan Horn's also almost 80 years old, for God's sake. But you get the news, okay, Alan Bergman's going to be promoted up. He's going to be running that by himself. There's not going to be a co-chair of the, and just for those of you who know, Horn and Bergman were they were over all of Disney Studios. So like the president of Lucasfilm, the president of Marvel, the president of Pixar, the president of Walt Disney Pictures, they all reported to Alan Horn. He's retiring. Bergman is now taking. So, I mean, again, these were things that were announced, right? They put this stuff out there.
Right.
And I just find it strange that, again, it's okay. We have a renewal, which is a big thing at Lucasfilm, or, if Feige were renewed, that would be a big thing. Although even Feige's last renewal was kind of a little hush hush, but we knew it happened. It got out there. He was basically given autonomous control over Marvel. And of course, we've seen what's happened since then. So, this is kind of one of those things that strikes me as odd. Mm-hmm. That, and even still, and this is the big part. This is the thing that really bothers me, is that this came out from Puck, which is a blog, website, magazine by Matthew Baloney, who, for those of you who don't know, used to be an editor at THR, the Hollywood Reporter, one of the holy trinity of the Hollywood publications, right? Variety, THR, Deadline. So I can say, okay, well, I would reasonably presume that he would have good access to such information, right? And we had pickups by Collider and Screen Rant and a lot of these kind of B and C level other publications. Guess who has not repeated any of the stories? Deadline, Hollywood Reporter, Variety. So I just, because that the people at these publications, the first thing they start seeing these stories out there, they're probably picking up the phone to Disney, or they have contacts. They're literally Disney down the street from them. is this real? Is this true? Can we run with this? They haven't run with it, folks.
Right. They haven't run with it.
Either they can't because they're being told, shut your mouths. If you still want to have access to scoops and inside stories and leaks, shut the hell up.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's bullshit. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. Can't be anything else.
It is. And that harkens back again to this major source saying to me, has it been announced that she's renewed? Show me the renewal. And you know,
that's why I keep saying, what's wrong with this picture?
I think your source is probably going to share something interesting with you, because it's what he's saying. Just stand by, because I get this does not pass the sniff test.
One way or the other, I think we have to wait until Iger leaves.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
It'll be after the new year.
Yeah.
But it comes into this thing as like Doomcock was talking about earlier about people ragging on him about rumors, and you understand the definition of rumors. But it's this, what can you measure it by? And you look at what you know. And as what we're seeing here, again, all the projects canceled, delayed, what have you. And then she's reading it. That doesn't make sense and all that. Mm-hmm. And the playing field has definitely changed. The film critics are not being honest, apparently, about Ghostbusters Afterlife, but they were momently honest about the Eternals. And I was like, well, what happened there? Where did the shield of protection for Marvel movies go? Well, something happened, and so it's things like that. Says I can't say for sure, but there's something there to speculate on, and that's the nature of it.
Yeah, it's a conundrum. It really is just a very, very strange situation, and it's rather inexplicable. There's a lot of questions still around this, and I've been taking it for granted that there's something to this and that it's happening, but that's what they want you to think. If it is in fact some kind of form of disinformation, we are, folks, in an information war kind of scenario.
Yeah,
mm-hmm. We are.
We really are, and these rumors are kind of like the early warning system. Like Mike was saying earlier, the canary in the coal mine, and a lot of times they pan out. The Indiana Jones 5 thing, holy crap, man.
Oh, yeah.
That was spot fucking on in every aspect. And I had the story before anyone else did. And I broke it. And indeed, everything that I talked about, the time travel aspect, Phoebe Waller-Bridge taking Indiana Jones' place, everything else, panned out entirely. Hashtag Doomcock was right. Same thing as the Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
When I called all of those big plot points in Rise of Skywalker, talked about, that source was talking about, there's a shot where Palpatine's, Revenant shoots lightning into the air and hits all the ships. That happened. So I'm just telling you guys, the reason I report these is to give everybody a heads up and try to pierce the veil of the, Iron Curtain in Hollywood. And I get it right more times than not because I have good sources.
Well, I think you picked the perfect word for your next video earlier, conundrum. Just title it
the conundrum.
The Kennedy conundrum. And there you go. That's it, because that's what we're in.
Yeah. And I mean, other than rumor, the rest of us are just kind of analyzing what we've put together and reading the tea leaves. Some of us actually reading the tea leaves. So, it's any of the rumors that we get. Doomcock's awesome for giving it to us, but I don't think it gives us a complete story, and I don't think we'll actually get a complete story until well after everything has been finished.
Right.
It's true.
Rumors can be true, they can be false. More times than not, they're somewhere in between.
Right.
Because it's filtered through a lot of different people. So you get this and that, but you got some of it right and some of it wasn't quite. This happens all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Here's another thing. These companies, the movie companies, the producers, all of the CEOs, these people have been lying to the fans for, how many years, doing damage control, this, that, and the other, literally throwing bullshit at us. And we have one retweet of a tweet that maybe makes an indication and everybody's just suddenly believes it. Come on, we're smarter than that. We have to look at their actions and not what somebody retweeted of a retweet. I mean, really, it's more about what's happening and almost nothing to do with what they say is happening.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind. Don't get discouraged.
Absolutely. I've got a super chat from somebody who's got to go pretty soon. Angel Angelus with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Angel. Says, Overlord DVD, hail Doomcock. Haven't seen Afterlife yet. We'll probably give it a look. As far as I'm concerned, though, Ghostbusters 3 exists. It's Ghostbusters, the video game from 2009. Yeah. Yes, I've heard this from so many people. I absolutely believe it. And I am very much looking forward to playing that game in my copious spare time, which I have almost none. But it's getting better, finally. This past week was the major hurdle. And I had a bit of a flare-up of the emergency again this morning, but it was quickly fixed, and everything is going a lot better now. So thank you all who expressed concerns and everything, and I appreciate you. And I've got a few super chats here from Tony Yule from last time that I want to read right now because he's here. So happy 39th birthday, Tony. First of all, again, I just want to say that, brother. And a $20 super chat of Tony Yule. Thank you. Tony says, to all the ladies, where would you be without men? This was, of course, apropos to International Men's Day, which I was celebrating on Friday Night Frolic. So we can extend the celebration here over the weekend. So hail to all the ladies from Tony Yule. Where would you be without men? International Men's Day. Gotta say,
every day is International Men's Day.
That's right, damn it.
Every fucking day.
Every day. And then a $20 super chat from Tony Yule. Thank you, Tony. Says there's a change.org petition for the removal of Bob Chapek from Disney as the 3-year contract of KK was announced.
Well, actually, that petition is actually, I think it's like a year and a half old, if I'm not mistaken. And then it got repicked up recently. Somebody dumped it back in the media after it's been out for like a year or two. And that was before the KK stuff. It was when Chapek and Iger were kind of doing their public little tit for tat war in the media. When Chapek was talking about, we're going back to distribution, then Iger came out and said immediately after that, boy, I sure hope they don't let distribution and math and numbers ruin the creative side of things. That sucks ass. So yeah, no, that was part of that.
You can't ruin a fallen house. I mean,
Iger thinks you can.
You can certainly piss on the ashes, that's for certain.
Yeah. That's what Iger's doing, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's at 77,000 signatures so far.
Yeah, well, it's been out for like a year or two.
It was probably started by Bob Iger, folks. Let's get real.
Yeah.
Probably.
I mean, the whole
It was started 1 year ago.
Yeah,
Over 1 year ago.
I think Chapek's doing a pretty damn good job.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to survive, but he's trying.
Yeah, but even if he doesn't, in he wins. I mean, it's like I said, Chapek's ally is reality, and a powerful.
He's going to have a
ally
few
is.
years to prove himself.
Yes.
Yeah,
he's going to have a few years to prove himself. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know. I think he's doing a pretty good job.
I know we have to say goodbye to Valiant Renegade, and we didn't say hello to Corione.
Oh, hello.
So I think
Hail,
we
Corione.
should probably do those two things.
Yeah,
Yes.
I saw him walk in, so I'm ready to go. I don't want to hang around that motherfucker. So
I figured I was just tagging in for you because you were so tired. You know?
that was
right.
that was it.
Oh.
No, usually the family's getting home in just a bit. They've had a long day. They've been on the road all day, so they're getting in just a bit. Sunday nights are always tricky, but I appreciate you having me here. Doomcock is always very gracious host, very generous to have me on. I really do appreciate it. Appreciate it. Excuse me. I'm still getting over this cough and cold I've had for like the last 3 weeks, this sinus infection.
Sorry,
and I've still got this. It's the same thing Andre's got. It just lingers and lingers and lingers. It's not the crud. It's just some crud. Just for everybody.
You have a Viking flu.
Yes, quite the Viking flu. So no, but thank you everybody out there. Channel's been growing. Check it out if you want. I'm going to thank this audience. I had a goal a couple of weeks ago. I was at, let's see, I think it was October 21st. I was at 1,700 subs. And I said, okay, I think I can make 2,000 by the end of the year. Y'all did that in like 20 days. I'm at 2,120 right now. So
good job.
So yeah, so the channel growth has been great. So I want to thank this community so much. They've been so supportive, and to you, of course, Doomcock, and to everybody on here, all my friends. Thank you guys very much. I'll keep watching, but you guys have a wonderful night. And
thank you, brother. We appreciate it, and that's why. Thank you, brother. That's why Corion wore his wrestler's singlet there. He's tagged in, and now he's jumping in the ring, and there he is. See, he looks like he got that wrestler kind of top. You know, you got the.
Yeah, I literally ran out of ritual and over to the show. I'm sure there's still like some brazier or a goat or whatever still on fire back there, but whatever. I'm here now. It's all
Here
good.
you go.
Take care, guys. Have a good night.
Thanks, Valiant Renegade. Good night, my friend. Subscribe to Valiant Renegade. He's great. All right. Let's go now to the Doctor Who news. This is some wonderful stuff, folks. I think you're gonna like this. Doctor Who is hemorrhaging viewers, folks. The viewership of the venerable Doctor Who series is seeing its numbers drop off a cliff. The 13th season opener garnered just 4.4 million viewers, even compared to season 12's opener Spyfall, which brought in 4.8 million viewers. This is a sizable drop. Part of the problem with this series is that it's a single story told over 6 episodes. This has not been tried since Trial of a Time Lord back in 1986. Episode 2 didn't fare any better, shedding 500,000 viewers. And this past week's episode, midway through the series, saw another 200,000 viewers drop away from the show. At its current rate, by the time the series finale ends, it could easily be under 2 million people in the UK watching this once great program. On the plus side, however, we know when Chris Chibnall and Jodie Whittaker are leaving the series. Their last episode, a special event episode, will air in fall of 2022, probably around December 20th. There is no word yet on when Russell T. Davies will cast a new Doctor or when he or she, God forbid, shows up. But at least we can take comfort that Chibnall's and Jodie Whittaker's days are numbered. Well, it doesn't surprise me that the viewership of Doctor Who is plummeting. They are hemorrhaging viewers. This once mighty franchise basically screwed hoist on their own petard. It's their doing. It is their unraveling of the canon, blatant disrespect for the Doctor, blatant disrespect for fans, and complete slavish subjugation to woke ideals that have utterly and completely engulfed the show. So, Kelvington, what do you think about this? You're a Who fan.
Oh yeah, and I've been watching this new season. They had a new episode today and stuff. They made a mess of this because by doing a single story instead of doing it as 6 individual stories that slowly tie together, in their first episode they introduced 8 different story plots, and then in the third episode they introduced 2 more. And it's like the average fan is not going to be able to keep track of all these plot lines. Like you need a fucking abacus to keep track of all this stuff, and it's very poor storytelling, and it's very poorly done. And they change one of the villains right in the first 20 minutes. And I just like, nobody's going to enjoy this. And the ratings are a sign that they're losing hundreds of thousands, and they did not have millions of extra ratings to hold. Doctor Who used to have 12 million people watch it, and now it's down to under 5 million. And every week it's shedding more and more because I don't think it's good. And I will say today, they did something interesting. If you don't want to hear the spoiler for today's episode, but they turned the Doctor
spoil dog shit. Go ahead.
I know, but I'm just saying for the people out in chat. They did turn the Doctor into a weeping angel. So finally, her stone face was as usable as her acting skills. So I thought that was a really good thing. And we have a special feature, which I'm going to hope to do every single week here, because we know when Jodie Whittaker is leaving, and it's like this. We have 390 days left, and I think I can hold out that long for Russell T Davies to come back. And every week that number will get smaller and smaller, just as my interest with Doctor Who does.
Oh my God!
Wow.
When she was turned into a weeping angel, was her mouth open or shut? Be fair.
You know, I have to. She covers her mouth. You know, like the weeping angels put their hands over their faces, so you don't see her face, which was a plus side. But
so her mouth was
I
open
don't know.
behind her hands for sure.
Probably. Yeah. I would be hard pressed to find, like, how do we get an image of her? And literally, I used to look for images of her with her mouth not open, and they are hard to find. So she is truly a bottom feeder on the entertainment industry.
Yes, she really is a catfish. They should put her on MTV. I swear to God, just a fucking scavenger at the bottom of the pop culture pond. I swear to God.
Well, all I can say is if Russell T Davies manages to save this series, and like unrings the bell that was this last series, man, he deserves a medal or something, because he has such a Gorian knot worth of terrible plot hooks to untangle and put right. It's going to be a hell of a job.
He can do it easily. I could do it easily in one episode. I could do the whole thing.
Well, hold on. Could you do it without upsetting the overlords at the BBC?
Oh, I don't give a shit about them at all.
Well, you have to if you're in that position.
You don't have to. You don't have to, because according to the reports, the BBC has turned over creative direction for the Russell T Davies run over to Bad Wolf.
Right.
So, I mean, they've got the creative direction. They can do what the fuck they want, pretty much.
I would hope so, but this also comes back to we don't know entirely the nature of the contract there about what liberties he can have with the character if it's in total.
That's true, but if it doesn't change, then it's done.
Yeah,
I mean,
if you don't retcon the timeless children, there's no point.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's that. Yeah, that's all. It's that or nothing.
Yep. That's how I feel about it. Anybody else have anything to say about this feel-good story? That
well,
I mean, Jesus Christ, how many people canceled their TV licenses in the UK? That's what I want to know, because there was a flood of people just saying, "Yeah, you know what? We don't need this shit in our lives anymore. We're not going to pay the license. Go ahead and
you know what? Not enough."
Right.
That's ultimately what it boils down to, is not enough killed their TV license, specifically about Doctor Who. Because if they had, that would have ended this discussion a long time ago.
Not specifically, but if you're talking about the number of people in total, just that cut off their TV licenses, I think it was a sizable amount. Now, they may not have said specifically cited Doctor Who, but the Doctor was a catalyst for a lot of this shit. I don't know. I mean, does anybody have that information?
Not off the top of my head, but I am looking it up. There's the BBC actually has a database of like what they pay people and how many TV licenses, and I'm trying to jump in and see if I can find that information again. You actually asked a question I was not prepared to answer.
I am sorry, Kelvington. I did not mean to do that. Anybody else here have anything to say about
I've seen the current episodes all the way up to the recent.
Really? You poor bastard.
I know. The only reason I did is because of the Davies announcement. So I said, all right, I'll look at what they're doing, if there's anything to it that leads into it. So far, not really seeing that. The odd thing about it is that they're not good, but they're not the horrible episodes they've been before. I think the last week one was probably the worst one they did. You know, they actually have a little girl defeat a whole squadron of Cybermen, that kind of thing. So that was your Cybermen episode, you know.
Oh my God.
This latest one had some interesting moments to it. And it appears to be that they're weaving. It's been a fan theory about the weeping angels, that they might be fallen time lords and that sort of thing. I'm not sure if that's exactly where they're going with this, but it kind of, they turned the Doctor into an angel at the end. So so there's teases and interesting things like that. But again, if you're not going to fix the mess you made, then I don't care. You can have, because even in the previous seasons, they had one episode in their initial one they did. The Amazon one was almost a Doctor Who episode, so that one counts as probably the best one there. And then, oddly enough, I thought the one right before The Timeless Children was sort of almost a Doctor Who episode, only to be completely burned and flushed down the commode by the following episode. And so it's one of these sad things is that this was all unnecessary. You could have done it. A female doctor I was willing to give a chance to. Yep. They've burnt that. It's done. And so you got to just go back to standard and undo this timeless child. You can't just wreck a whole canon like that of some 50-plus-year-old franchise. It's sheer idiocy.
Yeah.
So, Corion, I'm going to tell you this, though, is that you had a great comment earlier. My only caveat is that in the British woke world, they don't care about making money. Well, maybe up to an extent they don't. And so this is an article. This is 3 months old. BBC license fees and chaos. 700,000 rebels refuse to pay. As critics say, the end is near, or the end is coming. BBC lost 700 license fee payers last year. 700,000. That's significant.
Wow.
That's pretty freaking significant.
Mike, how many people are in the country? What's the population there?
701,000.
Right.
Well, here's the interesting. Thousands of households scrap paying for the national broadcaster over the course of the data was revealed as part of TV. I always like this. They people are at home in the pandemic, but they still canceled their licenses. That's how bad Doctor Who gets, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
TV licensing annual review 2020 indicates that as of March 2021, there were 24.8 million Britons coughing up for the license fee. The year before, 25.5. Wow, that's pretty significant.
For the record, there's about 24.7 million homes in England, so that gives you the rough numbers.
Wow.
So if you take 700,000, what is that? What they just said? Is that what I put up here?
700,000.
So you take 700,000. And what did you say, Corleone, divided by
24.7 million dwellings.
Yeah. I mean,
that's a pretty big hit.
Yeah,
it's a big hit.
Yeah.
And if they did that this year, I bet you that's that will probably continue. I mean, bleeding people.
So check this out. The drop is a far steeper rate of decline because of the previous year they lost 200,000. So
wow.
So they went from 200,000 to 700,000, and now we're waiting for the data for this year, which I'll bet you anything. Look at that. We went from 200,000 to 700 year over year over the last year 3, year 2. We're now in year what we'll call base year 1. From an analytical standpoint, that means they probably lost 1 million.
Yeah, it could hit 1 million.
Yep.
Wow. Easy. Could even be 1.4 million.
Wow. And it's important in the context of Doctor Who. It's like, what was at its height? It was 12 million.
Right.
Wow. It's a significant number.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's huge. That's a big number.
And in their own database, they're saying between 18 and 19, they lost 890,000 licenses, which is a big jump. We don't have this year's figure, which you should think more people would have renewed because in the last year, 19 to 21 or 19 to 20, there are a lot more people at home watching TV.
Yeah. But they didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they said, "Oh, fuck this, man." Listen, we've got part of that. We've got bread we can watch getting moldy in the kitchen. We can watch
paint the wall and watch it dry.
Yes, there's lots of entertainment
outside
options.
Growing. Yeah,
we can play which electrical outlet will stick this metal butter knife into.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
So there you go. So anyway, there you go.
This breaking news was presented by the Kelvington in association with the Rabbit Chicken News outlet.
That's right. The Rabbit Chicken News Network.
Yeah.
The RCNN. There it is. Let's go to some super chats here. Market Ashmed with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Market Ashmed. Says, after Kurtzman got his contract renewed, we all knew KK would get the same. I mean, I don't think they're linked, but I think Kurtzman's contract renewal is kind of a joke. It was for a tiny amount of sum over the money that he had to play with to get more Trek series out there. And I've got more stuff about that coming up here, so it's funny. Mercenary X21 with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Mercenary. He says, hope you got my DMs. I also hope they help give you some hope. As for Ghostbusters Afterlife, I will say this to everyone. It is not Ghostbusters 1 or 2 or the video game. It is the child of all three. The parents are proud. So he's very happy about Ghostbusters Afterlife. Mercenary X21, I haven't had a chance to look a whole lot at my DMs for the obvious reasons. I've been very busy, but I'm going to get on those things and be playing catch up over this next week. So thank you guys. And thank you, Mercenary X21. Lucas Bachman with another $50 super chat. God bless you, Lucas Bachman. Very generous of you, sir. Thank you. Says, that is to say the Ghostbusters fan film that he was talking about, Ghostbusters 911, had franchises in major cities. It could have been better, though it's not bad. And Egon is next to Spock in my heart, so it was hard seeing his decline. Plus, it made very odd kids' sexual jokes and other things. Well, that's weird. But you were saying it was pretty good, Lucas Bachman, just the same? He was saying... Yeah, he says he took the direction the new film is setting up for future films. So basically he's saying that it kind of predicted this in a way. Okay. Thank you, Lucas Bachman. I appreciate that. We will check out Ghostbusters 911 and see what it's all about, man. Nicholas Horton has given me a 2-pound super sticker of Bushiba, giving a thumbs up. Thank you, Nicholas Horton. I'm giving you a thumbs up right back, brother. Thank you for being here tonight. And Cardinal Sin with a Dumacorn in the chat. Thank you very much, Cardinal Sin. Lucas Bachman with another $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Lucas Bachman. You, sir, are a mensch. And he says, Mexican Iron Man and anyone else. Ernie Hudson went to college in Minneapolis, so he likes to do conventions here.
That's awesome.
That's cool.
That's really cool.
Yeah, Ernie's
awesome.
a good guy, man. Ernie's a good guy.
That's a guy who knows how to treat fans.
Yeah. No,
he's really talented too. I don't know if you guys ever saw the episode of Tales from the Crypt he was in, but his voice, I could equate his voice to Paul Frees from the Haunted Mansion. He was really great. He needs to work more, man. He really is talented.
Yeah, another two people I would say are fantastic when it comes to the fans. And that's Ed Greenwood. The guy's amazing. He doesn't live too far from me, and he's just a wonderful human being. And the other one that I really stand by is Jim Butcher. That guy takes the time every time a new book comes out to do the book tour and just answer people's questions. It's kind of awesome.
Yeah, no, I mean, I hear what you're saying. Cardinal Sin with a $10 super sticker. Thank you, Cardinal Sin. It is Super Pair in the super chat. Speed of lightning, roar of thunder, fighting all who rob or plunder. Super Pair, Super Pair, Super Pair. Thank you, Cardinal Sin, for that sticker. And Jack White with a $5 super chat. Hail, Jack White says, hail, my lord. Did you get my super chats I sent you Friday? I did, Jack. If you did, what are your thoughts? Well, I don't know, man. I can't remember what they were, but I did answer them at the time, brother. I guess go listen to the replay. I don't have time to hunt them down right now, Jack, but I did answer them. And unfortunately, I can't remember specifically what they were at this juncture, or I would tell you again, but thank you, Jack. I really do appreciate you, brother. SHS Rebels 08 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, SHS Rebels 08. Says Eric Cartman.
Cat, you will respect my authority.
Absolutely, SHS Rebels 08. Gotta respect Eric Cartman's authority. Always. The force will be with him, always. And Mercenary X21 had a $5 super chat, although the message was deleted by one of my wrenches, so it must have been political. Sorry, Mercenary X21. We don't do political things over here. Lucas Bachman with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Lucas Bachman. Says, to clarify my previous comment, I was talking about Afterlife making some odd choices, not the fan film. Oh, okay. I don't. Were there any odd choices in Afterlife? Hearing Lucas Bachman's.
There may have been a few, but I don't remember any sexual jokes or anything like that. Nothing that stood out. I mean,
yeah,
I'm gonna go see it again. Maybe he may be right. I don't know, but I'll check it out again. I'll keep an eye out for that. I don't remember.
Nothing jumped out at me. I just thought it was a great friggin' ride from beginning to end.
Fair enough. So thank you, Lucas Bachman. When I see it, I'll address this stuff later. But thanks, brother. Really appreciate you being here tonight and appreciate your support. As always, sir, hail to Lucas Bachman. And Susan Dolan with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Susan. It says, hail DVD. Hail Mexican Iron Man. You look like you're going to kick some ectoplasm ass. Woo-hoo. Hail to all the panel and all the wrenches. Are you going to kick some ectoplasm ass?
Yes, sir. I got my outfit on. I got my little name tag on. It says Mexican Iron Man. I got my sombrero. Okay, now what the sombrero does is it protects me from the ectoplasm when it falls down. You see that? It acts as a shield.
Mike, just out of curiosity, the interior lining of that sombrero, it doesn't happen to be tinfoil, does it?
It actually, I can't lie. It's leather hide of rabbit chicken.
Leather hide of rabbit. Boy. So
hey, they're not just. You got to use every part. They're not just finger licking good.
In fact, they're not finger licking. I don't want to speak out against your product. I don't want to speak out against your product. You're a guest here,
man,
so I'm just going to say
rabbit chicken's
chicken
amazing.
Is delicious,
You'll swear
TM.
it doesn't taste like cat.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
That's right. The rumors that the rabbit chicken tastes like cat is completely unfounded.
I'm going to clip that for Andre.
The rabbit chicken tastes like elk ass
Ugh.
left out over the summer. So there you go. I don't know. But Mexican Iron Man, we're going to sell a bunch of rabbit chicken. We don't care.
No, we got to finance these freaking robots, dude. The robots aren't going to build themselves.
That's right, man. Got to get them out there. Got to get the invasion launched, and soon. And yes. John Ghost with a $20 super sticker of a game controller going woot and waving and celebrating. Thank you, John Ghost. Thank you, sir. Very, very, very much. And Mercenary X21 with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Mercenary X21. Says also, Doomcock, did you get the airlock for Harvey's cage? Included is the lining for the airlock, which is basically a family court summons. He crosses that threshold, his ass will be nailed to the wall.
What the hell are you talking about?
It's basically a family court summons, Harvey. So if you get out, if you go through that tunnel, you're going to be served.
What?
For the paternity. What? Harvey. Open the pod bay doors, Harvey. Harvey. Looks like Harvey slipped back into his own dimension. He does not want to deal with the ramifications of not wrapping his tentacle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there you go. I'm just saying.
Too much wampum for all those illegitimate little squids.
Costs a lot of wampum, man.
Is it possible to serve a summons to court for him to submit to a paternity test?
I would 100% be willing to take that chance.
Oh my God.
You can just see the summoning circle I've got going, a little paternity test, and then there's this puff of smoke and it disappears, and then suddenly in Harvey's tentacles it appears, and he's like, "Oh, what the hell?" Right?
Poor Harvey. You'll never come back.
Don't you just wipe down the interior of the containment area to get all the DNA you need?
Oh.
But it's a force field. It's not. And it's not a tank. People think it's a tank. It's a force field. So I mean, there's fingerprints and DNA and stuff don't stick to that. Lucas Bachman is pointing out here in the chat, well, making a pole dancer joke about the 14-year-old girl star seems odd. I don't know anything about it, so it's just what
must have missed that.
No, wow. They talk about the child in general, And it's like, if your mom, if you can keep the kid off a pole, you've done good. They do make that line, but the mother says that.
Oh, well, no, that's a fair joke.
Okay.
Right. And the kid's not in the room when she says it.
Oh, well,
just a joke.
yeah, okay.
Like you're talking about, I kept her off the pole.
Yeah, gonna grow up and not be a stripper.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. That's not really, that's not the same thing.
Yeah.
Xenobit with a $5 super chat. Hail, Xenobit says, people keep mentioning the movie quality. Can we get a shout out for cool merchandise like the popcorn tubs? I think we've done that, Xenobit. We had a whole big talk, and I started lusting after the popcorn tubs. Oh my God, the damn Ecto one and the Ghostbuster logo, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Wasn't Slimer also, or was it stuffed Slimer?
Yeah, there was a couple of plush toys.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I'll give a shout out. Hell yeah. Shout out.
I think that's fantastic. Hail, Xenobit. I can't wait to see go on the AMC movie website and order some of that stuff. I need it. Gotta have it. Cesario JPN, who's been a channel member of mine for 15 months now. Hail, Cesario, says, feeling sad my super chat placed before the beginning of the stream is being ignored. Cesario JPN, I went back and checked it, and it had been deleted. All it says is message deleted. I don't know why. I certainly didn't delete it. I don't think any of my wrenches deleted it, Cesario JPN. So I don't know what happened, but I'm very sorry. I went back and looked, and it's just not there, man. So I'm sorry. I certainly would have never ignored you. You're a good guy, and I'm sorry you felt that way, brother. But it's just not there for me to read.
It might have been YouTube too. We've been having that problem at Midnight's Edge. Sometimes it's like someone will put something in, even a paid one, and it'll go and restrict it. And we know it's not our wrenches. I've seen this before. So
especially if certain names are mentioned in the super chat, I've seen it as well.
So there you go.
I can't super chat the word Mexican. I've never been able to super chat the word Mexican in a super chat.
Why? Is Mexican outlawed now?
It's weird. I always have to do an @A or an underscore. Like I have to fool the algorithm to get the word Mexican in.
What the hell?
I can do it in a regular chat, but I can't do it in a super chat. I have to mess around with it in order to get it to go through.
Man.
Yeah.
That is really weird. And someone was saying, check out the 1-to-1 scale proton pack on Hasbro Pulse. So apparently this is over on Hasbro Pulse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had thrown an image of it up earlier. They're selling it, and they sell the wand as well. So they are making what would be for fans a damn near perfect replica of it.
Wow.
Oh my God, it does look fucking amazing. Dude.
$399.99. Holy shit! Look at that thing.
Oh.
Wow, you can open it up too. Look at that.
Fissionable material not included, unfortunately.
Right.
Yeah.
Boy, I wish mine was only $350. Jeez.
How's it? It's looking pretty damn good, isn't it? Look at that.
That's pretty good looking, man.
That's not.
They
bad
have
at all.
extras, like they'll have a label kit to make it look like the 1984 one, and you can change out the cyclonic reactor, the inner part, so that it spins in the exact same way the one did in 84. And then they have like a Slimer kit associated with it. These are all like stretch goals and I think they're going to get them all by the time it comes out.
Wow.
It is really 1-to-1 scale to the movie prop.
Wow.
Yes.
Just anybody ordering from Hasbro Pulse, just as a heads up, as a Transformers collector, it's been my experience that their shipping days are very, very flexible, shall we say. I've waited 3 or 4 months for them to catch up on stuff that they'd say, oh no, it's going to come out this summer, whatever date, and it winds up being summer the next year. So be aware of that if you're going to order one.
Fair enough.
Welcome to delays in the global shipping economy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. Terrible shit.
Doomcock, I got to take off. Apologies.
That's okay, brother.
No,
thank you, Douglas Nelson, ladies and gentlemen.
I had a great time, and before let me see, what's eating me is I missed out on seeing Ghostbusters, and my sunny side up is I'm looking forward to seeing Ghostbusters.
There you go.
And with that, our man on the scene is out. Douglas Nelson, going back to the TP Wars or
Yeah, something of that nature.
Oh my God.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
Good
Later,
night,
Doug.
Douglas Nelson. Subscribe. Oh, do you want to plug your site or anything?
Oh,
Douglas?
yeah. Well, Nelson Ratings on YouTube. The podcast is the Mr. Nelson Show over at radiomisfits.com, or you can get it wherever you get your podcasts. And you can follow me at Mr. Nelson on Twitter and elsewhere, Instagram and all that stuff. So there you go.
Hail to Douglas Nelson, Mr. Nelson on Twitter, and he's got a lot of other stuff. Check Google Nighty Night.
Oh, Night Night.
Night
Yes.
Night, yes.
Oh, yeah. That's on indieplanet.com, the comic book Night Night. So check that out.
Night Night is a classic. Thank you, Douglas Nelson.
All right. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, Doug.
Bye-bye.
Happy Thanksgiving. Take care.
And I will be live streaming on Thanksgiving, by the way, just to let you guys know. Anybody who doesn't have anything to do on Thanksgiving or is feeling kind of down and out or whatever, you got a place to go on Thanksgiving. So we will be live streaming on that for you guys. Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, panel, did you see the announcement of the cast for the Netflix One Piece series? Most shocking thing for me is that they didn't race swap Nami. I need to watch One Piece. I've never watched it, but I hear that it's fantastic. Jack has told me great things about it. I need to see it, but I haven't, so I don't know who Nami is. Anybody else been watching One Piece at all?
Yeah,
Nope.
I've been watching them get ready to destroy One Piece in a similar fashion to the way that they've decided to destroy Cowboy Bebop. And I will say this, the casting looks good so far, but I can't see them sticking to the plot. And I can't see them leaving Luffy's powers the same as they appear in the anime. So, I mean, it's Netflix. I think Netflix's new tagline should be ready for disappointment, and we go from there.
Fair enough. Thank you, Jack, for that super chat. Saul Shymek with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Saul says, saw Ghostbusters Afterlife. It was a good passing of the torch film. Played more seriously and the humor was restrained, but it was a very good sequel. Well, that's good news, man. The more I hear about this, the happier I get. Lord of the Eagles Reaches, who's been a Dumentite of mine, a channel member for 25 months now. Thank you, my lord. Says, great show as always, my liege. Loved Ghostbusters. I loved Ghostbusters as well, and I haven't seen Ghostbusters Afterlife, but I tell you, I'm looking forward to it. John R. Barajas Jr. with a $10 super chat. Thank you, John R. Barajas Jr. What a great name. Says, Ghostbusters Afterlife was the movie we needed, but didn't deserve. I think we deserved it. I think we were patient. I think we've been good for a long time, man. Brandon, the anime guy, with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Brandon. Says, hail DC panel and friends. Ghostbusters Afterlife was exactly what we needed. Crap flicks can go F themselves for Cowboy Bebop. Rant will be epic. Yeah, I'm watching the animated Cowboy Bebop right now. And I got to say, I'm loving it. I'd never seen it before. Never seen it before.
Are you at the third DVD yet?
Not yet.
Okay, it gets better and better. The first, it's going to get better and better. I can't. Once you finish, let me know. I'd love to talk about it with you for a few minutes.
Absolutely,
because I just finished it a couple weeks ago.
Good. I will check it out, man, and we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. But I am loving it. It's a damn good show. Mr. Tickle Trunk with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Mr. Tickle Trunk. Says, hey, Valiant Renegade. Ah, shit. I sent those words in. Some days I like to poke Andre while modding. I got him to say Rumpelfunkel and Fuzzy Fazzoozle. Fuzzy Fazzoozle. That must have been great. That must have been bizarre. Rumpelfunkel and Fuzzy Fazzoozle. So there you go. That was the words that Andre spoke in that fabled clip that is coming at some point. Thank you, Mr. Tickle Trunk. Thank you, Brandon, the anime guy. Thank you, John R. Barajas Jr. Very much for that super chat. It's very kind of you, sir. And I'm glad that you enjoyed Ghostbusters Afterlife. John Edgar has been a channel member of mine for 6 months now. Thank you, John. Good to see you, sir. He says, hail DC, saw Ghostbusters last night and loved it. Outstanding, sir. Outstanding. And Christopher Mills has a very interesting comment. He says, with a $5 super chat, if any Disney spies are watching, so that you know that your 2013 Lone Ranger movie rocked. Uh-oh. Rock.
Lightsabers at dawn. Where's Zeno?
Zeno. Christopher Mills told them that their Lone Ranger movie rocked. Is there there's some shit coming?
Mike, have you got the Star Trek fight music ready?
Dun, dun, dun,
No,
dun, dun,
that's a copyright
dun,
thing.
Dun, 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 dun. Well, I just hummed it there real quick. I think that'd be great, man. We're gonna have Xenobit and Christopher Mills go mano a mano in the octagon or whatever it was. What was it on the game? Triskelion. So it would have been the Triskeliat. I don't know what the original was called. I don't know. Omniscience Sphinx with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Omniscience Sphinx. Says Willy Wonka is the living Weasley twins. Who's the Weasley twins?
So from
Harry Potter.
the surviving twin from.
Okay. I never got into Harry Potter. Those movies. Yeah, I don't know.
I would say that is a wonderful piece of headcanon you've got there, but that's as far as that'll go.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know anything about Harry Potter. I never got into it.
Me neither.
Yeah.
I mean, it's. I know it's like stereotype terrible, but yeah, I kind of did, and it was fun. It was a good ride.
I had a little sister that loved it, and we went all the time. I went and saw them all. They're enjoyable movies. I like them. I'm not like foaming rabbit about it, but I thought they were good. So.
Yeah, I thought they were, like a good series of books, good series of movies, teaching some pretty decent morals along the way for young kids. And, overall, decent plot points. I mean, don't get me wrong. I got together with the Coven and we pull them apart and, kind of like when two professional stunt people get together and watch a fight scene and just be like, no, that doesn't work, kind of thing. We kind of do the same thing.
Right.
I just got, I saw that Prisoner of Azkaban. Yeah. Yep. And I was done. I was done with it in all of them when they let the hippogriff get executed for nothing that it did. It was innocent. They let it get executed because they couldn't be bothered, I guess, to save it. It's like, it's a bummer. Until then they had to because it was their ass. And then they go back and save it. You can suck my ass. I just, fuck you. You bunch of fucking cowardly hypocrite pieces of shit that allowed that magical creature to die the first time around. Oh, gee, bummer. And then you only go back and save it because it benefits you. You go fuck yourselves, you little shits. So I was done with it. Yeah. It's like I wasn't in the whole series from the beginning, but I saw that. I was like, holy shit.
Hey man, not everyone's into all the things in nerddom. That's what's wonderful about nerddom is we can, have some variety and everyone can enjoy it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying for me, that little bit of cavalier treatment of executing an innocent creature, just couldn't get behind it. I was done with the series after that. Couldn't get into it. Sorry. That's not heroism. That's just cowardly piece of shit little creeps that they couldn't be bothered to lift a finger to help it when it was innocent. And they just let it die until it was like, oh gosh, now we're fucked because we got to go back and save it. Fuck yourselves. So I was done with it. Yeah. Anyway, there you go. Mercenary X2. I have a soft spot for animals. Okay. I'm
Fair.
just saying.
Fair.
Mercenary X21 with a $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says Ghostbusters video game is the third movie. Afterlife is the fourth movie, and I will always consider 1 and 2 in the video game canon, no matter what. With respect, I accept Afterlife is about family. Always remember. Good points, man. I'm looking forward to seeing it, and I'm excited, man. I'm excited. Susan Dolan. With a $5 super chat. Thank you, Susan. Says Sideshow just released 4 statues of each of the classic Ghostbusters. They were freaking awesome, and they were the exact likenesses of all 4.
Nice.
I hadn't heard of this. Have any of you guys seen this thing?
I think I saw a couple of them. Yeah. They look really good. Oh, yeah. They're pretty
Oh
good.
wow, there they are.
Yeah,
Let's see. Oh yeah,
they're pretty good.
those are
That's
pretty
solid.
good.
Yeah,
So these
And
are
they're-
statues.
they're small too. So yeah.
How big?
Well, you can see that in the corner of the image there. You got somebody's hand. holding it
Oh,
up,
that's
looks
really
like.
tiny. Yeah.
Yeah. So they look good, man.
They look like figurines more than statues.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Nicely done. Who you gonna call, man? Ghostbusters. It's the only choice. Thank you, my friend, for that. Nicholas Horton with a 10-pound super chat. Thank you, Nicholas. Says Arcane League of Legends series on Netflix was good. Good story, characters, music, and mix of 2D and 3D animation. All 9 episodes are now on Netflix, renewed for a second season. Arcane League of Legends. Have any of you guys seen that by any chance?
Yes.
No, I'm not. I'm not
And
a
it
League
is
of Legends
fucking
person.
incredible.
Really?
It's-
Oh.
The animation on it is like, and I put it on the big screen. I rarely do that anymore. I put it on the big screen and just look at it, and it's so beautiful. Like, it is probably the most beautiful animation I have ever seen, because it's a cross between, CGI
Wow.
and what looks like hand drawing stuff. And it's going to be one of the things I mentioned in Sunny Side Up, that we have a surplus of great shows and stuff out there, and Arcane is one of them. And I was never into it. I didn't like, but when I saw a couple minutes, I was like, oh yes, I will be watching this.
Holy shit. Dude, I hadn't even heard of it. Well, thank you, Nicholas Horton, for tipping us off to this.
Yeah, and Kelvington's never steered me wrong, so I'll check it out too.
That wasn't foreboding.
Yes.
Kelvington has never steered me wrong, and now he has, that bastard.
Dun, dun, dun.
Well, let's just say this: if your kidneys suddenly catch fire or something like that, you'll know why.
Uh-oh. Well, that's
Would there be like a hole in my ass? Would that be a thing too? Because I'm pretty sure you already got me on that one.
Oh,
no,
poor
that wasn't
guy.
me. That wasn't me.
That wasn't him. Thank God. Xenobit with 3 super chats in a row. Thank you, Xenobit. He says, with a $5 super chat, I took a guy 9 months to prove Doomcock was wrong about one thing. I guess we'll have to settle for the 152 things Doomcock was right about instead. Thank you, Xenobit. Well, it's why it's rumors. Some are going to be proven false. Some will come true, and that's the natural state of affairs there.
I mean, the jury's still out on that decision too, man. It's not wrong yet.
And I would argue that Doomcock was never wrong, because he was reporting it as a rumor. The only way he could be wrong is if he reported a rumor that wasn't provided to him.
Right.
So Doomcock is still right, just from a certain point of view.
No, that's true. I mean, it's exactly right. Is that these are rumors, and that's what I'm saying. And I can't be any more clear about it than putting up a graphic and saying it repeatedly. If y'all can't get that, I think that's more a personal problem than a problem on my end. But there you go. Xenobit also says, with a $2 super chat, Sony got woke first, so they learned sooner. Interesting. Interesting. And Xenobit then with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says also SJWs are screwing up PlayStation, so Sony has to fix the films so they can make money. SJWs are screwing up PlayStation? That too? Really? I don't know. I don't follow gaming news all that much. I just like to play games, but I'm not really big on gaming news per se. John Ghost with a $50 super sticker. Super effective. It's a game controller kicking ass and looking bad. That is fantastic. Hail, John Ghost. That is an extremely generous super sticker, brother. I deeply appreciate you, John, as you know. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you, sir. Thank you. And Mercenary X21 with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Mercenary X21. Says, I downloaded Ghostbusters ATC, so I wouldn't give them money. I paid regardless. I can't get it up anymore. I'm impudent for life now. Pray for me. They bring the med beds from Elysium to life before it is too late. Holy crap. What's going on, Mercenary?
I think he meant impotent for life after watching 2016. Which, as I understand, is a common ailment.
Oh, ATC is... right. What is it? Ghostbusters
Answer the call.
Yeah, oh,
for
yeah.
2016.
Okay. Yeah. It's just, yeah. Okay. Okay. So he's talking about Ghostbusters. Okay. 2016.
Yeah.
Wouldn't give the money. I can't get it up anymore. I'm impotent for life now. Pray for me. They bring the med beds from Elysium to life before it is too late. Poor bastard. You should have never looked. You should have listened. It should have been like, close your eyes, Mary, and no matter what, don't look at it. It's good advice for bullshit
Except for
movies.
Melissa McCarthy. I still say that she's a piece of ass. So
Okay.
the rest of them can be impotent. But hey,
I think she's actually 2 to 3 pieces of ass myself. But what? I'm being very what?
She's
That's
the
a,
whole time.
that's a compliment. What?
I like them large and in charge.
Melissa's delightful. She's
I do, Mike.
She's like the hostess with the mostest, I meant the hostess cupcake with the No, I didn't mean that. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just a gog. I'm all lost in a wonderland of Melissa McCarthy, and I'm a stranger in paradise, and I can't.
You should have taken a ball of yarn with you so you could find your way out of Melissa McCarthy.
Hey, you guys. Oh, you hurt my girl, man.
Oh, it's just terrible. It's so wrong. It's so wrong. I don't understand all this knee-jerk hostility. It's terrible. And they're saying unkind things about you in the chat, Gary. They're saying you're
why?
Chubby
I'm being
chaser.
serious.
He means it. Come on.
I like them a little big. I like that. I don't care as long as they're nice to me. That's the only thing I care about.
Hey, man, you do you.
I am totally being serious when I tell you that I think Melissa McCarthy is attractive. I am not bullshitting you. You guys can fucking laugh at me all you want. You can hate all you want, man. I like her.
Yeah. Look, we can see your face, dude. Next time you bullshit,
sometimes he keeps me going for like an hour, and then.
See, that's the problem with being a bullshit artist. Nobody believes you when you're telling the truth, man.
You don't believe yourself.
Okay.
Here, we're gonna test Gary live. I'm gonna test Gary live. Gary, I have a test for you, Gary. What part of her body excites you the most?
Her eyes.
Her eyes. I tell you, when Gary lost Rosie O'Donnell, he turned to Melissa McCarthy, and she hasn't let him down yet. So,
and they're saying mean things about me in the chat. Are you kidding me, guys? I'm serious.
They're just Lego Patent Films has got to go to bed. Good night, Lego Patent Films. Good night. Ed Straker. Ed Straker says my fantasy is Melissa and Amy Schumer both at once. Gary Ambrosia.
Oh Jesus God!
Wow.
Gary just made a face.
Be nice to Melissa. I don't care about Amy Schumer. Be nice to Melissa McCarthy.
Andy Masterson says he's going to make you a mini Melissa McCarthy 2-pack action set, one for you to stare at and one for you to play with.
I'm ready. Send it my way, man.
Wow, that was disturbing. I just made that up.
Cool.
Oh God, that's disturbing.
Now you just get my hopes up, Mike.
Well, let's go now to Kelvington. I think it's time for our little segment we call What's Eating You? So we want to know, in the pop culture world or in just any real life scenario, anything at all that is eating you, folks. This is what we want to know right now. And who should I start with? Kelvington, who should I start with? You pick.
And let's start with Gary, because he's had some really good ones here in the last few weeks.
Gary, is anything eating you this week?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Aside from nobody believing that, I don't like Melissa McCarthy and I have something against women a little plus size. I don't. I love women. I love them all sizes. I don't care. As long as they're nice to me. That's all I care about. Really, honestly. But no, something that's really, really pissing me off. I mean, really pissing me off. In California, we have license plates on our cars, and you have to put the registration sticker on it. And I constantly see people with old stickers behind the new sticker. Like you see the 2019, 2020, 2021. And I asked somebody, I was like, why do you do that? They said, "Oh, well, they like to see that." Who's they? and I'm like, what does that mean? No police officer gives a shit if your car was registered 2 years ago. They care if it's registered now. And then on top of it, the sticker has like a little peel here thing. It's got a little thing that says peel here on it. It's like it's the part of the sticker that you would throw away. They take that off and they put it next to the registration sticker.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
I said, "Why do you do that?" And they're like, "Well, they like to see that." And I looked up. There's got to be a term for this, right? And I didn't know what the term was. And it's a big word. It's a 50-cent word. It's obsequious, being obsequious, overly pandering to a false authority.
Very
it really
good.
just fucking drives me nuts. You see 10 of the registration stickers stacked up.
Have you ever seen? Have you ever seen it where like they look like windows like stacked on each other, like red, yellow, green,
Yes.
blue? So I had an ex. Oh God, what was her name? Oh God, I can't remember. Marisol. Marisol had a Ford. I don't know what it was. One of them small SUVs, and she did the same thing. It looked like little windows, like red, yellow. Like you can see the corner of each one. And I'm just like, why don't you just take the old one off, put the new one on? It's like, no, I like them that way.
Wow.
I don't. Yeah.
Fucking drives me nuts. That fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Bullshit. Is the way these fucking people think.
Gary, focus on Melissa's love, please. Loving Gary is easy cause I'm beautiful. That's her singing.
The
Yeah,
thing is,
live
right
this down.
now, if I went ahead and minimize Gary here, and Mexican Iron Man, if you just came on, turn on your camera,
I can
we
do
wouldn't
that.
be able to tell that you weren't Melissa at this
Oh,
point.
wait. Well, wait, that didn't sound like a compliment. Didn't feel like. Wait, what? Wait,
It was not a compliment.
It sounded really sweet at first, but it doesn't feel like a compliment.
I'm saying that Melissa McCarthy looks like a Mexican male. So there you
okay.
go. That's what I meant.
Well, thanks.
Not it was anything to do with you.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, it's okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There you go. Go ahead, Gary.
I don't know. That's pretty much it. It was a good week. I mean, we had Ghostbusters. Here we go. I'm never gonna live this down. I'm never gonna live this bullshit down, am I?
You started it. Dude.
I know I did, and now I got to go into the chat and just defend myself, and now I got to see this.
No, he doesn't. Just
No,
see-
dude.
Look, okay, all right, Kelvington. Okay, no, this is good. I'm glad you pulled this picture up. Can you, DC? Can you make that the maximum screen?
Do I have? All right.
Please,
Not
just for a
without
second.
breaking it.
Okay, tell me Melissa McCarthy on the right side isn't pretty.
I don't think the issue is whether she's chubby or not for me. The issue is her personality.
Yeah,
I'm not
it's a
talking about her
personality.
personality. I know her personality is shit. We already know that. I totally agree with you. But look at her eyes. She's pretty.
Yeah,
That's what I'm talking about.
Listen, when I look at a girl, I see the whole package.
Yeah. Personality
that
counts,
includes
bro.
Personality and
Yeah.
As long as they're nice to you, who gives a shit? Really?
oh man, it's
I
not
agree
just
with you, but I don't know if
how she's
Melissa's
nice
going to be
you.
nice to you. She seems mean sometimes.
And
That's
it's not
fine.
just nice to you; it's nice to other people around you too, man. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's all I cared about, but I thought she was pretty. God damn.
Well, there you go.
Hang
All
me
right.
from a tree. Jeez, you
Yeah,
guys.
but you're saying
Oh, no,
look.
we don't say that.
Okay, yeah.
What?
We don't say that phrase.
No, we don't.
What?
I don't know. Anyway, I look, dude. You're married anyway, so it's
I know.
it's completely irrelevant.
Hey, man. It's cool. I'm good. I'm done. We can drop
and
this
listen,
segment.
married doesn't mean
Real-
dead. Okay, married does not mean dead.
No, but yeah, but still, I mean, he's retired. He's off the market. He's off the market.
I got a what's eating me,
Oh, okay, Mexican Iron Man, go ahead.
and you'll relate to this, D. Time flies, and there's like, if I could have a wish, I would like slow down time. Like there are not enough hours in the day. There's not enough days in the week. How the hell are we already on November 20th? No, 21st now. November 21st. When did that happen? I mean,
I know it's flying. Isn't it?
time just flies. I swear, once that freaking daylight saving time thingy happens, I just feel like things speed up. I know it's just a 1 hour differential, but twice a year that 1 hour little thing just screws me up. And once it changes, it's like now I'm in a steeplechase. You know, Thanksgiving's around the corner. Halloween came and went. Christmas is around the corner. Then the tax season's around the corner after that. But I don't know. I'm frustrated. I get a lot of stuff done, but I'm just frustrated at how much time there isn't in life. And I swear, once that clock changes, things speed up. It just feels like things just speed up.
It is evil and disturbing. I can't believe it's already this far into November. It's odd. It's very odd.
I can take my last year goals and just scratch out the year and put a new year on it. Now I got my list for this year. Like your New Year's resolutions, all the ones I had for 2021. I'm like, all right, let's just scratch those out. But 2022.
Yep. It's an easy change. It's an easy update. Yep. Unfortunately. Kelvington, what is eating you this week?
Well, I used to work with the Muppets, and I was a big fan. I worked with them back in the original days in the 70s with Sesame Street and whatnot. And this month, they introduced their first Asian Muppet. Now, I'm going to tell you straight out, Jim Henson would never have seen real ethnicity in Muppets. Nope. He never saw them as anything but puppets.
Right.
That's the way it was. They were just puppets. But this is the first Asian puppet. Now, if she's Asian, then what is Bert? Because Bert looks a little more Asian in some way than the Asian Muppet does. And if Bert's not Asian, then what about Julia, the Muppet with autism? Like, when I look at these three, I look at them and I go, one of these things is not like the other. One of these things doesn't belong. And the one that I think doesn't belong is the Asian Muppet because it doesn't look Asian. Now, if we're going to say that is an Asian Muppet, then what the fuck is Ernie? Is he a Native American Muppet? Because he looks like he could be Native American. And one of the things that when back in my era, they came up with, or excuse me, I should say, now they have 2 African American Muppets. Okay, that's fine. And they say these are the first African American Muppets they created. And I'm like, well, if those are the first, then who the fuck are these? Because that is Roosevelt Franklin and his mom. And they were both voiced by African American actors. And they were, puppeteered by other people, but Loretta Long and Matt Robinson were the voices.
Oh,
and
wow.
They were taken off of Sesame Street because they said they gave a bad ethnic stereotyping. All they did was have them sing songs and do the alphabet. How is that possible? And if like the first 2, black Muppets don't count, then is Oscar the Grouch a homeless Muppet? Like, is he living in a trash can on choice? And is Katy Perry about to be felt up by Elmo?
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, and they took that segment down too because they said it was too sexualized. Now, here's my favorite one. Here's Snuffleupagus, who they put pants on, and Big Bird. Now, Snuffleupagus was supposed to be an imaginary character, but people complained and said, well, we think that him being an imaginary character will cause children who've been sexually abused not to say anything because they mocked Big Bird for having this imaginary character. And I was like, Jesus Christ, what is the longest fucking stretch you can make to make that work? Like, so they had to make him a real character. And I was blown away by that logic. And then, of course, finally, if we have Asian characters and Asian Muppets, if Bert and Ernie are not gay Muppets, then I don't know what is, because Bert looks pretty happy with Ernie on his back for whatever reason. So that's my scree about the Muppets. And I was very upset about the quote unquote Asian Muppet that is brand new. And I was like, she doesn't look all that Asian in my mind, but maybe I'm seeing something or I'm missing something. The other thing that was bugging me this week, of course, as you know, I look for information and I try to find things about various shows and whatnot. And this week it happened to be Star Trek Discovery. And I happened to find a list of the 10 things that Star Trek Discovery stole from other media. if you'd like to see it.
Yes, Kelvington. Let's check it out.
All right, here are the top 10 things Star Trek Discovery ripped off this week. Number 10, Prometheus. Number 9, Spider-Man. Number 8, Iron Man.
Damn.
Number 7, Star Trek The Motion Picture. Number 6, and this one is a deep cut, Cody the Robo-Sapien. Here's an easier one. Number 6, Star Wars Mouse Droid. Number 5, The Mothman Prophecy. Number 4, Moby Dick. The Venture Brothers. Number 2, The Hangover. And the number 1 thing Star Trek Discovery ripped off this week, The Producers.
Oh dear.
So those were the things that I was eaten by this week.
It ate you up. Ate you up.
It did.
Corion, Witch in Residence, what ate you up this week?
All right. So up here, we have certain policies to deal with certain bugs that have come over from unknown locations of indeterminate origin, shall we say. And the rule in my kids' school is if there are 3 separate cases, then they shut down the school until whatever time they've decided. This week they had 2. Now listen, last year I spent the whole year with my daughter at home and me working at home and my wife working at home. I can't do that again. I cannot have my daughter yelling at classmates again for a whole year. The madness must end. Please, please let it end.
Okay, fair enough. Holy shit. No, that sucks.
Yeah, I can't do this again. I cannot have my daughter at home yelling at the rest of the kids in her class to be quiet so that the teacher can tell my kid to be quiet. It's madness.
God. Okay.
I thank God I'm not a parent right now. I really do. I feel bad for parents out there that have to deal with this shit, and I feel bad for the kids.
Yeah.
I really do.
I mean, look, my kid has been awesome throughout this when it comes to dealing with the world. She's been pretty good about things. She's, done as good as I think a kid can do in circumstances well beyond her control. But it's just a matter of 6 months out of the year, basically in my part of the world, you're more or less stuck inside because of snow and winter and crap. So I kind of looked at the outbreak as like, well, it's just a really, really long winter. Well, I can't do another really long winter, man. I need to get outside. I need to go, go flirt with, my wife and I need to go flirt with young nubile women. Like this is enough,
I hear you. Well, man, I hope we're rounding the corner on this shit and that, things will get better, knock wood. Knock wood. All right. So I think that was everyone, wasn't it? Did everyone get it?
Yep.
Get their turn?
Yes, sir.
Fair
Except
enough.
You.
That's right. What's eating me this week? I've had such a hard week. Trying to think about what is eating my ass is kind of difficult. I mean, I'm gonna have to think about it. I totally. I think this whole fact that there even is a Star Trek Discovery season 4, I think is just rotting my ass. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. But I mean, obviously it's going to be horrible. I mean, was it Kelvington? Wasn't it awful?
Holy Christ. It was it gets worse and worse. And I don't think that's possible. It was that bad. And Mikey Spock is insufferable. And only made more so in season 4. Like, good God almighty.
Wow.
Oh, and Kelvington. Wow. Oh boy.
What?
I'm just saying, I wasn't gonna watch it. Now I'm tempted why?
No,
I just had
Mike,
the good taste of Ghostbusters. I'm not gonna do it to myself. I'm not.
Yeah,
gonna.
Mike, don't do it to yourself, man. You have so much to live for.
You do.
Yeah.
You do.
I got He-Man
Step off that ledge, man.
and I got. Yeah, you know what? I gotta save my energy for He-Man because I'm sure that's gonna be crap.
Oh yeah.
I've seen He-Man. I've seen the last 5 episodes, and there's 100% more He-Man in these 5.
Oh, okay. Well, wait, what? Hold on. Well, wait.
There's more He-Man, but it's too late. I'm burned as far as that goes. I don't give a shit anymore. It's just they fucked it up. They fucked it up bad.
Yeah.
Primer with a $20 super chat. Hail Primer says Bridesmaids has to be one of the most overrated and soul-crushingly unfunny movies I've ever seen. I didn't get more than 20 minutes in before I shut it off. I'd rather get my teeth drilled without Novocaine than watch it again. So I haven't seen Bridesmaids. I don't know anything about it, but it does sound kind of shitty, to be honest.
It's like an unfunny version of The Hangover.
Yeah, kind of like Ghostbusters 2016 was an unfunny version of Ghostbusters, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the same cast, largely, right?
Yeah, basically.
Yes.
So,
and this was my thing that I was telling Gary backstage, which is, Melissa McCarthy, regardless what you think of her, in Bridesmaids, she takes a dump in a sink, and that was like, that's the last time I could think of her as, anything sexual. And I was like, that's all she wrote. I can't see her that way because you took a dump in a sink.
wow.
That is so hot.
See, Gary is so full of shit. He's been giving us shit the
Or at
whole
least the
fucking
sink
night.
is.
So I haven't. I'm serious. I swear I'm not.
Yeah. Fuck off. All right.
Oh,
All right, you bastard. Thank you, Primer. Not a banned account with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says you should join the army because Emma has 2 moms. I don't understand that. What is that? I don't get it. You should join the army because Emma has 2 moms.
No idea.
I don't know what that means. Hail,
We'll
not
have
a
to
banned
flip
account.
over all the cards.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I don't quite get it, but I am grateful for the support, brother. Thank you for the super chat. Matthew Valente with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Matthew. Says, how do you think SJWs will react to this film making more money at the box office than Ghostbusters 2016 could ever hope to? I hope that they go ring and that they explode. That would be great. Little pieces of shit.
Look, they live in their own separate reality from the rest of humanity. So they're going to pull some weird math out and say, well, no, it actually didn't make more money than the 2016.
Uh-huh.
The 2016 is superior. You watch. That'll be what it'll...
Well, they'll just lie. That's what they do. They ignore facts. They ignore logic. You cannot debate these people, which is why it's a waste of time on Twitter, because they are not fact-based and they are not logical. And they just basically lie about their positions and lie about your position. And it's just wasting time talking in circles, trying to reason with these scumbags. It just doesn't work. Forget it. Forget it. And they're saying, Ekim Althar saying it's in reference to that woke army recruiting ad. I haven't seen it, so I don't know. There's a new woke recruiting ad. John Jensen says he means the new U.S. Army recruiting ad. It is horrible.
I heard about this.
That's why it's wonderful to be Canadian, is all I'll say to
that. Fair enough.
Yeah, because you guys aren't woke.
No,
we have a different weird woke nonsense going on.
Oh,
it's
no.
Not worse, just different.
Just different. Yeah, that makes sense. Dwayne Morris with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Dwayne. Says, no. Paul Rudd's character has said that it has not been a ghost sighting in 30 years. That's how Ghostbusters 2016 was erased. Well, if Rudd said there's not been a ghost sighting in 30 years, that would do it. Did that happen, guys? Do you remember him saying that?
Yeah, but that was kind of a spoiler, so we weren't going to talk about that. The one about the timeline you already known about. That's why I was limiting to that.
Well, I don't think that's I mean, that's just one little line, and that would definitely erase Ghostbusters 2016. So that's pretty straight up saying that shit never happened. I love it.
There was literally not one reference to that at all in the movie, not that I know of.
Even the promotional material where they've referenced previous Ghostbusters completely ignores 2016.
I love it.
It just didn't even exist.
Yeah.
Doomcock, I just watched the ad.
Uh-oh. 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 I think we broke the Mexican Iron Man.
Raised by two loving.
Uh-oh.
Okay, here's the description. Okay, breathe, Mexican Iron Man.
Oh, he's losing it.
Okay. Raised by two loving and inspiring mothers, Emma excelled in school. But as a college student, she realized the challenge she truly sought required a surprising new direction. Now, I have the link here to the video, but this is what Emma says. She says, I had a fairly typical childhood, and it goes right to like her two moms, I guess. I took ballet, I played violin, and then I marched for equality.
Your
Well,
American Armed
typical.
Forces,
That's
ladies
typical.
and gentlemen. Your armed forces. They're giving this a gun.
And here's the funny thing. Number one, like these woke idiots don't want a gun. And number two is these woke idiots talk about being social justice warriors. You know what? When I was a kid, I actually had causes I believed in. When I was stood up against apartheid, I was part of 2 busloads of kids that got arrested in the president's office. You have no courage when you're hiding behind a keyboard, attacking people and calling them names that that are unearned. You know what I mean? Yeah. Create something original. Do something. Be positive. And if you're going to take a stand, make sure there's integrity. Emma, she marched for equality. So she marched for equality. Now she's
marched for equality.
Now she marched for equality. That means she'll be ready to march in a battle.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
And she's wearing a rainbow shirt.
Oh, well, of course. What would you expect?
Good God. God, we better not get in a war. We're dead. It's over. It's over.
Oh, my.
Oh, God.
Remember that shot in Vietnam of the guy going around sticking daisies in the barrels of the rifles of the, National Guard guys that were arrayed there? So basically it would be like going and putting unicorn horns down there or rainbows or something.
Yeah. DC, just think about it this way. The robot armies will have that easier a time.
That's very true. That's very true. You spray my giant robots with rainbows. It doesn't really do much to them, except piss them off. So you probably don't want to. Do that. Just a word of advice. Oz Muerte with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Oz. Says proud Ghost Corps member here. Joked with my team about who our boss is for over a year. Knew what was up. Glad to finally see it. Can I get a shout out for my department? Facebook, Savannah Metro Ghostbusters. Twitter, @SavMetroGB. So here we go. I'll pop those into the chat for any of you who want to contact Oz Muerte or his group. So let me pop that in here real quick. Hail Oz Muerte. And there you go. So check it out, folks. Check it out. Hail Oz Muerte, and thank you, sir, for that support in the super chat. Ryan Jack with a $10 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Ryan. Says, take this $10 I saved by not going to Rise of Skywalker in the theater. Hail Doomcock and Timothy Zahn trilogy. The real 7, 8, and 9. Yeah, the Zahn trilogy is really, really good. I had not read it before. I'm almost finished with it now, and I've been enjoying it thoroughly. Much, much better than the garbage we got. That should have been shot way back in the day. Bad mistake. Super Sentai Guy with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Super Sentai Guy. Says, you mentioned the Ghostbusters video game from 2009. I was a beta tester on this game, and I have all kinds of fun little stories behind the scenes. Well, shit. Super Sentai Guy. Listen, dude, why don't you contact me at dictorvandoomcock@gmail.com and see if we can't get you on the show next week in the spotlight to go ahead and talk about your Ghostbusters video game developer stories. I think it'd be super cool. Don't you guys think that'd be interesting?
Oh yeah, it's great.
Absolutely.
Dude, Super Sentai Guy. Drop me a line at dictorvandoomcock@gmail.com and we will set it up, dude. Thank you. Matthew Valente with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Matthew. Says, how will SJWs react when they announce the sequel to this film? I guess they'll maybe go and melt. Need to go to their safe space, and when they're in their safe space, we'll shut it and lock it. Sounds good. Let's get a lock for that safe space, shall we? I think it'd be working. Tony Yule with a $10 super chat. Hail, brother! Hail and happy birthday, Tony Yule. He says, I've seen a recent picture of George Lucas from Echo Base Network, and he's not looking so good. Oh, that's terrible, man. The fandoms need to fight this and get this witch gone. We're doing the best we can, man.
And
We're doing the best we can, but what the fuck can we... Oh, not you. You're talking about KK. Sorry.
I was waiting for that.
Yes, it's not you. It's not you. He wasn't talking about you. But I'm sorry to hear that George Lucas isn't really looking so good these days. I wonder what's wrong with him. Guess it's just age. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate that, brother. And Mercenary X21 with a $5 super chat. Hail! Mercenary X21 says, multiple people dead at Wisconsin Christmas parade, including children. CV plows through crowd, looks intentional. What's a CV? Did anyone hear about it?
Bus?
I heard something about this, but I didn't have time to check it out.
I don't know anything about it, but holy shit, that's terrible. I'm sorry, Mercenary X21. Jesus Christ.
That's no good.
CV plows through crowd, looks intentional. It's
commuter vehicle or something, maybe?
Something like that.
Maybe.
Commercial vehicle, maybe.
I don't know, dude. Yeah. That's fucking awful. I'm sorry to hear that.
No good.
Yeah. Merry Christmas. Jesus. Lucas Bachman with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Lucas Bachman. Says, I encourage folks to read an article, The Real Ghost Hunting History of the Aykroyds on Mental Floss, circa 2016. So the Aykroyd brothers, I know that, Dan Aykroyd was very interested in the paranormal, and he's an interesting guy to listen to. Really interesting. Yeah. I loved his interview on Joe Rogan. I don't know if you all checked it out.
Yeah, that was good. He did another one. I can't remember. I think it was, he was talking about like Men in Black and teleporting away when he was trying to catch him and stuff like that. He was going into some heavy stuff. Check that one out too. I think it's about an hour and a half on somewhere on YouTube or something.
Damn. All right. I will check that out.
It's heavy.
I will say this, having listened to Dan talk about stuff that I am aware of, I 100% believe that he is extremely well read on the subject, and he's been reading the right stuff because he has more stuff right than he has anything else.
Wow. So. Dan Aykroyd's got cred, folks.
Yeah. He does. Good person too. Good person.
Yeah,
and
I'm sorry about his brother. What was that, Kelvington?
Hell of a vodka. His Crystal Skull vodka.
It is
so smooth. Oh man,
it is good. I really, by the end of the bottle, I was kind of hooked on it. It's like because I've got many vodkas. I'm a big fan of vodka. It's a very useful alcohol, and but that Crystal Head stuff, really good. Really pure and smooth and a more natural flavor. He doesn't use glycerides, flavor packs or anything in it. It's fascinating listening to him talk about the process of it. He's very passionate about it too. So very good stuff. Thank you, Lucas Bachman, sir. Bun Bun 299 with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Bun Bun. Says, saw Ghostbusters Afterlife this weekend. I saw nothing but respect in it. Phoebe was not a Mary Sue and definitely Egon's granddaughter. Apology accepted, Sony. See, there you go. Sony got it right again, man. That's fantastic. Think about it. That is progress, folks. That's progress. We're winning. This may be a turn in the tide here, don't you think?
I think it would be absolutely wonderful if this nonsense started with Ghostbusters 2016 and ended with Ghostbusters Afterlife.
I think that would be perfect. I think it'd be absolutely perfect. Tony Yule with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Tony. Says a message to Kathleen Kennedy. Fade out. Nice, Tony. Nice, sir. And John Ghost with another $50 super sticker. Thank you, John, of a game controller doing a punch and a spin kick and saying super effective with a V for victory sign. Hail, John Ghost. Thank you for that super sticker, brother. Are you enjoying the show? Are you folks enjoying the show? Are you having fun tonight? I certainly hope so, and I hope John Ghost is. Thank you, John. I appreciate you, brother. Liger fan is a new channel member at the Dominion level. Thank you, Liger fan. Thank you, sir. Welcome to the channel membership. Really appreciate you joining the ranks of the fans. Here, thank you, Liger fan, and welcome to Xanadu. Digi Akuma with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Digi Akuma. Says, saw the Willow Meet the Cast vid on IGN earlier, and here I am thinking, will they pull a Palpatine on Bav Morda along with expected wokeness insert? Maybe. I really don't know much about Willow at all. Any thoughts on this Willow? Is it going to be woke and garbage, or is it going to be worth seeing? Anybody?
Is Ron Howard involved?
No.
Okay, then. All right.
The thing that I found, and I thought somebody here might have mentioned it, which was, it might have been Mexican Iron Man, in fact, that they showed the cast picture, and it's, supposed to be a bunch of little people, and the only little person was Warwick Davis. Everybody else was standard height. And it was like, isn't there like little fairies and stuff all through Willow? Like, why is he the only little person?
Yeah, exactly. I love Willow originally. I mean, but I have no interest in seeing this. I can't take another thing I love being jacked up unless an overwhelming number of people tell me it's awesome. I'm not going to go there.
Yeah.
Who's involved in the production? Do we know anything about it at all?
I think Mexican Iron Man does, because he's.
Yeah, I mean, I brought this up. Was it 2 weeks ago? Here, hold on.
Yes.
Oh, give me a second.
Who's the like big shot on it?
Yeah.
Anybody we've heard of?
I'll tell you right now. Stand by.
I know Kennedy is like.
But she's not
on it.
I'd be leery if Howard was involved in it because of what he did with Solo. I know about what he pulled behind Solo's back.
All right, it's directed by Stephen Wolfenden, written by Jonathan Kasdan, Hannah Friedman, and John Bickerstaff. Let's see.
Okay, that's Lawrence Kasdan's son.
Stephen Wolfenden, Pokemon Detective Pikachu, Legend of Tarzan, and Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince.
Okay, it's got a chance. I think.
So that's the director. The lead writers are. Okay, this guy's what did he do? Nothing we've heard. Oh, he worked on Westworld season 2 and 3.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh well.
So he was a lead writer on season 2 and 3 of Westworld. The lead writer for Willow is a lead writer for season 2 and 3 of Westworld.
Oh my God.
And
that's terrible.
The second lead writer is Hannah Friedman, who is best known for her work on Stand By. 2018's hit called Trolls, The Beat Goes On. What is that?
That's a kid's movie.
I don't know.
I have nothing. I haven't heard of any of this crap that's on her list.
Who's the executive on it, Mike?
That would be Stand By.
He's researching.
Well, on my IMDb Pro, executive produce. Oh, Julia Cooperman and Hamid Shaukat. Julia Cooperman is best known for Colony. What's that?
Sounds like a TV show.
And Jupiter's Legacy. What was that?
No, that was on Netflix.
So is this a KK joint? Is that what this is?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I don't see KK's name anywhere on the credits, other than she's the.
Oh, okay.
She's the EP.
Well,
no,
she's
apparently
not
not.
list. Look here. I'll share my screen. Hold on. Watch here. Hold on. As per Mexican
If you
Iron
go
Man.
to her IMDb, you'll see she's listed as an EP.
Well, yeah, but
Well,
that's
yeah,
because of the
but on-
Producers Guild. She has to be, right?
I really don't know.
I suppose.
Possibly, but
I'm
that
just
might
saying,
just
like,
be
when you-
contractual.
Right. I'm just saying when you look at it, there's the director.
Huh.
James Newton Howard's on the score. That's good. Jonathan Kasdan. That's Lawrence Kasdan's son, right?
Yeah, but he worked on
Yes.
Solo, right? So I mean, that's shit.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, he's a guy that got.
Oh my
got
God,
the
he came
job.
from Solo.
Yeah, I mean, so basically, this guy Jonathan Kasdan is going to put the low in Willow.
Okay.
That's what he's going to do.
Well, that's not good. That
No,
doesn't look
no,
good.
Willow's looking bad.
Moving
man.
on, next super chat. I'm depressed.
Yeah.
I'm already depressed.
We're good. We got.
We
this.
know.
We're moving on.
You know, Bruce Campbell used to play a game at the conventions it was called Project Greenlight. And we'd bring people up on stage and he would do this. And because this is where sometimes reading credits is not the best thing. And he would say, look, I'm going to give you the guy who directed, like From Earth to the Moon and Arachnophobia and several of the Roger Rabbit cartoons. I'm going to give you Tim Curry, who is an amazing star, and Laura Linney. Do you greenlight this movie? And everyone would go, yes. And he'd go, congratulations, you just made Congo.
Oh, that bastard.
Yeah, I guess the proof is going to be in the pudding, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it seems like to me, based on what I'm seeing, that they've got a lot of people involved that are very good at making children's stuff. So my guess is that this is going to be a great show for my daughter to see, but that's about it.
Interesting. Yeah.
Eh,
I don't know. I'm not looking forward to it now.
Doesn't look
This is
good.
bad. No, it's not looking good.
Outlook
at all.
says no.
Yeah. Magic 8 Ball is never wrong about these things. Xenobit with a $5 super chat. Again, thank you, Xenobit. Says the Eternals and Cowboy Bebop got negative reviews because not woke enough. Not all men are worthless. No transgender. The women were not perfect. So it sounds like he's liking Eternals or Cowboy Bebop, but I've heard, the Eternals looks like shit, and Cowboy Bebop, the live action thing, looks like it's kind of perverted everything. I don't know, Xenobit. I'm not looking forward to either one of those. I mean, I didn't go see Eternals. Why bother? I mean, did you guys see Eternals? I know, Kelvington, you saw it for some reason.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
It's my fucking job. Yes.
I think if I saw it, like I remember going to a theater, I remember buying a ticket, and then there's this blank space in my mind, and I woke up in a dumpster singing nursery rhymes in a Nokian. So I know something happened. And I know it was bad. But I don't recall exactly what it was.
In a Nokian, that's bad. John D, man. John D. Well, I have to say, I maybe not woke enough. I don't know, but I'm not looking forward to either one of those things. Tony Yule with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Tony. Says in other news, Halo, the TV series produced by George Lucas's best friend Steven Spielberg, hits Paramount Plus next year. See, now you had me up until you said Paramount Plus. I won't give those morons a dime, not a penny. Paramount Plus, Jesus Christ, who the fuck watches that? It's just CBS all ass with a new lacquer job or new layer of paint. What is the paint? What is the paint for failure? What color can you buy for failure? That would be the coat.
Industrial gray.
Yeah, industrial gray is Paramount Plus. I don't know who does anybody pay for Paramount Plus here? No,
I get it
Nope.
for free.
you do.
You're
Yes.
overpaying if you got it for free.
Yeah, they need
Well,
to pay you.
yeah,
dude.
if I want to stop getting it, I have to pay $50 a month.
Shit. Well, you don't want that. You don't want that. So anyway, yeah, man, I guess we'll take a look at it. Tony, thank you for the heads up. Halo, the TV series. I've never played a Halo, so I don't know a lot about the lore. I did watch Red versus Blue, which I thought was hilarious back in the day.
The Halo lore is actually pretty solid. I would equate it to, if anything, it really feels like what Robert Heinlein would have done with Starship Troopers had he done it in a more modern era. So
Interesting. Thank you, Tony Yule. X-Wing with two $4.99 super chats. Thank you, X-Wing. Says, Hail Doom, Hail Valiant, the panel in the chat. Have a great night. And then he says with the second super chat, I missed Iron Man down there. Hail X-Wing. He was just
Hail
sending,
X-Wing.
sending shouts out there. Yeah, X-Wing is great, man.
Yeah, I was on the stream with them earlier, going over lightsaber collections.
There's people with lightsaber collections, really?
Yeah, me and the Star Wars guys in X-Wing, we all pulled out. I mean, we didn't go through all of them because I didn't have time, but I mean, I pulled out about 5 of mine, and then they've got at least 5 or 10 of each of them. I mean, I own 24 right now.
Wow.
Yeah, of all different price ranges, but all independent. I don't buy any of that Star Wars crap from Galaxy's Edge. You know,
Mike, somewhere in Sun Valley, there is a prop shop the size of Costco. And if you go into the old time area where they have props from the teens and the 20s, there is an entire display case filled with Graflex flash tubes.
Oh,
Hundreds of them. And it's just like, I remember seeing them and I'm like, that's 400 lightsabers right there. Wow.
Okay, I'm going after I visit you.
We'll go. We'll get over there.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Take you over there.
Let's go. I'll drive.
And here I was going to say, I just have my 2 Dooku sabers.
You got Dooku sabers?
Yeah, man. It's the only lightsaber with a pistol grip, which is what I used to fence.
No shit. Wow.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, that's neat. I didn't know that about you.
Yeah, I used to, before I blew up my knee terribly, I used to do sword fighting. It was a lot of fun.
Very cool.
You know what they, mostly for exercise, right? Because you know what they say, live by the sword, live a good, long, healthy life, and
Sure.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Yeah. But yeah, I used to fight saber and pistol grip because you can do a lot of momentum in a very short amount of time with it. So
Count Dooku knew something. He was onto something there.
Yeah. Well, the actor was a professional, learned how to properly sword fight as well. So
Christopher Lee.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that either. Tony Yule with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Tony. Says, if Jodie Whittaker is gone or regenerated back into the Doctor, a man Doctor, who would you cast as the Doctor? Me? Jude Law. Well, I mean, Jude Law is very good. He'd make a fine Doctor. He wouldn't do it, I'm sure, but I mean, I think it'd be an interesting choice for that, Tony. I think that's a good point. Hail Tony Yule, and thank you, sir. Phantom Boomer with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Phantom Boomer. Says, hail, boss. I'm offline being political. Be back when I cool off. Well, okay, man. Thanks
Best
for
to do that offline.
Yeah, thanks for not bringing that politics crap in here. I appreciate it. Hail to you, sir. That's some restraint there. That's some restraint. Patrick Mousson with a $10 Australian super chat. Thank you, Patrick. Says, hail, Lord Doomcock and panel. Well, 5 more weeks until Afterlife releases in Australia. One saving grace, apart from McKenna Grace's Phoebe, rewatching Ghostbusters 1, Ghostbusters 2, No Way Home debuts December 16th. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm looking forward to, No Way Home just because all the different Spider-Men are going to make appearances in it. I haven't liked the current Marvel Universe take on Spider-Man or, Peter Parker. It just doesn't work for me.
See, I don't know. I have enjoyed it. I know it's not the comic Peter Parker. This is a very different Peter Parker, but I do like the take. that they're doing with it. I've looked at it from that perspective, that it's a fun way to interpret the character. I think this has a lot of potential to go somewhere very, very interesting, though. So
cool. Darth DJJD says Red Letter Media is blasting the Ghostbusters film as crap, calling it a copy of The Force Awakens.
What
only made to satisfy man babies? Are you fucking kidding me? What has Red Letter Media fucking lost their minds?
There's several sites that have blasted this film in the last 4 or 5 days. Several.
But Red Letter Media?
Well, they're crazy anyways. I mean,
I thought they used to be
I get
cool.
what he's saying. I get what he's saying, and I could make that argument if I had to, but you're not going to care about it. Trust me. Like I said, if you stood in line for 20 hours to see the film, you would not be disappointed with it.
Damn, that's weird. That's really weird. And Bruce Wayne says, just got off work and thought I'd check in. Hail Bruce Wayne, although it's weird. Bruce Wayne works? Really?
I think he means Bruce Wayne's night job.
Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough. Red Letter Media is fucked in the head, man. I don't know what's going on with them. They were so cool, man. They were really cool. I don't know what's happened to them. They were saying it was for men babies and shit. Fuck them. Holy shit, man.
They're probably watching this stream.
I doubt it, but I mean, my God. Rob Alta says RLM isn't what it used to be. Clearly. Jesus, what happened to them? Brian Schiller says, I never pay any attention to bedwetter media. I don't know.
Clever.
That's really weird. Wow.
They traded reason for madness, clearly.
Clearly, dude. I don't know what the fuck's going on with them.
They were bought by somebody. You know, they're paid by somebody.
Yeah. You think they're bought and paid for at this point?
Well, I mean, you know, I do this for free. I don't make any money. You know, they make a shitload of money, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You know, they're bought and paid for. All these fuckers are.
I didn't think they were like woke or otherwise. That's just bizarre. Ovaltine Patrol says, keep in mind that Mike Stoklasa has previously identified himself as a man baby. Then what the fuck's his problem? I don't know. That's weird. Dayhawk666 with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Dayhawk666. Says, I have created a new tortilla called Tortilla X.
Not only is that not going to catch on, I am going to take my rabbit chicken army and invade that warehouse and cleanse it of such perilous talk. That is not Mexican Iron Man approved such talk.
I know, and he goes on further, and he says, Dayhawk666 says with a $1.99 super chat, Tortilla X is goody goody with rabbit chicken X.
No.
Why?
There shall never be this. I can be certain. There will never be rabbit chicken served on a Tortilla X or any X or Latin X or Mexican X or Taco X or anything similar. I ran out of things to say, but
Holy shit, that's scary. That's scary.
No.
I know, man. Dayhawk666 is evil. He used to be goody goody Dayhawk, but now he's Dayhawk666. He's gone bad. Xenobit, thank you, Dayhawk666. Xenobit with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Xenobit. Says cultural milestone. One Piece hit episode 1000. Wow. Holy shit. That's a lot. Dude, that's a lot. I guess One Piece is one of the biggest animes in the world, and I haven't seen it yet. So
it's certainly one of the longest running.
Yeah, it's amazing. Super Blubber Puss in the chat is saying, I wouldn't judge RLM too quickly. Well, I'm not really judging him. I haven't seen it. I'm just, if this is true, though, that's weird. Because, I mean, those guys have been cool in the past, and I don't know why they would say that kind of shit. But
it seems kind of like a trend that everybody's following. They're just trashing this movie because people like it.
Yeah.
You know, that's all that matters is that you guys like it, or if we like it, or whatever, you know, just us, the fans. That's all that matters. It doesn't fucking matter what any of these fucking people say.
That's really, really weird. Crazy Junior in the chat says, Overlord DVD, the reason for the handle on Dooku's lightsaber is because he had arthritis in his wrist and couldn't flex it properly, or at least that's the story I heard.
Okay, so what I had heard and what I know is that Christopher Lee was a classically trained sword fighter. A lot of classically trained sword fighters prefer the pistol grip because it allows twisting motions from your hands. So when you're holding a saber, if you're holding it in like a traditional kind of grip, you have to turn your whole wrist in order to get a fair bit of movement. But with a pistol grip, even just the slightest motion gives you a lot of twist on the blade. So it actually makes parrying a lot easier. It's a much faster defensive sort of style of hilt, if you will. So knowing that he's classically trained, seeing the saber he went with, that is the jump I am making.
Fair enough. Mercenary X21 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says that $5 super chat wasn't political. Good. Not sure which one it was, but thank you, Mercenary X21. Well, one got redacted or something. I don't know what happened. Anyway, I do trust my wrenches. They know what's up. Kathleen Morrison with a Doomicorn. Thank you, Kathleen Morrison, for that Doomicorn. Very much appreciated. Narat Anaxaman Bear with a $5 super chat says, what all herps does Corleone keep? What all herps? HERPS?
Reptiles.
Oh, okay. Okay, I get you. I didn't know what the fuck that meant.
I have a Saharan Uromastix, which is it looks kind of like a turtle without a shell, and has a big tail that is all spikes. Kind of cool looking. I have a pair of oxalotls, which are Mexican lungfish. They're adorable looking. Up until this week, I had a Australian bearded dragon, but unfortunately he passed. And I have a leopard gecko.
Oh, they're pretty. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's all that's living with us right now. But we rescue reptiles routinely, so there's always somebody coming in.
Okay, that's awesome. That's cool. Good job, man. I'm glad you do that.
Well, somebody's got to give them a home, right?
Yes, and Kelvington, holy shit, in the chat, Kelvington just dropped a fascinating bit of trivia. He said Christopher Lee saw the last public execution in France, a beheading, no less.
Yeah.
Yeah, he talks about that quite often, and it's in a lot of his books. And they kind of think this is what turned him to like the horror side of things, that, it was as gruesome an event as he had ever seen in his existence. And he fought in a couple wars. So he saw some shit, but this beheading, and he was a small child when he saw it, and it was the last one in France.
Wow. Damn.
Christopher Lee's got a crazy background. He's like a direct descendant of Charlemagne. He did a heavy metal album. He was part of Her Majesty's Dirty Tricks squad. There's all kinds of crazy stuff about him.
Wow. Kelvington, I think it's time for us to turn to...
Surprise. It's me, Johnny.
Okay. Kelvington, have you got anything on your sunny side for us today?
Yes, I do. We did the Doctor Who countdown, which I was very proud of. Like that we have now, we're running towards the end of her existence. But I will tell people in general that we are in a golden age of shows to see over the holidays. There are so many things coming out. I'm going to run through them really fast of the ones that I'm particularly interested in, or the ones I've started to see. There's a show that is on Hulu, and it'll be on Boxing Day. It's called Letterkenny.
Oh, yeah.
It's been on for 9 years. It is the funniest goddamn show, and it's a Canadian show. It is right up there with SCTV and stuff. It is hilarious, and it's not woke at all, and they mock wokeness. It is a brilliant, genius show, and it's also serialized. So, like, you need to start watching season 1 and go through. And if you did, like, one episode a day, it'll take you, 6 months to get through them. But I literally, when it airs, because they come out either on Christmas or Boxing Day every year, and I would just sit there and watch them all because I can't not watch them. We got The Expanse coming here very soon. It'll be released once a week. It's not going to be all dumped at once like Netflix often does.
Right.
Amazon will do it once a week. If you haven't seen it already, Foundation just ended their run, and they stuck the landing. and I was very impressed. I was like, I didn't think they were going to get there because they had a lot to wrap up, and they wrapped it up. I watched Arcane, and this is the thing that I said is the most beautiful animation that I had ever seen. Like, I could not believe my eyes. And let's see, here's a sample of it, maybe. Yeah, it's really good. Also, if you're a Blade Runner fan, the Black Lotus is not great, but it's not bad. There's also the thing you turned me on to, Inside Job, which I fucking love. I am like,
damn it, that was my pick for this week.
So good a series.
I told you
that was my pick. Kelvington, you took mine.
Well, you can have the same pick. We like the same stuff and stuff. But it is so, and you have to watch it with the pause button ready, because there are going to be things in the background that, like, holy shit, they did this, and they don't seem to care. Like, they're going all in on every aspect of conspiracy theories and stuff like that. I just watched Hit Monkey, and it was like a Marvel show, and I was like, I'm not gonna. Oh my god, they so don't care. They have made this R-rated cartoon. It is not for kids in any way. But it is hilarious and fun, and Jason Sudeikis does the ghost voice of the original Hitman that the Hit Monkey is using to guide his path. There's also a show, if you like kind of intellectual comedies and stuff, The Shrink Next Door, which is on Apple Plus. Very good. It's a slow burn series, and it's based on a true story, based on another podcast, and it's interesting. And I love Paul Rudd, and with I can't think of Will's last name, but I see him playing a Jewish person, and he's not Jewish in real life. So I was kind of impressed with that. This one has been out for a little while. Only Murderers in the Building. It is an amazing show. It's Martin Short, really at the top of his game. Selena Gomez. I didn't think she could act. I was wrong. She acts really well, and we get to see a little side boobage in the second or third episode. So it's worth watching. Psych 3 and they call it This Is Gus, which is like Chef's Kiss, like perfect title, very funny, really good. And then my final pick is Wheel of Time. I've started watching it. I don't know the source material, but I find it an interesting looking show, if nothing else. So I would say, like, okay, it's not a bad looking show. And then of course we all have our countdown timer to getting rid of Jodie Whittaker, and we look forward to that every fucking day. So that's
every
my
day, in every way.
Side.
It's getting better and better. That's fantastic. Okay, great list, man. I picked up some tips here. I'm going to watch Arcane, and I'm glad that my recommendation of Inside Job has taken purchase. Mexican Iron Man, you could go next, because I know what yours is, and I wanted to talk about it some more. Go ahead.
Well, my quick picks are obviously Ghostbusters coming out. I love it. I'm still enthralled by it. But so last week on the show, you mentioned Inside Job, and it was kind of late. And Monday's always a tough day for me, but I love doing these shows with you. And so all right, I'm going to watch just one episode. 4 episodes later, I'm like, okay, I got to go to sleep now. Holy crap, this thing is hilarious. It is well written. The pace is intense. I actually went back and I rewatched the first 2 episodes. Oh my God, this thing is so freaking hilarious. And the thing is that I'm an Art Bell junkie. Yeah. I know the shows you used to do with Gary, with Cardinal Sin and I are UFO nuts. And so, I am incredibly well read on topics of ufology, conspiracy theory. I can talk ancient alien stuff all day and night. I can go, historical stuff, archaeological stuff. They cover everything, every single thing you can think of. JFK. If you are into pop culture, you have got to go watch this show. You are right. I can't believe I'd never heard about it. I never got it suggested on any of my feeds. Man, I just cannot believe that this blows anything out there. Like if you like any of these animated shows that have been done the last 10 years, this blows them all out of the water easily.
Hey, Mike, the Yale episode.
Oh God.
Was it accurate, Mike? Was it accurate?
Well, I didn't go to Yale. My ex-wife did, but I went to Stanford. But I will tell you this. I have been inside the Skull and Bones place. She got me in, even though I'm not a Skull and Bones person. She was Skull and Bones, so actually
wow.
I got to enter that place. But I was restricted. She like left me in this one room, and she like went off to all these other places and stuff with them. And I'm sitting there, and they said, "Now don't touch anything." And I'm like, "Okay." And they had someone watching me the whole time. So
you were in the ante room there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The rooms beyond get very, very interesting.
That's what she said. And I asked her, I'm like, how are you? And we were married at the time. I'm like, what do you mean you can't tell me? We're married. She's like, it's better we don't discuss. I'm like,
yeah.
Uh-oh.
What does that mean? I'm like, so we can, what?
Mike, it means that there are certain things that unless you are prepared properly to see, will break your brain.
That's exactly what she frickin' said. Almost verbatim. It was a very, it was interesting because when I walked up, they said, they were like, he was just like, well, he's my husband. And then they looked at each other, and he says he went to Stanford. And somehow I think that made it because I didn't go to Harvard, Princeton, or one of these other schools. I think somehow that's why they let me in. I think I was like some kind of innocent bystander kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think had I said if I had gone to Harvard or Princeton or something, I got the vibe that because I said Stanford, that was okay. But I got the vibe somehow it was an unspoken thing. If I had said one of the other schools, Princeton, Harvard, one of the other Ivy Leagues, I don't think they would have let me in. And they didn't let me in very far. I was only 5 feet inside the door, and they basically said, "Don't move." But it was weird, bro. It was like I walked in. You ever see these horror movies? Like it's like you walk in and you're looking at the walls, but the walls, between the lighting and the texture and the metal and the wood, you're not sure if it's solid. Like it almost was blurry. Like it was really a weird experience. And we were completely sober. It was like right after dinner in the main hall. But anyway, back to Inside Job. Great series. Go watch it.
It's really funny, and it's cram-packed with so much humor that you have to see it several times to get all the nuance. I mean, it's rapid fire comedy. Very layered. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh yeah. Oh. No, it's fantastic.
Oh,
I'm
Bruno Bambino was getting annoyed with me because I was laughing so hard, and he's just like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Ah!"
What were you going to say, Kelvington?
No, it's like I say, I'm rationing it. I think I just did the Yale or Harvard episode, and I like it's such a joy that I don't want to eat it all at once.
Exactly. I haven't finished it by any means. You got to ration out these parcels of genius here. But now you've given me some new shows. I would also remind people one of the best shows out there ended like I think a year or two ago with 2 seasons called Patriot on Amazon. Patriot. Go and check it out. It is a very weirdly, it's the most interesting weird spy show I've ever seen. It's funny, brooding, melancholy. It's a really amazing show. Patriot, trust me, folks, trust me. And if you're looking for a great fucking movie that you've never seen before, watch The American Astronaut. The American Astronaut. It's bizarre. It's an indie movie, so we should support indie movies. It's one of the most creative movies I've ever seen because of what all they did with so little. It's a black and white science fiction, rock and roll, homo-centric, strange, outer space Western. It has like weird little, it's just fucking funny. It's just the most bizarre, strange. It's kind of like the Knights of Oingo Boingo, that Forbidden Zone movie. I think it was they took an inspiration from that, directly from that movie.
That's a weird movie.
It is. An American Astronaut is hilarious. And it's the music in it is hilarious. They've got a song in there called "The Girl with the Vagina Made of Glass." It's funny. It's just fucking bizarre.
Wow.
It's bizarre. You've never seen anything quite like American Astronaut. So I urge you folks, urge you to go check it out. Has somebody here, anyone here not seen it? I mean, anyone here seen it?
I haven't seen it. Okay, so are we talking like Zardoz weird, or are we talking Buckaroo Banzai weird?
we're talking
Buckaroo Banzai meets Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like that.
I'm in.
It's fucking hilarious. It's fucking hilarious. I mean, honestly, it's on my list of top movies of all time. I mean, I tell you honestly, it's not just a freak show. I mean, it's so fucking clever. It's so unique, and you know, I mean, this guy, for example, you know, they couldn't afford. They had no money. But Jupiter, they go to Jupiter, and Jupiter is like this ballroom with like kind of like the cloud pattern of Jupiter like projected onto the floor, and it's all the miners on Jupiter watching this guy perform on stage. They've all gathered around to hear him talk about they introduce him on the stage, and now the boy who saw a woman's breast. And all these miners are gathered around to hear him like talk about his experience seeing a woman's breast. And then he sings this song about A-E-I, A-E-I-O, I know, O, A-E-I-O-U. And they have this big musical number. And then at the end, he steps up the microphone and he says, "It was soft and round," and then walks off the stage. It's but all these miners are so desperate for women, you know, that like they'll gather around just to hear someone relate the tale. It's a fucking bizarre. Anyway, that would be, I guess that's my sunny side up, that movie exists. Gary, anything happy in your life?
Yeah, you know, Ghostbusters was huge today. That was very, very sunny. That really, you know, it's been a rough couple of weeks, but I think that was definitely not a letdown, which was great. It was you know, I haven't been in the movie theater in 2 years. I really, really enjoyed myself. I'm going to go see the movie again. I'll check it out. I'm sure there's little problems and little things that are, you know, technical problems, but you know what? That's all forgivable because, you know, it was great and I loved it and I had a great time. That and just now, Stellar Heather has been writing me some interesting little messages being given to me by Kelvington.
Don't say who. Oh, you bastard.
That is busted. No, but that is making my day. So thank you, darling. You are lovely.
There we go. She is lovely, isn't she? Stellar Heather, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Corion, go ahead. What's anything sunny on your side of the street? You're muted, dude.
Yeah, so there have actually been a couple of good things. First, inside job. Listen, I haven't had a good laugh at a television series in a long time, and I desperately needed a good laugh this month. So that was fantastic. The bar they hang out in, the Sasquatch running mail everywhere. That was just awesome. But for me, the one that really got me was DC's animated stuff lately.
Really?
Yeah. They just recently did The Long Halloween. It's a Batman story that they told over the course of a year, where every holiday a member of the Marconi crime family dies. And there's like a little signature left for that person. And it's all about the detective behind the bat. And that to me was fascinating. And then we also had Young Justice season 4 Phantoms start up. And anyone who's a fan of the DC universe, check out Young Justice. This season, season 3 got a little bit on the wokey scale, but they've clawed that back for season 4. They've gone back to the core characters that make Young Justice a good series. I'm really liking where they're going with it so far.
Nice. So this is some good
Can
ones.
I say something about Young Justice?
Sure.
Because I loved it.
Mhm.
I used to like it. And this season, they had the first 3 or 4 episodes on, as they call it, Ma'ars. And for 3 episodes, nobody moved their fucking mouth because they all were talking with telepathy. And so they just cut to people and their mouths would, and I almost did this in a What's Eating You last week. They just cut to people who are frozen and there's voiceover, and that's how they're communicating. Like, if you wanted to cheapen it, like if the people at Hanna-Barbera had known this was possible, the Flintstones and the Jetsons would all be speaking with telepathy because they don't move their fucking mouths or their eyes at what they're just still images. And they're like, holy Christ, you want to cheapen animation? This is the way. Go to Ma'ars and only use telepathy to talk. But it's a good show. But that drove me fucking crazy.
Any response on that?
Well, I will say this: it did fit into the storyline. On top of that, too, I saw what the budget was for Young Justice season 4, so I totally think that they had to come up with some way of making things a little cheaper. But the plot line itself was really good, even if the animation was. They found a way to cheap out on some stuff. The plot of where they're taking it is fantastic. And I don't want to ruin it for anyone who would want to get into the series, but the plot on the plot arc that they're taking one of the main female leads on is absolutely wonderful. And I think it's going to go to a very, very interesting, very shocking place very soon.
Very interesting. So I guess I'll check it out. Kelvington, did we get yours?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We did all the TV shows and stuff.
Right.
That's right. Important. Yep.
That's right. Then let's. I guess my sunny side up. I guess was American Astronaut. Just other than watching Blade Runner and Lawrence of Arabia last night in 4K.
Oh,
that was a marathon. That was great. Wow.
I need
Overwhelming. Overwhelming. God, that's a great.
Hey, Overlord, I apologize, guys. I'm gonna have to cut out a little bit early tonight than I normally do because I gotta get ready for work, and then tomorrow afternoon I've got a Midnight Edge show that I gotta get ready for with Paulie. So I'm gonna have to cut out. There's some super chats that went between Kit Kat and Xenobit that you'll read in a little bit. That's about Mexican. They were testing to see if they could type the word Mexican. It was hilarious when it happened an hour ago. So just so you know what they're referring to, they're like making fun of me and stuff, and it was hilarious.
Okay, fair enough.
So if you're wondering, like, what are they doing? They were just giving me shit, and I don't know why I can't type in the word Mexican. Maybe it's because it's on my iPhone. I have no idea why I can't do it, but they could, and I don't know what's going on. But anyway, thanks for having me. And I'm sorry I got to pop out early, but I got to go to work at 7. Then I got a Midnight Edge. So we're having Danny Trejo tomorrow, Midnight Edge,
nice.
special guest. Cool. So Paulie's leading it with Robert Meyer Burnett and Andre and Tom. So and I'll be in the back somewhere.
Sounds good, brother.
But thanks for having me. It's my honor. And bye, everybody. Go see Ghostbusters.
Take care, Mike.
All right,
you, Mike.
Love you,
brother.
Love you guys.
Hail.
Thanks, Doomcock. Bye.
You're welcome, brother. That's okay. We're close. We're getting close to the end here anyway. Let's see. Lance with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Lance. Says hail and tackle hugs to anyone who fails the Dodge check. Have not seen Afterlife yet due to flooding. We'll do so later this week. Everyone is okay and has a good smiley face. I'm glad, Lance. Holy crap, flooding, huh? Is that in British Columbia again?
Yeah, BC's been hit pretty hard.
Yeah, but you're okay, right? We already established that.
Yeah, I got back before the flooding and craziness occurred, and but I've got my people are all out there, and one of them was stuck for I think it was 14 hours in her car on the way home.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So.
Well, shit. I'm sorry, you guys out there that are having that. That's sad.
Yeah, I mean, they need the rain because, it's they had the wildfires as well. So at least now most of them are out.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a little, but I mean, that's the sunny side of that, at least. That's good.
Yeah.
Paula Viter the gamer, Paula Viter the gamer, baby, with a $10 super chat. Hail, Paula Viter gamer says, not sure if you have heard, but Disney is sourcing out to Dark Horse Comics, and it seems the High Republic will live on after all. Not positive, but dire news if true. Hail, Doomcock and all here. The thing about that is we don't know when that deal was made. Certainly they have to run out, anything that was in the works or any contracts that were there. But for all intents and purposes, in terms of canon and everything else, no one gives a shit about the New Republic. And it's a pretty egregious failure for Disney. Yeah. And the directions they wanted to go were just awful. Even getting rid of the Force and Jedi and Sith, and it's just, oh my God, they're so insane.
People, having conversations in coffee shops because apparently that's the only thing they know how to write. And,
yeah, pretty much. Xenobit with a $2 super chat saying message deleted by @MexicanIronMan. So this is the stuff they were talking about. Thank you, Xenobit. Then Xenobit with a $2 super chat is just typing Mexican, and it worked. Kit Kat with a £2 super chat types Hail Mexican Iron Man. So that worked as well. Xenobit with a $5 super chat says, I can type Mexican because of my white privilege. So that's why it worked out for you, Xenobit. That makes sense. Primer with a $2 super chat. Hail Primer says Mexican. It's MEXICXN. So he was, like Latinx or something.
Them's fighting words.
I know. And then Lance with a $2 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Lance's censor check for @MexicanIronMan and a little happy tongue out emoji. And it worked. It worked. So apparently that isn't a thing after all, just for Mexican Iron Man himself. Kit Kat with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Kit Kat says no forgiveness ever for Johnny Depp's Tonto. Hail Jay Silverheels. I didn't ever see Disney's Lone Ranger, so thank God. Thank God. Beavis with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Beavis. Shut up, Beavis. Beavis says, love your updates on Star Woke. What are the chances the Old Republic can still be made while we suffer through the next 3 years of Kathleen Kennedy? I think pretty good. I mean, I don't think Kathleen Kennedy is going to have any power whatsoever over Star Wars, regardless of if she stays or if she goes. She ain't going to have anything to do with controlling the destiny of Star Wars, Beavis. At least if that's what the rumors are. I guess we will see in time, but yeah, at least at this point, that's what it seems like. Xenobit with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Xenobit. Says, if you like Arcane, look up Project L. League of Legends is making a fighting game too. If you liked Arcane, check out the music video Get Jinxed. So there you go, Kelvington. A number of suggestions for you. Project L and Get Jinxed.
Excellent.
Little options there for you. James Stiles with a $5 super chat. Thank you, James. Says Emma with two moms is from the U.S. Army ad. I got to go check out this ad. Apparently, it's something you have to see to believe, I guess. Holy shit! Yeah.
So sad.
Patrick Mousson with a $10 Australian super chat. Thank you, Patrick. Says if you want a cathartic experience, Google a fan film video, Enterprise Destroys Discovery on YouTube. The only negative thing is that the Discovery crew weren't on Discovery at the time. Shit. Then what's the point? It's not the ship. It's the people on it. But, never mind.
I don't know. The ship is pretty egregious in and of itself.
It is. It looks like a pizza cutter without any pizza, you know? It's like pointless. It's just, well, we don't got any pizza. We got a pizza cutter, though. And it's powered by mushrooms, but no mushrooms for the pizza. Fuck you.
The cells are not attached anymore.
Yeah, right. What's the point of that? Exactly.
It's stupid beyond reason.
Yes.
you know, like I like mushrooms on my pizza, but magic mushrooms I think is a little much, you know?
Yeah. Especially with pixie dust that transports them anywhere they wanted. The whole galaxy being the bestest ever. Fuck that. Fuck it. Xenobit with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Xenobit. Says Ghostbusters After Woke. TM copyright, registered trademark Xenobit. So he's got Ghostbusters After Woke. That's what he's saying. He wants to claim that. Mercenary X21 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Mercenary. Says only have one thing to say to KK. Enjoy the jail cell. Mercenary X21 seems to believe that Kathleen Kennedy, for some reason, is going to jail. We can't really get into it, but hail Mercenary X21. I guess time will tell, sir. I guess time will tell. Bun 299 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Bun. Says it's worth getting an Xbox just to play through the Halo series. Really solid sci-fi series. I know a lot of people love it and have really enjoyed it. I never played it.
There's a Halo Anniversary Edition on Steam, DC, if you PC game that has all of the games in one collection.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's on Steam, huh?
Yeah.
What I really need is one of those Steam decks that, was supposed to come out this Christmas, but now it's delayed till I think February 2022 or something like that. But it basically logs into Steam and then it will throw it up on your screen and allow you to game with that controller it sounds fantastic. I mean, all the games, I need to get Witcher 2, Witcher 1 and 2 are also on Steam. So it's time for me to get that deck and start tearing through those games.
I mean, Witcher 1 is not as good as the second and third, but Witcher 2 is a solid game.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks really good. And Witcher 3, of course, is a masterpiece, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. There's no argument there.
Uh-oh. And no, I better not. I can't read this. What Gary typed in our personal chat here. Gary, you typed a comment to Kelvington over here.
Oh yeah, don't read that.
No, I'm not gonna read that.
No.
I'm not gonna read that. It was.
Don't read that.
You've taken enough shit. You've taken enough shit. I just wanted you to know
Please
that
don't.
I saw it, dude, and I question how you're doing.
I'm fine.
You fuck.
And for the record, it's not bad. It's funny, but yes, I think it was said backstage, and that's probably where it should stay.
Exactly. Yes. That's where it will stay. But I just wanted you to know, Gary, I saw it. All right. I saw
cool.
It was I don't know what effect were you, never mind. What the fuck you're thinking. But okay.
It's not rude. I'm being really nice. It's not rude.
No, it's not
why
rude.
Why do you do this?
It's not rude at all. But holy shit. I don't know. You did you take a perverse pill today or something?
Yes, I did.
All right.
I'm on prescription.
All right.
If you want some, I can send them your way.
If I would start typing shit and no. I'll skip the pill. Thank you though.
You're welcome.
Tony Yule with a $10 super chat. Hail Tony Yule. Says Paramount Plus aside, DC, if it's backed up by Steven Spielberg, and I know for a fact Halo is going to be awesome. By the way, the teaser trailer for Halo dropped the other day and it gave me goosebumps. I just refuse to give Paramount Plus a plug nickel, a wooden nickel, a clod of dirt, roots and berries in trade. I won't give them any of my old poops, even though I just flushed them away. I won't give them anything. Paramount Plus.
But would you give them Harvey's Wampum?
I wouldn't give them shit. That, CBS, Viacom, CBS, Paramount, all of them have ruined Star Trek, and they can kiss my ass. I absolutely fuck you. I mean, I will never forgive them for letting this shit go on and fucking on about Star Trek. They've completely destroyed it. So Paramount Plus can, they can put their challenge on. They can put a Halo show on. They can do whatever the fuck they want. They can kiss my fucking ass. I will have nothing to do with them. Nothing. No Star Trek fan should give them a fucking dime. I don't give a fuck what they put on there. I don't give a fuck if they find like X-rated full, like bang on Betty Page shit, from the 50s. It's like, fuck you. I'll look for it elsewhere. I swear to God. And I love Betty Page. But let me tell you something. Paramount Plus is Paramount Minus as far as I'm concerned. Fuck them. So I'm sorry, Tony. I'm glad you like Halo. I'm glad that you're looking forward to the show. But for me, every time I see Paramount Plus in an ad or mentioned or anything, I just roll my eyes and I get this disgusted feeling in my stomach. Fuck you. You think that you can shit on something I love for years and just shit on it and shit on it and shit on it. And then you come out with like this shit. You think that I'm going to give you a fucking dime? Never. Star Wars at least has made some strides with Favreau and Filoni. But this Kurtzman shit has gone on and on and on. And you're still doing it.
Preach on it, brother.
Fuck you.
Preach on it.
Fuck you. It just drives me nuts when people were like saying, oh, you know what? Star Trek Prodigy isn't so bad. You should check out Star Trek Prodigy. It's like, fuck you. They cut their own throat. Let them bleed out. I'm not going to do anything. It's too little, too late. You put like Janeway in some fucking hologram? Fuck you. I don't even like Voyager that much. It was a masterpiece compared to fucking Star Trek Discovery and all this shit that Kurtzman craps out. It was a fucking masterpiece compared to that, but it wasn't floating my boat. It wasn't keeping me up at night. And you're going to toss me a fucking recycled Janeway hologram and say, hey, everything Jake now? No, we're not even close to Jake, motherfucker. Fuck you. So I'm sorry. Paramount Plus can kiss my fucking ass.
So what I'm
Amen.
getting from this is you are not a fan of Star Trek Discovery.
No, I am not a fan of Star Trek Discovery. God damn it. I'm sorry, man, but it's like, this is all they did is they took fucking failed CBS All Ass and they just changed its name and put a fresh coat of paint on it and it's called it Paramount Plus, and they think that we're going to be stupid enough to go over there? I don't know. Where is even Star Trek Disgracery airing?
Just on Paramount Plus.
Yeah, fuck you.
And Space Channel in Canada, I believe.
Yeah, fuck you. No,
and it was taken
way.
off.
Oh, was it?
It was taken off Netflix before the fourth season started.
Oh,
yeah, because Netflix doesn't want anything to fucking do with it.
Why did it change from CBS All Access to the new channel?
Because it was an utter failure, dude.
That's the actual reason. Well, I was just wondering what the excuse was that they were giving.
Oh, I don't know. What was the anybody know what the actual excuse?
Okay, CBS All Access became Paramount Plus, and that's how you got it. It's now on Paramount Plus. Netflix, who owned the international rights, gave them up before airing season 4. Like they took it right to 2 days before, and then went, we're out. And so Netflix is not airing season 4 anywhere else in the world. So the only place people are going to get it is by downloading it or pirating it. And you'd be surprised if you look at the stats on pirating, it is one of the least pirated shows out there.
Not surprised at all.
Absolutely
Not
telling. We might as well go into this story since we broke it here. It just fucking set me off. I'm sorry, but god damn it.
Don't apologize.
Damn it.
No, man.
I'm sorry, but
preach on it, brother. Reach on it.
Fucking ass. So Star Trek STD leaves Netflix and the Star Trek movie is being delayed. Can you delay something fictional, Kelvington? Can you really delay something fictional?
You can pretend it doesn't exist. It's sort of like the bullet that hit Kennedy. You can pretend it doesn't exist until it blows your brains out. And that's kind of where we're at with Star Trek Discovery and Netflix.
God, I hate this fucking shit. So Deadline is reporting that Star Trek Discovery has left Netflix just ahead of its new season. More than 4 years after the series launched on what was then CBS All Access in North America and Netflix in the rest of the world, Discovery will be leaving the streamer as of midnight last Wednesday. In a just closed deal between Viacom, CBS, and Netflix, Viacom CBS has ended the lucrative financial arrangement that launched Discovery back in 2017. In broad strokes, the bargain that then CBS head honcho Les Moonves made with Netflix saw the latter paying the vast majority oh my God, of Discovery's hefty budget for the overseas rights. With the Star Trek IP fully back in the fold, the plan is for Discovery to take flight on Paramount Plus around the globe starting next year, which leaves literally dozens of fans throughout the world with no way to watch season 4. You're welcome, rest of the world. Those tens of fans will have to sail the high seas of the internet to find a show that on almost every website that caters to such things. Starfleet shifting off Netflix was hinted at earlier this year. Back at the end of September, Star Trek, the original series, Voyager, and Enterprise all left the streamer. And then Variety is reporting that the still untitled Star Trek movie was supposed to premiere on June 3rd, 2020, June 9th, 2023. But it was delayed to December 22nd, 2023. How fucking stupid do they think we are? How can you have to know? How could you even know that you're going to need to delay a film that already was scheduled in a way, way mythical future of 2023? And now they've slipped it to December, from June to December of 2023. Very little is known about this film. Well, that's because it doesn't exist, including who will star in it, nobody, and what the broad story will be about, nonsense and crap. The film will be directed or not directed, as the case may be, by Matt Shackman, who directed WandaVision for Disney Plus. Yeah.
Well, there's a ringing endorsement.
Great.
Yeah. There's no fucking Star Trek movie. Come on.
How can they not know who's going to star in it?
Yeah. Well,
there's a fucking crew.
Well, there's no movie, right?
There's no movie.
It's funny to me.
It is funny, but it's outrageous that they think that we're such jackasses too. That we believe this shit.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. When Voyager went off the air, that was the last actual Star Trek we got.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And it wasn't so great. It was about 50% good episodes, 50% kind of, but that's fine. But there is no Star Trek. How many Star Trek? God Almighty, has there been how many Star Trek movies have there been that have now at this point not gotten done? I mean, there was the one with Chris Hemsworth as George Kirk, that didn't go. Then there was the Tarantino one, and then there was another one with another director, and now there's this other one, and they're all just pitches. They're all just basically looking for naive investors who have never watched any Kurtzman Trek, who maybe will be rubes, maybe just won't know what the fuck is going on, and oh yeah, sure, here's Star Treks. Yeah, my kid likes Star Treks. Yeah, we'll go ahead and give you $500 million. Sure, why not? Because Sonny likes the Star Treks, and asks Sonny, hey, guess what? I bought you some more Star Treks. And he's no, not Kurtzman Trek. And he's like, what have I done? I've made a terrible mistake, but it's too late. That's basically what happens here. I don't know.
Also, are these the new, and I'm going to use the term loosely here, uniforms?
Yes.
Yes, this is
because I've seen hotel bellhops with better looking outfits.
Look at that horrible shit. And there's still Lisa Left Eye and some. Oh my God. God, I hate this fucking show.
Yeah, I wouldn't even trust that to take my luggage up to my room. That's no.
Oh no. Fuck no. Oh fuck no. Then she would basically want you to, if you didn't tell her that the way that she carried the bag up to the room was the bestest ever, then I think you would be hit by a meteor, not long for this world, because anybody that crosses Mikey Spock with anything resembling doubt, asking questions, whatever, is off the show. It's just the way it goes. Jesus Christ. Anyway, does anybody have anything to say about this news before we move on? Because I just had to, when I saw that, and apologies to Tony Yule. I certainly wasn't yelling at him. I did say, Tony, I'm glad you're happy. I can't give them a fucking dime. I don't give a shit what they do at this point. I really don't.
When it comes to this news about Netflix deciding to do this, I mean, it says a lot when it would probably cost them next to nothing to have it on their streaming service, but it isn't even worth the ones and zeros on the server to keep track at this point. That's how damaged this brand is.
It is. It's horrible.
But I think Netflix was paying a hefty tune, maybe in the tens to nearly $100 million to do the previous seasons, because it was a big piece of their international budget. But then you look at the numbers. Now Netflix doesn't really give their numbers out, but the numbers, from everything that I saw, kind of backstage stuff, they were like, nobody's fucking watching this, because they chase every stream. And Netflix does a thing where they show you a video, like a moving commercial. And they said that people were muting the moving commercial. Even if you just accidentally got to the page, they would mute that, Star Trek Discovery thing. I personally think what's going to happen is the next Star Trek movie will be the Star Trek Discovery wrap-up film. That's what they're going to do for the next movie. And it'll be the worst box office failure that has ever been put out on the market, because I'm shocked Doomcock has not watched Star Trek Discovery, because I know he's got to review it, and I don't think you want to be over Thanksgiving having to watch 2 or 3 episodes. So I was shocked you hadn't done it. I was also shocked we got to a news story which I would have sworn to God we had done last week. And I was like, why are we doing the same? And that's how bad it is. I never in a million years thought we'd get that far down the rundown. And then it was like, oh my God, this is from this week's rundown.
Yes, it's from this week's rundown. Well, I look, I mean, the reason I haven't even taken oh my God, I can't believe I'm going to have to watch this shit. I swear it's so debilitating. But I've just been, like I said, I haven't had last night was the first time in a long time that I had just sat down and just said, I'm going to just watch something and enjoy myself, And then today was the first good day I've had in a long time. So I've just been too busy to watch the fucking thing, Well, plus, it's.
When you decide to watch it, at least give some of us in Xanadu a little bit of a heads up so that we can make sure that there's an emotional support person there for you, that, we've restocked all the alcohol, that everything is in place so that, the chances of you doing real damage is mitigated.
Yeah, I will. Kit Kat was saying that's what happened to Netflix. They didn't know what they were investing in. When they tried to stop funding it, Bad Robot sued them. They were forced to continue by a court settlement. Good God. That's one thing that Jar Jar and Kurtzman and all of those bad reboot motherfuckers have is great lawyers. That's the whole key to their success. That's it. That's all it is. Digi Akuma with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Digi Akuma. Says, my bet is No Way Home is just a nostalgia trap. It could be. I mean, I didn't even see the second Spider-Man. The first one was enough. Homecoming was enough for me. I was like, yeah, this sucks. So I couldn't watch it.
I enjoyed some moments in Far From Home. I thought there were some fantastic visuals done. I thought there were some really good character building moments for this Spider-Man. But, I mean, hey, everyone's got their own personal opinion on it, right?
I don't know. I would like the next one to be called Spider-Man. Enough with the home already. That's what I would like. Then I'll go see it. I'm just sick of it.
But isn't that sad that the best thing we can say about some of these movies is we didn't hate them. we were like, yeah, well, I didn't hate it. Like Ghostbusters made a film, like we're gonna have to carry that on our shoulders because like we fucking love the Ghostbusters Afterlife. And then other films that we see, well, we didn't hate it. It was okay. I was able to stay awake, through the whole thing. So I think we're in a weird reality, but I think Ghostbusters has lifted us all up. And I'm hoping that you're going to see that and then either see Star Trek Discovery before you go see Afterlife, because you'll go from the lowest low to the highest high. But don't watch Star Trek Discovery for 24 hours after you see Afterlife.
What will it do? Give you toxic shock or something?
Well, yeah, you'll be going, fucking Kelvington, he told me to fucking watch it. God damn, I had to watch it because he fucking opened his mouth. And it'll be like that. And I'll be getting emails like, fuck you, Kelvington. You made me watch Star Trek Discovery. And it'll be just like that. And I'm like, but I told you to watch it before you went to see After. Like, I didn't do that. Yeah, I had trouble. Yeah. I had business plans. Couldn't do that. So now I had to fucking suffer through STD after Afterlife.
Yeah, that'd be on me. That'd be on me. I got to listen to Kelvington. If I don't, that's on me. Xenobit with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Xenobit. Says Red Letter Media, the guys who said they would have had Jar Jar Abrams direct Star Wars. Also, they ripped on people for fawning over the Millennium Falcon. Yeah, man, I don't know. Red Letter Media. They used to be super damn cool, and I don't know. I mean, I haven't watched them, so I don't know about any of these allegations, but they don't sound good.
Maybe they're under new management.
Maybe they are. I mean, I just don't know. I think they've lost maybe their minds a little bit. I don't know. Yeah. I don't watch them anymore. I mean, it's just not. It's nothing bad about them. I just don't have time, But they used to be super cool. So I hope that's not the case. Deox666 with $1.99 super chat says Tortilla X has 3 flavors: he, him, they, them, she, her. So Tortilla X, Mike. Tortilla X, Mexican Iron Man. Just saying.
You're going to summon him back here to rant.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do. If he's lying in bed with his little nightcap on and his, mug of warm cocoa and, his candy cane clutched between his 2 hands like Lou, and Christmas.
I'm just imagining him cuddling a little rabbit chicken plushie.
Yeah. And he's like, what? And he bolts up in bed. What? He breaks the candy cane and then cries when he sees the 2 pieces in his hands.
Oh boy.
Mexican Iron Man. He's got those little weird antennas that everyone in Whoville has together. Cindy Lou Who. I don't know. I just wanted to see him come back. We just miss Mexican Iron Man. So Tortilla X has 3 flavors: he, him, they, them, she, her. Mexican Iron Man. What are you gonna do about it? So, come on back. E Farhays with a $5 super chat. Thank you, E Farhays. Says, Hail Doomcock. Were you shadow banned? I was looking for your videos the last couple of days to listen to your opinion on Ghostbusters and couldn't find you. Well, I've only done one video in this past week because of, like I said, I was so busy, but more videos are coming and I haven't seen Ghostbusters yet, but I absolutely will. I'm looking forward to it. And when I do, I will absolutely go ahead and review it for you. Xenobit with a $5 super chat. Mexican Iron Man is back. He says $9.99 super chat. He says, Bambino heard that Tortilla X comment and we are not happy.
I warned you that would happen.
Well, you say his name 3 times and he appears and I'm delighted. Hail Mexican Iron Man. It worked. We missed you, man. That's all I'm saying. We missed you. And Adam Makarzik says Rich Evans equals the GOAT. You mean on Red Letter Media? Is Rich Evans one of the RLM guys? I don't know. Anyway, yes. I don't have anything against Red Letter Media at all. I'm not making these comments. It's just that people are saying this shit, and I'm like, wow, man, that's not cool if it's true, man. It's not cool if it's true. Xenobit with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Xenobit, very much, sir. He says, I named my video game character Brandum. I am struggling against the final boss. Can I get a let's go, Brandum? Let's go, Brandum. There you go. Hail Xenobit. And Conco Bar with 60 Israeli shekels. Hail, Conco Bar. Thank you, sir. And hail Israel. He says, hail Lord Doomcock and fellow freedom fighters. To paraphrase Wesley Snipes, the U.S. Army has become a pussy-whipped version of itself. Well, if that commercial is any indication, I'm afraid you may be right. Hail Mexican Iron Man. He's laughing in the chat and going LOL. So I think he enjoyed that. I wonder, does Mexican Iron Man sing Dabu Juarez, Dabu Juarez every Christmas that you go around the tree? I don't know. I have a feeling. I don't know. I have this image in my head. And Lucas Bachman with a $10 super chat and a $5 super chat, 2 in a row. Thank you, Lucas Bachman, for both of those, my friend. And Lucas Bachman says, can't speak for Red Letter Media, but Afterlife could have been better with a few more script drafts. Didn't know if it wanted to be Goonies for 10-year-olds or another GB2 for 50-year-olds. So Lucas Bachman wasn't that fond of it. Do you have any comments on that? Didn't know if it wanted to be Goonies for 10-year-olds or another Ghostbusters 2 for
not without getting into spoilers. I won't comment on it because I don't want to do that.
Okay, fair enough.
But Gary's right there.
Anytime you have kids doing a treasure hunt of some kind, you're going to get compared to Goonies. So it's like, yeah, there were kids and they were, going after something. So that's not, a totally wrong thing. But, I've seen it twice now, once with reviewers who loved it and we were all crying, and once with a girlfriend. And I looked hard to find flaws in it the second time, and I really couldn't. I mean, yeah, I have a couple little inkling things, but they're so minor, like no script, no story editor would have ever gone, oh yeah, we got to take that out. No, it didn't happen that way. It's not a perfect film, but it's as close to a perfect film as we've gotten since the original Wonder Woman movie, which was 30 seconds from being a perfect film. Ghostbusters maybe could have had 2 minutes cut out and it would have moved a little faster. So that's my praise. And again, I'm going to say, you stood in line for 20 hours to see Ghostbusters, you would not be disappointed.
And I'll even go to say this. If it's halfway between, if it's Goonies for my kid, but a Ghostbusters for me, is that really a bad thing?
I agree.
If you can do both, then that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, but I don't think these guys. I don't think you guys are saying that you don't support the premise of the question. You don't think that that's true.
I'm not going to say anything one way or another because people out there haven't seen it. I'm not going to spoil it, but we can get into a conversation in iambic pentameter about it after everybody's seen it. But right now I'm not going to do that. So.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And good on you. Lucas Bachman then says with a $5 super chat, an Ultra Egon fan will have mixed feelings, just like Luke Skywalker in Force Awakens, but Afterlife is not bad. Fair enough. I mean, I haven't heard anything like this from anybody else, but we're all have rights to our opinions here, and we're all part of the family. And thank you, Lucas Bachman, for that, sir. I appreciate it. And Kamal Abuhan with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Kamal Abuhan. Says, go get him, Overlord. And yes, I need a handle. You need a handle? Kamal Abuhan? I think that's a pretty good handle. Hail Kamal, and thank you for that super chat, brother. Appreciate it very, very, very much. Tubular Bra with a $49.99 super chat. Wow. Thank you, Tubular Bra. What a great name. Says hashtag preach. Hashtag without respect we reject. I guess this was as a result of my rant earlier about fucking Star Trek Discovery. Fucking piece of shit. God. Oh my God. Fucking Mikey Spock. Jesus God. Who the fuck can think that is a good character? How can we still be dealing with this shit since 2017, dude? I mean, that's the whole reason I started this channel. Why the fuck are they still doing this?
It's an elaborate trolling of you.
Well, it's costing Viacom CBS hundreds of millions of dollars. So, you know what? Good job on you, you dumb shits. Good job. Stupid fucking idiots. Oh my God. So thank you. Tubular Bra. Good God in heaven. It pisses me off so bad. I can't fucking stand it. I can't see that woman's face without my blood pressure just going through the roof with all the stupidity of the fucking show. It's the stupidest, worst fucking show in history. In history. Name a worse fucking show than Star Trek Discovery. I swear to God. Other than Picard. That's like a, neck and neck, kind of thing. But I mean, they're the same thing. It's all Kurtzman Trek, right? God.
I was going to go with Clarice.
Well, I never watched it. I'm not stupid enough to watch a Hannibal Lecter show without Hannibal Lecter in it. It's just like, what's the fucking point,
Or perhaps even Lost.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like watching an episode of Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom filmed in Manhattan. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. R. Fletch with two $5 super chats in a row. Thank you, R. Fletch. R. Fletch says, good, let your hate flow. Thank you, R. Fletch. And then he says with another $5 super chat, you wonderful, wonderful cat. It's great to see you, by the way. I think you left also Friday, before I was able to read all your super chats, but I did read them, R. Fletch. And R. Fletch says, don't mince words, Lord DVD. How do you really feel? Are you thinking about Paramount's feelings? I hope I hurt Paramount's feelings. I hope I did, because they have made my life
It scares me when you go silent, man. It really does.
What you guys don't know is that before Star Trek Discovery, Doomcock was a happy, friendly, regular average dude.
Yeah.
Right? But this is what Discovery does.
Yes. It made me bitter and angry. And I got to tell you, honest to God, I had no idea how bad things could get before I saw this shit. And Star Trek Into Darkness was the worst fucking thing I've ever seen in my life before Star Trek Discovery. Turns out Star Trek Into Darkness was the pilot for Star Trek Discovery in a lot of ways. I think they wanted to see how stupid can we make a film and not have the public up in arms. And they just had to wait. They had to wait until humans had devolved enough to spring this Star Trek into dumbness on them. And then they watched and people didn't riot. People didn't take to the streets. And thus everything was lost. I did though, but it was too late. The only reason that I even started my channel was just to get rid of the gaslighting. I had to get rid of the gaslighting because all these outlets were saying, "Oh, it's such a brave and wonderful show, and it's just fabulous. It's just great." And I looked at this fucking thing. I'm like, "This is fucking horrible." And the longer it went on, and there was no, looting and burning of cities. There was no riots in the street. There was no people flinging themselves from the highest turrets of their castles. And I was like, what in God's name is going on? And I just had to, for my own sanity, I just had to shout out. And thank God there were other people that are still saying out there, because I was like, fuck me, man. Dear God, this is bad. And then Mercenary X21 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Mercenary. Says, get this. Just learned Alec Baldwin's trigger pull was not part of the script he was practicing in. Not even the pointing part was in the script. I don't know, man. I don't know anything about what's going on. But yeah, that was ridiculous, man. It's just a terrible, terrible thing that happened. And but then I've heard other people in typical fashion also going off the deep end. Like I've heard pundits say, you never, ever, 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 ever point a gun at anyone, if it's like loaded or unloaded, or if you're on a film set or not on a film set. And I'm like, wrong. Have you seen Reservoir Dogs? Have you seen any of these gangster movies? People in movies do point guns at other people. The whole point of it, though, is there should be no ammo in the guns. There should be no live ammo on the entire fucking set. There shouldn't be fucking live ammo within a mile of the fucking set. And it should be checked and thoroughly used, but to then go overboard and say, well, we can never point guns at anyone, not even in movies anymore. Fuck you. Jesus Christ.
I think we can all agree when it comes to that situation that we all hope that the police involved do a very thorough investigation, find out exactly what happened, and the people that are ultimately responsible face the consequences of their actions, whatever they may be.
I agree. I mean, and safety needs to be taken more seriously. I mean, this is terrible. Terrible.
This whole production was not a standard operating procedure. It wasn't. I've seen a lot of firearms on a lot of sets. I've seen a lot of procedure. It's redundant. It's overly safe. It's just the way that it goes. I've never even heard of anything like this, the way that these people were behaving on the set. So cavalier, so unsafe. Yeah. I've never even heard of it. I've talked to other guys that are on other movies currently, that have been, they specifically deal in this kind of work. They're always playing SWAT team. They're always playing military. This is their job.
Right.
And they've all told me the same thing. This is not how we do it. And that the result of what happened is it's a direct product of the complete cavalier attitude that production had.
Yeah. Yeah. And
it was not how it's done.
Yeah. And it was, very low budget and apparently very slapdash. And I think it's really telling that hours before the incident, a big chunk of the crew quit over safety concerns. Can you believe that?
Yeah, I believe it.
I mean, it's just like and then, oh my God. And then boom, just like that, it happened. I mean, wow, those folks were right. I don't know what the fuck was that. What I want to know is what was going on before all this shit that made them quit.
We'll know someday.
I think is the story.
That'll be in the report, I'm sure. But yeah, it's only going to get worse for that production and probably Alec Baldwin.
Yeah. I think rust is rusted out. I don't think we're ever going to see.
No, it's going away.
No, it's going to get canned.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think we'll ever see it. And the world won't be any poorer for it. I don't know. It's just fucking disgrace. Tillaler1 sent me 100 super sticker. Thank you, Tillaler1. Appreciate that, sir. And Mercenary X21 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Mercenary X21. Says Redacted 5, was I like GB2 better than GB1? AL equals GB1. Okay, so basically you're saying that Afterlife, you think Ghostbusters 2 was better than Ghostbusters 1? I don't think that's... I can't agree with that, Mercenary X21. Although he says Afterlife is equal to Ghostbusters 1. I don't know about that either. I mean, it's certainly Ghostbusters Afterlife isn't as good as Ghostbusters 1, is it?
No. I mean, what?
Nothing is.
No. I mean, I'm not even going to compare the two, but it was still cool and awesome and fun.
Yeah.
I didn't say it was fucking great, but I'm saying it's fun, and I enjoyed it. a great movie to me, like, is Lawrence of Arabia, Casablanca, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Jaws. It's not, up there, but it's fucking good. And I loved it and I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
look,
Mercenary X21 is just kind of nitpicking. He also has a $2 super chat. Says, sorry, Afterlife equals Ghost. Oh, okay. So this was a mistake. He says, sorry, he meant Afterlife is equal to Ghostbusters 2, and I love Ghostbusters 2. Okay, fair enough. So it was a typo in the super chat. Go ahead, Corion.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that my hierarchy is probably Ghostbusters 1, Afterlife, and Ghostbusters 2. That being said, Ghostbusters 2 was an enjoyable movie. It wasn't as good as the original, but it was a good run, right? Like, it was fun, and they went in a different direction than the first one. They went more comedy, more slapsticky kind of stuff, but there was still some good there. Afterlife, I thought, was definitely, in my opinion, a little bit better than Ghostbusters 2. I think they went back to that horror-like formula in a lot of ways, and I enjoyed that. But not the full-on horror of Ghostbusters 1 with, where it was like, it was a horror movie, but it just happened to have funny moments. Whereas this was like, they went back to the horror movie, but it's a horror movie in the same kind of way that, like, Gremlins is a horror movie.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like,
that's a pretty good analogy. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Like, it's a horror movie, but there's still a lot of amusing elements to it.
I don't want to ruin it for DC. I don't think we should keep talking about it because I just want you to be able to go watch it and enjoy it.
I'm trying to keep it in very general terms.
Right. I got you.
I can,
And anybody else out in the chat who hasn't seen it, I don't want to ruin it for them. Just go check it out. It's fun.
And Gary will buy your ticket. Gary will buy your ticket.
You'll buy
my ass.
No, you would. I know you would. If I
I wouldn't.
Honestly, Kelvington would buy my ticket.
Kelvington would, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, I will.
A tubular bra with a $19.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Tubular Bra. Says, I refuse to watch Picard even on the high seas. That's wise, man. It'll just rot your life. I mean, it'll ruin Picard for you. I mean, the character, it'll ruin Star Trek: The Next Generation. Trust me, man. You don't want it. You don't want anything to do with Star Trek Discovery or Star Trek Picard. They are that. I mean, neither one of them is Star Trek. Just straight up. Kit Kat with a £5 super chat. Thank you. Kit Kat says, one commentator who is now part of Red Letter Media supports the claims in rewriting Ripley. You have to watch carefully who in RLM is speaking now. What is rewriting Ripley?
That one I do not know.
I don't either know. Kit Kat in the chat, do you want to say what rewriting Ripley is? I haven't heard any claims in there or anything else. And Super Blubberpuss is saying, please keep an open mind. Check out the RLM review before you pass judgment. I don't have any judgment on RLM, Super Blubberpuss. I'm not saying any of this stuff. It's other people who follow RLM. I haven't really watched them all that much. I used to love to watch, this perverted serial killer character. What was his name?
Mr. Plinkett.
Yes, Mr. Plinkett was hilarious. I mean, that was great shit. Oh my God, those reviews were fantastic, and rightly propelled him to stardom. But I haven't really watched RLM for a while, and it's nothing against them at all. So Super Blubberpuss, it's not anything coming from me. I'm just saying. So rewriting Ripley, I don't know what it is. Xenobit with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Xenobit. Says, losing money. Carol Co. Pictures made bad choices until they couldn't, as did Toys R Us, Hostess, Blockbuster, Montgomery Ward. Some people never learn. This is true. This is absolutely true. And Kit Kat with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Kit Kat. Says, Doomcock's experience exactly parallels that of Andre except that for him, Star Trek was not the trigger. Yeah. Yeah. Basically that. I couldn't believe what my eyes were seeing. Could not believe it. It was horrible. And Brian Lawrence says rewriting Ripley was two Raylos who essentially blame all the evils of the world against nerds who didn't like The Last Jedi. You fucking. So it's a thing. Rewriting Ripley. Yeah, I don't really know. So was it a movie or was it a website or some shit? Two Raylos essentially blaming all the evils of the world against nerds who didn't like The Last Jedi. Well, Rewriting Ripley is a feminist podcast. Woke wankers. Okay, well that's why. That's why I don't know it, because I don't watch that shit. Bez Osnot with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Bez. Says, what did you guys think of the new 007? It definitely had some woke wankery, but I thought it was pretty good for an ending to the current iteration. No. I'm trying to.
I think if you were going to completely deconstruct and destroy a franchise, it did a fantastically thorough job.
Yes, exactly. Look, never before have they killed James Bond until now. You know, you've been able to transition to other actors' interpretation, but Bond lived on, and they killed him. So as far as I'm concerned, he's dead. I'm not going back. They said James Bond will return. They even had the balls to say James Bond will return after killing him in the same movie. For fuck's sake!
Yeah,
and when I saw that, it's like, oh, James Bond will return. I won't. Go ahead. Were you gonna say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say James Bond will return. Okay, how? Like, math that out for me. Show me how he will return, because that's the only way you're going to get my butt in the seat, is if you can get somebody out there to apologize and be like, look, we're really sorry. Here's our plan for getting him back. And it has to make sense. And it has to make sense in the continuity of the James Bond universe. And they can't do it. There's no resurrection in James Bond. When people die, they die. That's it.
Right.
So guess what? He's dead. Why do I care anymore?
Right. I mean, what are they going to do? It's going to be like down. They're going to get out the Ouija board and.
Yeah, like, I haven't been commissioned to resurrect James Bond, so.
Right. It'll be Force Ghost James Bond, says Brian Lawrence in the chat. Fandom Boomer says Night of the Walking Bond. Super Blubberpuss says Jane Bond will return. Yes, exactly.
Well, it'll turn out that it's a mantle, and that it'll just be passed on to somebody else, like Black Panther, and that's how they'll get away from it. It will never be a woman. That's the Broccoli daughter said no, never a female James Bond, but it'll just be a mantle like Black Panther that'll be passed on to another person.
Bullshit.
But then it isn't James Bond; it's some other dude, and so hard pass.
I mean,
how do you roll?
Go ahead.
How do you explain the other actors changing?
Because it's just
they were the same guy.
Real. I mean, it's the same. Yeah, it's the same guy.
They were the same guy. Yeah.
Well, then they'll just start up another movie and say, it's
no, but you killed the character, dude. You killed the character.
He was mostly dead. There's dead. He was mostly dead.
No, look. Listen, if they Miracle Max him back, I mean, we're in trouble, right?
He's only mostly dead.
Yeah, right. But let's be honest, right? You know, at the end of the day, the way I've always interpreted the James Bond stories is we are seeing a movie of like this character's life. So it didn't matter who was playing it. It's like how I justify the Star Trek series. It's kind of like a show inside that universe, showing what happens like as a serialized version of it. So you can have anyone play James Bond. It's fine. That doesn't bother me. That works. But when you've actually written the definitive ending of James Bond, then why do we need to go further? Why do we need to carry that on?
You know, it could be said that this whole Bond series with Craig is kind of like the Star Trek J.J. Abrams bullshit. You know, it's got a start and a finish, and it's a different universe. I mean, that's the only fucking explanation I can come up with.
I'm done.
My question would be, is the original Casino Royale considered by you guys to be canon? Because they sure as fuck killed James Bond multiple times in that one.
Well, that can't. It had like 7 or 5 James Bonds, including Woody Allen was one.
No, that ain't real. But that's bullshit.
So that's not canon by your
no.
Not to me.
Okay.
It wasn't the Broccoli's that did it, right?
Yeah.
No, it was
Yes.
Kelvington. What do you think? Is it canon?
No, it can't be. Look, dude, Casino Royale was a novel, the first James Bond novel written by Ian Fleming. It doesn't have 5 James Bonds in it. It didn't have like a Burt Bacharach score. You know what Burt Bacharach didn't have a Burt Bacharach score? Am I wrong?
Yes, it did.
So, you know, dude, come on.
I was just asking a question so that I could find a jumping off point. If you had gone, well, of course that's canon because it was done by the Broccolis. It was done by the similar production team, even though there were an old Bond, young Bond, et cetera, et cetera. And then I can go, okay, if that's canon, then this can be canon. Because like I said, they killed Bond like 7 times in that movie.
Yeah, I never considered it canon. I don't know. I saw it once or something. I don't know. I was like, what the fuck
in what
this?
universe do you have 5 different James Bonds running around?
Yeah.
At
Well, if it's a
different
mantle,
ages. So
you
it's science
could.
fiction?
Yeah.
So is this
No, but they were like, weren't they his kid? Like 2 or 3 of them was his kids. Like Sellers was his kid, and Woody Allen was his kid, and one of the other ones.
And he named them all James?
Jimmy Bond. Yeah.
Yeah.
Something
Jimmy,
like that.
Jimmy and James.
Yeah. What about that side movie? Was it called Operation Kid Brother? Have you guys ever seen that?
No.
With Neil Connery, Sean Connery's brother. They did a side movie, and it has Lois Maxwell as this Moneypenny character, and it's got Bernard Lee as the M character, and they're kind of like sending Sean Connery's brother on some mission, and a lot of the Bond villains are in it. You guys have never seen this?
No.
It's this weird kind of Italian action style type, low budget movie done in the 60s. Check it out. It's a laugh. Operation Kid Brother, I think it's called.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm seeing
Neil
right
Connery
now.
is the character. Yeah.
Well, I got to say that the first James Bond ever recorded on an image was a black and white version on one of these Playhouse shows. Yep. And it had James Bond was American, played by Barry Bonds, or what was his name? Barry
Nelson, maybe.
Barry Nelson,
That's it. Yeah.
So I mean, is that canon? No, it can't be. He's British. So I mean, when you've got things that violate the books, it can't be canon. I mean, it's when it's blatant like that. I mean, Jesus. The Bond series is definitely British. It's it's not American. It's not. You don't have a bunch of kids running around, and one of them isn't Woody Allen.
Right? Is Never Say Never Again canon?
That's exactly what I was going to ask. Is Never Say Never Again canon?
Well, it's not made by the producers, but it does have Sean Connery in it.
It's actually owned by MGM now.
Yeah.
So
I'd say it's probably canon.
Kind of. It's a remake of Thunderball, but
Yeah, I thought it was a good movie.
It's pretty good. I like it. I like Bernie Casey as Felix Leiter. I love Kim Basinger. I love Barbara Carrera. She's awesome.
Yeah.
It's fun. Irvin Kershner directed it.
Yeah, I mean, and he's good.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like the Bond thing, but let me tell you something: killing a character, and then carrying on like it was nothing.
Not just a character, the guy, and then they have the nerve to say James Bond will return. Good. He can go buy his own fucking tickets then, because we're certainly not coming back.
Yeah. What are they going to do? Film the coffin for 2.5 hours? Fuck you.
I can't believe they killed him. Yeah. I can't fucking believe it. This is why I didn't bother to watch this piece of shit.
Yeah. No, man. God damn it. You know, I'm just trying to be calm, but you know, it's like, it's not why now that Mexican Iron Man left, everyone is trying to trigger me here.
Sorry.
Is that what it is? It's like,
I'm sorry.
I've never actually witnessed somebody kill a golden goose, but I thought it was amusing that they made a 2.5-hour movie about it.
Yeah, right. James Bond will return if you say.
You. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's too late. It's too late.
Yeah.
They're just gonna ignore it. They never killed Sean Connery. They never killed Roger Moore. They never killed Timothy Dalton. They never killed
Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah, Pierce Brosnan. They never killed what's his name from on Her Majesty's Secret Service?
George Lazenby.
Yeah, Lazenby.
Yeah.
They just keep carrying on with different actors because I mean you can't have a show that started in a series that started in the early 60s and is continuing this day. I mean, it's just a practical matter.
How did that discussion in the board meeting go? I wonder at Eon Productions. So we're going to kill James Bond. Really? Okay. How do you propose we do the next one? We'll get back to you on that. We're still working on that. But how do you even make that decision?
Yeah.
What's the reaction to that? I mean, from a financial standpoint. So you're going to kill the main character of the film. Yes. Okay. And then how are we going to make more after this? Don't know.
Yeah. No. Well, I mean, look, my point was that the reason that they did it is strictly to spit in our faces and to demoralize us. It's part of the culture wars. They wanted to go ahead and intrude in this quintessentially male franchise. They wanted to go ahead and degrade him with, a woman being in his place. They wanted to go ahead and basically bump him off and make us watch him die, but then not impact their profit. So it's like, okay, now we killed him and we humiliated him in this movie, and we basically like had our little woke wank fest. And now come back for more next time. Yeah, fuck you. No.
There is literally no other way to. There's no other reason why that would happen other than what you just described.
Yep.
There's no other reason.
Yep.
I've been going over and over it, and it's like they couldn't have been that stupid. They had to have done it on purpose.
They did,
and they did.
Absolutely.
Couldn't the main actor have had that as a contractual thing that you have to kill me in this, and then they acquiesce to that?
No.
Daniel Craig?
I mean, why would they agree to that? I mean, sure, they
get him to do one more.
I'm saying it's stupid as fuck. Why would they say, oh, so to get you, Mr. Actor, to appear in our movie, we have to ruin our entire franchise? Oh, sure, okay.
Yeah, I don't think that's something.
I mean, they could have done it, but it's insane.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like
asking questions.
Right.
No, I know. Like... I mean, I'm not yelling at you, but I'm just saying, dude, that I mean, look,
Kelvington, you stupid fuck!
Don't
think that.
Don't torture us, Lord Doomcog, please.
No, I didn't say.
We're only proposing hypothetical situations. Please don't put me back in the torture chamber.
It could absolutely happen, but then why would you acquiesce to it if you're the film company?
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, they might have done it. You're right, Kelvington. They might have done it, but the thing is, then it was fucking insane. It's fucking insane. What is it with these fucking contracts? How can you enter I mean, there are contracts with Satan that are not as Machiavellian and impenetrable as the Kurtzman contract with Star Trek Discovery and all that shit. I mean, holy shit, Les Moonves. Whoa, he fucked them so hard on his way out the door. He fucked them so hard. And I mean, you got to salute it. Like, talk about a villain. Holy shit, man. He got his revenge on Sherry Redstone. He got it in spades.
You almost sound like you admire the man for his level of supervillainy.
I kind of do. You know, it's kind of like Ash in Alien, when his severed head is sitting on the floor and he says, you know, it's a perfect killing machine. I admire it. You know, I mean, it's just like you have to admire such limitless evil as Les Moonves perpetrated. It's astonishing.
And it only cost him his retirement and $100 million. So we can all be happy that he got out and didn't get a dime.
Yes. Mm-hmm. It makes me very happy, way, indeed.
This movie that Gary was talking about, like in the back of my head, I was like, I kind of remember this, but on the video, it's called OK Connery, but the title is Operation Kid Brother, and then that is him, the brother to Connery, and he does have a certain resemblance to him. Mm-hmm. And then the other actor played, I don't know, Blofeld or somebody, but
yeah.
Played Largo, yeah.
Largo, okay. And I've been scanning through the film a little bit, and I'm like, holy shit. It does look like a cheap James Bond film, and I'm kind of blown away that it exists.
I need to see it, I guess, because I never saw this movie.
It's bizarre. It's really weird. It's kind of like one of those, you know, it's kind of like a cross between a James Bond and, you know, Love Italian Style or something like that. You know what I mean? Like those kind of 60s sort of, you know, do 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 do, you know, those kind of, you know, Chow, those kind of fucking movies, you know, it's a lot like that. It's
so
cool.
This is like the bridging movie into the Austin Powers franchise.
Yeah, kind of. It's a bit more in like Flint than it is James Bond.
Right.
You know. Yeah, it's you know, it's worth checking out. It's got Neil Connery in it.
He does look kind of like him a little bit.
He's a little bit like him, yeah.
Although in that shot, he looks like Vladimir Lenin.
Yeah,
you know?
He does.
With that goatee, that's not very Bondian. But
there was a whole bunch of Bond villains and other Bond movie actors in it too. So it's
weird.
It's like this.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of pseudo legit. You could kind of watch it and be like, well, maybe it's kind of canon. I don't know.
Damn.
Yeah, it's worth a watch.
You learn stuff on this show, I tell you.
Yeah.
You know, as much you think you know everything, you don't know everything. You gotta watch this show.
All the stupid crap that I collect on the internet, it pops out every once in a while.
I think that's super cool, man.
Yeah.
Super cool. A Tubular Bra with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Tubular Bra. Says, check your Twitter DM for a 1-sec video. I will, Tubular Bra, and I will respond after the show, okay? I will check it out. Thank you, Tubular Bra. And Aaron Pipes with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Aaron Pipes. Says, DC was never my Bond, in effect. But the producers saw this as an alternate universe Bond. So they're going back for a reboot. Well, they can go all the way back as far as I'm concerned. They can lick my reboot. I'm done with their shit. I'm done with their shit. I'm sorry. You tragically miscalculated if you thought that we were going to take this shit and come back for more.
Yep.
Tragically miscalculated, you dumb fucks.
How did it do? Did it do any business?
That I don't know. Kelvington, you're the receptacle of that kind of information, sir. Do you have any?
Now. I'm looking it up right now. I was like, hey, I'm a pitcher, not a catcher.
Well, I know.
Oh, here we go.
Well, your mind soaks up this stuff like a sponge, though. So I'm just saying.
So we're talking about the latest James Bond film. What is
it? No Time to Die.
Okay.
So my understanding,
which was also a lie.
It did all right for a Bond movie, but the main issue is because of all the delays and whatnot, they're gonna lose their shirt on this.
Yeah,
$151 million is what it grossed. I'm just trying to make sure I get this right. In the domestic, it was 151 million, and then it went all over the world. And oh my God, it went everywhere. But in some countries like Uruguay, $24,000. So it cost more to create a print than it did. But they're saying, the total, that gross, they made 57 million in China. Like, holy shit. I would never have guessed that. That's a lot. But it's made by, if I'm, just counting these up and I'm making sure 7 digits means a million, it made somewhere close to $200 or $300 million worldwide.
Huh.
But again,
that's still not going to be enough.
Yeah, what was the budget?
Well, okay, so they tend not to want to list budgets, but I'm guessing the budget was 150 from what I'm
then they haven't even they're breaking even. Yeah.
Well, but also the delays cost them a lot of money.
Yeah.
Compounded that.
And they had to add things to it and stuff in the reshoots. Paraguay, it made 29,000, so they covered the cost of the print and the popcorn.
Well, that sounds like it didn't do very well at all. I know that Valiant Renegade and Mexican Iron Man would be able to, fill us in a lot more accurately, but that sounds terrible.
Why, thank you. I'll just pull that knife out of my chest, Gary. That was very kind of you.
Hey.
What the fuck was that? What do you mean?
Gary,
Kelvington, you did a great job, man. I'm not.
No. Can't back that one out. You can't dig out of that hole. Kelvington, you're a Mexican Iron Man would have had all the details. He's an IMBD pro guy. And you just barely gave us a number. So.
Oh, dear. The budget, it says just another red shirt, was over $250 million.
Holy shit.
Is what just another red shirt
says. There's no way that they made money on this piece of shit.
And especially when you think about it, they had to advertise it, do 3 advertising campaigns, one for each time they thought it was going to come out. They're not going to have done well here.
No, they couldn't make that money, man. Yeah. They couldn't make that money. No way. R. Fletch with a $5 super chat. Thank you, R. Fletch. Says, best guess, like the Phantom, the name lives on, like number 6 in the village. Well, I'm not going back. So fuck them. I'm done. I don't give a shit what rationalization they come up with. I'm done. I will never forgive them for this bullshit. They can suck my fucking. I'm so fucking angry about it. It's so pointless. It was deliberately to demoralize a certain segment of the population, i.e. males who are Bond fans. It was meant to send woke points, meant to humiliate Bond, basically meant to topple and knock down one of the pillars of our Western pop culture, especially on the men's side. And I think the Broccolis were too stupid, perhaps, and not keyed into this woke bullshit to know that these wankers, whoever the fuck they are, whoever was in charge of this shit, it was a woke wanker, and it didn't realize how badly this was going to devalue their franchise. And I think they just let it happen, and then they blithely say, "Oh, and James Bond will return." Fuck you, man. You can't just kill James Bond off and then expect us to act like it never happened. Fuck you. At least with Spock, they came up with this, Contra stuff and it planted the seeds with this, remember, I mean, at least there's that. At least it's, well, shit, we don't know about Vulcans and Contras and, and shit like that. And, I mean, okay, we can buy it if it brings the Spock back. But just having Bond strolling down the street after he's already dead, fuck you. No, no, fuck no. God damn, it pisses me off. Thank you, R. Fletch. Kit Kat with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Kit Kat. Says, rewriting Ripley altered the Internet Movie Database to claim we are all alt-right, and Jeremy Griggs produced everything. And RLM channel supported it. So that's the thing about how everything was created by Jeremy Griggs, and we're all yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. That's great. Stupid. rewriting, whatever. Zach, I didn't even know who they were. That's how successfully they penetrated pop culture. Zach Red Pillar with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Zach. Says James Bond was based on Christopher Lee. Look it up. Interesting man.
Mm-hmm.
Based on Christopher Lee?
Yeah.
Huh? What does
I
this
didn't
mean?
know that.
No, I
Yeah.
didn't know that. What does that mean?
So the writer for Bond apparently was friends with Christopher Lee and adapted some of the stories Christopher Lee told about some of the things he had encountered.
Really?
Wow.
So Christopher Lee was a government agent at one point?
Yep.
He was a spy? Really?
Yes.
Holy shit, Christopher Lee should have played Bond.
That would explain the
He played the man with the
decapitation
golden
witness
gun.
in France.
Yeah. Holy shit, man.
Oh wait, he was younger then.
Holy shit, Zach Red Pillar. I did not know that, man.
Wow. I didn't know that either, man. Wow, that's cool.
Sir Christopher Lee. God, Christopher Lee was a cool guy, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Also, his heavy metal album, really good.
What are you talking about?
I'm
Yeah,
not
right.
kidding. Christopher Lee has a heavy metal album.
Yeah,
and it's
come on.
No, he does, and it's really good.
What?
Like, really
Wow.
good.
Wow.
So Christopher Lee is a spy and a heavy metal rocker and an actor. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Is that Christopher Lee was spec ops in World War II, says Ivan Ivanovich.
Yep.
Jeffrey Wolf says Christopher Lee did some nasty stuff in World War II.
Wow.
Shangster 949 says he really does have a metal album.
Yep. I've heard it. I've listened through it. It's fantastic.
Wow.
Kelvington,
There it
did you know that?
Oh, wait. No, that's not it.
Jingle hell.
No, let me actually look it up.
Jingle hell and my way.
I've just purchased this new guitar. I would very much like to play it for you.
It's called Charlemagne by the Sword and Cross.
Look at this. This is from Kelvington, who despite Gary stabbing him in the heart with a knife here tonight, is a fantastic producer. Love you, Kelvington. And he says Ian Fleming created the famous super spy James Bond by basing the 007 series on Hollywood actor Christopher Lee. Sir Christopher Lee plays one of the most iconic Bond villains, Scaramanga, in The Man with the Golden Gun, but he is actually step cousin to Ian Fleming. Ian Fleming, who was an intelligence officer in the war, admitted that Lee's days as a spy are what inspired him to create the Bond series. Before becoming a horror star, Lee served in World War II as an intelligence officer, and for a short, it ends there. And then he says Lee later starred in many movie roles playing monsters and villains before he died, aged 93 in 2015. The first book Fleming created was Casino Royale. President Kennedy loved it, which made Fleming the biggest selling crime writer in the U.S. at that time. In later years, Fleming knew the money was in the movies and cast Roger Moore as his leading super spy. Wow. Oh, and Tom has joined us. Hail. Hey, Tom, how's it going?
I made it back. And you're still
You
going.
made it back just in time. Just in time, Tom.
Welcome back, Tom.
Holy shit, Christopher Lee. I did not know that.
Yeah.
Lee, Christopher Lee.
God bless. That's amazing. Well, he would have been a great Bond then. He should have played Bond instead of Scaramanga. Wow. Damn. That blows my mind. My mind is blown. I'm kind of reeling here. I had no idea that Christopher Lee was a golly.
In the dictionary under badass is a picture of Christopher, yes.
Yeah. Jesus.
It's actually one of my favorite stories. Comes from the set of Lord of the Rings, and Peter Jackson is talking to this one actor, and he's like, "Now he's going to come up behind you and stab you, and you're going to go, ah!" And Christopher Lee kind of goes, "Excuse me, but that's not how somebody sounds when you stab them in the back. This is how it sounds," and he takes them through it. And somebody on the set, not Peter Jackson goes, and how would you know that? So Christopher Lee told him how he knew in detail.
Because I stabbed somebody in the back.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Look at that. And there's what was it? Wait a minute. What was that? Here we go.
Yeah. There's the heavy metal album.
No.
Yeah.
It's a heavy metal, and he made it at that age.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like 93 or something when he did it.
Wow. This just gets weirder and weirder.
I'm like, what the fuck is going on here
Wow.
tonight on Pop Culture Breakdown? My brain is
You're going down the Christopher Lee rabbit hole is what you're doing.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And he was Dracula, and I mean he was wow.
Yeah, man.
We're losing him.
Christopher
Come back
Lee
to
was
us, man.
incredible. Christopher Lee, man, I'm blown away. I'm blown away. And the album is on YouTube, folks. The album is on YouTube. Does he sing on it or something? What?
I wish I could play some of it, but I know we get a rights issue. But it's
yeah,
interesting
sure.
sounding. I'll give it that much.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ! Wow. Well, here you go. Here, I will put the link in the chat for people to go and check it out. But my brain is blown. And Len Rod says he's also a classically trained singer.
Yep.
Yeah, he sings on this album too, but it sounds like more like classical music than heavy metal music in my estimation, because he got a full orchestra behind him and stuff.
Damn.
Only for some of the songs, but yeah.
Okay, well that is amazing. Zach Red Pillar, you just red pilled me, man. You just red pilled me. I don't know what the fuck is going on. My life is rattled now. Night 36 with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Night 36. Says the Daniel Craig Bond was spawned by the Nolan effect. Gritty feminist propaganda. Just saying. Yeah. Man, it's they really fucked the pooch. I'll never pay them any money to see more Bond shit. I'll just stick with the past. Thank you. You killed the character. You have to live with that. You have to live with that, Broccolis. I'm sorry. You don't get to come back from that. Fuck you. No way. Gal Iron Runner with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Gal Iron Runner. Says Overlord thoughts on The Rock being in a Bond film. Completely irrelevant since Bond is dead. So what's The Rock gonna be doing? Sitting on the coffin for 2.5 hours, like talking about his wrestling career? I mean, how is The Rock going to be in a Bond film? Will they dump Bond in the ocean like they did in You Only Live Twice? And will The Rock be tied to Bond and sink to the bottom? Is that how will The Rock? Will The Rock be the
cameo
headstone?
by Geode?
Yeah. Will The Rock be the headstone? Because Bond is fucking dead, folks. Bond is dead. I'm sorry. They did it deliberately. They're going to have to fucking live with it. We have to make sure they make them live with it. Okay. R. Fletch with a $2 super chat. Thank you, R. Fletch. Says, let the rage grow. Embrace the hate. People are fucking with me tonight. It's like they're trying to trigger me. They're telling me all these things that are really pissing me off. Damn it. Aaron Pipes with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Aaron Pipes. Says, could tell they had reshot a lot of the story. To me, it looked like they had a lot of changes on focus. Seemed obvious the actress was to be the new Bond. Yeah. And they backed off. They chickened out on it. Don't you think, Tom?
Interesting, huh?
Yeah. Do you think so? Do you think that they were going to just flat out make Lyshauna Lynch or whatever her fucking name is the new James Bond, and they chicken out at the last minute?
Oh yeah, I mean this thing went through extensive reshoots. I mean, as much as they wanted to pretend. I mean, basically everything my guy said was going to happen pretty much happened. You know, they had bad internal screenings. It was not received well. They couldn't sell the son of a bitch because of how it sucked. They just got lucky that they might barely make their money back on it now. So
I hope they don't. I hope they lose their shirts on it.
Well, they're kind of pretty much there, but
Even with all the delays?
Well, excuse me, I got something in my mouth. It's up for digital rental right now, so that's really going to help boost the back end on it. And it already made like, I think, 700 million in the box office. It actually beat Fast 9's record so far.
Well, I think Kelvington added it up, and it was only like 300 million.
I was in the hundreds of millions. If you look at the link that I put, like there's so many listings and they don't add it up, but it was like 150 million US.
Yeah, I think something overall it's done between 600 or 700 million, and then it hasn't come to video yet. It's only for rental right now. And then it comes to video in December, so it might just eke by barely breaking even when it's all said and done, kind of thing. Because I think they also had to deal with, I think it's either Netflix or HBO Max, where it will be going to one of the streaming services, and I think they dropped like $100 million check on that anyway. They didn't want to pay for the whole thing, but somebody did pay for some kind of streaming rights. I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Paramount Plus. I can't even remember. But anyway, no. So I think they might just eke by and break even, but it doesn't matter. It was going to kill MGM either way, and MGM is pretty much dead. I mean, it's Amazon now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pleasant Valley Picker CA says the 007 chick was pointless and boring. Zero personality. They should have removed the whole subplot. They should have teamed him up with Paloma. Her character was awesome. Yeah. I agree. They completely screwed the pooch on that. Lucas Bachman with a $20 super chat. Thank you very much, Lucas Bachman. Says James Bond gripe neglects that a reboot will be a second reboot. Daniel Craig was a full reboot of James Bond from the classic Connery-Brosnan continuity. So what's the problem with another reboot? We've already had one. On this one, they killed James Bond. And they did it just to fuck with us. That's the only reason to do it. They've never done it before. They wanted to humiliate him with this female, in the 007 role. They wanted to go ahead and belittle him. They wanted to go ahead and kill him to demoralize us, to see all of us males out there watch another of our heroes die. So those are my problems with it. And if you don't have a problem with that, that's cool. But I fucking do. That's the difference. They killed him. Okay? Then they need to go ahead and fucking deal with that. They have to live with it. Not if they fucking choke on it. So sorry. Yeah, I'm not buying that shit. I'm not buying that shit.
Well,
I'm not gonna
I guess on a brighter horizon, by inflation wise though, none of these recent Bond films have done any better than the classic Bond films. If you look through inflation, like they're basically performing at the same spot they always were. So like, even though these are like quote unquote $1 billion Bond films, they're not really making any more money than the other ones originally did. It's the same problem you see with like a lot of the other movies out there now is, a lot of these classic franchises used to make bank because, they can make a Star Wars movie for $20-30 million and it would make $600-800 million. It doesn't add up when you spend $200-300 million on a production and you got to make 3 times that back to be profitable. It's not a venture you can continue to do. So I imagine we're going to see more movies like Venom and Ghostbusters that are much more low level. Right? They're all within that $100 million range. Ghostbusters was 75. Venom was 110. With, I believe, tax incentive, or this is the actual budget, Dune managed to do it for 130. So, I think practical effects really help bring down the budget. Ghostbusters managed to do a lot with practical effects. I think that's one thing that a lot of people don't take into consideration in Hollywood. I was watching a documentary 2 weeks ago, and forgive me if I told this story already, but I can't remember which one it was, but it was like Rick Baker or somebody like that. They were talking about how, Hollywood has become way too complacent and they worry too much about like, oh, we can fix it in post. And they don't stop to realize how much that costs really in the end of the day. And he talked about how they were talking about a shot that was being put together and they're like, oh, we got the air duct in the shot from the air conditioning. Oh, we'll fix it in post. So he walked over there, turned the camera 180 degrees, said, here, have your actor move over here. There you go. I just saved the studio $10,000. right? Like that's the way most of these people don't even think. You know, it's like it's just they come so lazy with it, and that's why Ghostbusters 2016 cost almost $200 million to make, because it's wall to wall CGI and it was reshot. So like that's what happens when that shit happens.
Yeah.
Well, also, you know, none of these movies are rewatchable. We go see these big tentpole pieces of shit once and then we're out. I mean, Star Wars, when they were making Star Wars movies for $20-30 million, people were going to see them 7, 8, 9 times in the theater.
Yeah.
You know, more ticket sales.
Well, it's because they're shit. These are boring, lousy scripts.
They're fucking lousy movies. We only see them once and we're like, well, it was all right. Or, no, it wasn't any good. That's all we get. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what Ghostbusters reminded me of, is how hollow the last 20 years of filmmaking has been.
Yes. Yeah. Totally. I'm going to go see it again.
Yeah. Off Nick's in the chat here says James Bond returns in 007 Weekend at Bernie's.
You see, I would watch that.
That I would watch.
Yeah.
That I would watch. The dead James Bond, and there's, Blofeld, like, doing all sorts of tricks to keep it moving. So
Andrew McCarthy, Jonathan Silverman, and what is his fucking name?
The corpse of Daniel Craig.
Yeah. I can't remember the guy's name.
I know.
I almost said Pierce Brosnan.
We'll take it.
Yeah. Yes, he's back. Yeah. Like that's almost what we can. Like, okay, if you're not going to recast it and go young, and again, I'm not a huge Bond fan, and I'll keep this quick because I know you're getting through super chats here. But like, if you're not going to do that, then you know what? Do that. Bring back like Pierce Brosnan and do like old man Bond coming out of retirement to kick some fucking ass. Do something that's different otherwise, because like at this point, you've pretty much killed it. Like Doomcock said, there is no interest left in the franchise, I think, after this. No. For a lot of people, you have killed this iconic character.
Yeah. Yeah. And the sad thing is I loved Casino Royale, that first Craig movie. I thought it was great. Yeah. I was excited. Then Quantum of Solace was one of the worst things I've ever. It was unwatchable. It's literally unwatchable. I mean, Jesus Christ, I cut every second.
It's Bernie.
Hey.
Now wait a minute. It's Bernie, but now I want you to take a look at where Kelvington's hand is, knowing that he is a puppetry expert.
It's a puppet.
Nice. But Terry's a really nice guy, and he's very funny.
Is he?
And he said
That's awesome.
It was hard. He made them do a lot of retakes, because even when he wasn't acting, he would just throw little things in, and it would crack everybody up. He's
So that was my big question, was how much of that movie is actually him compared to like, some throwaway dummy that they just threw in there. Like, I'm assuming it's mostly him.
Yeah, if it wasn't a stunt, it was him.
Right.
And you can kind of tell when you watch the film, like, clearly this is a 60-pound dummy compared to a 130-pound guy.
That's what I figured, but I just was curious.
Yeah. No, he was hilarious. Like, he had a great sense of humor and stuff.
No, people never give him the amount of credit for that movie. Like, I mean, I get it. Like, Weekend at Bernie's is kind of a punchline, but people forget how big of a hit that first movie was.
Right.
Like, it was a huge fucking hit. And nobody gives Terry enough credit for pulling that off. Like, convincingly playing dead for an entire movie like that with the same smirk. I don't care. I love the first Weekend at Bernie's. Like, it is probably one of the best comedies ever. I don't know if it's in the top 10 ever, but it's definitely up there.
Yeah, it's a funny movie. It's a good movie.
It's a great classic comedy concept. Yes.
Yeah. And I mean, that's what makes it such a good kind of meme to, bring up in situations like these. Just Another Red Shirt with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Just Another Red Shirt. Says Christopher Lee said in an interview that Pierce Brosnan was the actor closest to Ian Fleming's idea of Bond. Really? I would have thought it was Christopher Lee, since basically Christopher Lee was Bond. I mean,
well, maybe in his mind's eye, he is Pierce Brosnan when he was younger.
Maybe so.
That white hair didn't come from just, being old.
Right.
Came from saving the world a few times first before being Dracula.
That's right. That white hair didn't come from, a Jackass antiquing him, when he was in bed. I love Jackass. God, that was funny.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just another red shirt. Be seeing you. And Lance with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Lance, says Christopher Lee, Stan Lee, Bruce Lee. I'm seeing a pattern of incredibly awesome people.
Too bad Jason Lee went off the deep end. Sorry, Kelvington.
Lance.
No, I just.
Oh. What was that, Kelvington?
No, I was just like, that's a Beth Arstead joke right there.
That is a Beth Arstead. Lance, man, since Beth has gone to bed, you're an honorary Beth for tonight. Hail, Lance. And hail just another red shirt again. What was that?
So what about Staggerly?
Staggerly. Or what about Lee Press on Nails? Come on. Let's have some representation and diversity here.
No, I always figured they'd be Stan Lee's Press on Nails with like Logan doing the commercial for them.
Excelsior.
No, it's like Wolverine doing the commercial. You know, it's like,
yeah,
I use Stan Lee Press on Nails, and now I can vivisect 5 guys. Right
there, you go. That's the spirit.
Try this at home, kids. Excelsior.
And Rod Thunderheart with 2 $5 super chats in a row. Thank you, Rod. He says, "Hail, my liege. Hail, everyone. Tom's right. I just saw Afterlife. Going to see it again. Saw Venom 2, but left my theater before I could again." Hail, Pop Culture Breakdown. He says, "This is the problem. Studios are borrowing hundreds of millions looking for a payback, but the days of the $1 billion movie are gone." Yeah. I think that's true. I mean, gentlemen, do you agree with that? That the days of the $1 billion movie are largely gone?
No. I think Spider-Man, I think, well, we'll see with Spider-Man. If Spider-Man fails to do close to $1 billion or just over, then it might be like, oh, we're going to be a little bit before people are comfortable enough to completely go out in enough numbers to make a movie make $1 billion. But I think we've seen enough, like their original projections where we're going to take 4 or 5 years to get to where we're at now. Like we've had some movies in recent, like you just brought up Venom 2 and a few other movies that have been playing very well. And it looks like Ghostbusters probably will have some legs through the holiday weekend.
I hope so. Yeah.
So I mean, we're at a point, and although Dune didn't do the greatest, considering it's been on streaming at the same time, the fact that it's been able to make almost, I think, $400 million. Besides that, has been, astronomically insane for a film like that, and just the amount of money like that Fast 9 and stuff made, we're pretty much where we were before. I think it has more to do with just the type of shit that people want to see. Because like I reminded people that even if you were in bigger cities, where theaters were closed during a lot of this crap, throughout the Midwest and shit, like drive-ins and stuff were reopening. And they didn't have new movies to show. So what were they showing? They were showing revival movies of Ghostbusters and Halloween and stuff like that. And they were making bank. Empire Strikes Back wasn't that like the #1 movie in the country again for like a week at one point?
Right.
Because of that shit. Like, I mean, again, it just goes to the point is if you put shit out there, people will see it. I've seen, I don't know how many people, and there's probably some in this chat and maybe even on the panel with me, where they wanted to go see Ghostbusters, but it was freaking sold out clear up until Sunday. Like, I have a local theater here. They only had weekend showings for the public, but you could rent the theater for your family and friends for $25. It is rented all the way through till next Sunday.
Wow.
So like, it's again, people will want to do things if it's willing to go and do. Like, I remember earlier on through this whole thing, like I noticed this is where I was saying, like, Fandango's doing a lot of these fan events, and all these theaters are figuring out ways to get around movies. Like they were doing concert events and shit. Like we had out at my drive-in here, they had Garth Brooks playing on a live concert event thing. And you would have thought he was there actually playing with the amount of cars that were there. It was fucking insane. Like it was traffic jam and everything over by Walmart and stuff. And you guys gotta understand the small rural area I live in. Like for that kind of a thing, it's just crazy. And I saw the crowd there this weekend for Ghostbusters, and I was glad. It's like good. There's people going to see this. There's people going out, and I hope it continues. And this is hopefully a good thing. If we get more good entertainment, people will go see it.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping.
So my theory is we're not going to see another $1 billion movie for at least another 5 to 7 years. And the reason why I say that is it's going to take at least that long for really solid writing to get back in place and for movies to get made with that solid writing to make it so that people like you, Doomcock, and you, Tom, and everybody are saying, no, drop whatever you're doing, go see the show, go see it twice, what have you. I think we're gonna need to get to at least that point and get to the point where theaters become a habit again before we're going to see that. That's just where I think we are.
And I think on that note, I think it's about time to end this this live stream. I think I've gotten. Let me check and make sure, but I think I've gotten all the. Yeah. Okay. Well, guys, we have hit 6 hours. So this was a 6-hour live stream on Pop Culture Breakdown Live. I hope you enjoyed this Sunday, folks, and I really appreciate all of you coming here on Sundays and spending them with us. So I want to thank all my guests. Do you have anything you guys want to plug before we head on out? Gary, anything?
Well, my wife's bunny rescue is doing real great. She's got a location now coming up, so she's just figuring out where it's going to be. It could be a couple different places right now, but things are really going great for her. And I just want to thank you guys again for supporting her. And hey, it's always good to be here. Thanks for having me. I got to run because I got a date with Melissa McCarthy. But I love you guys all very much, and hail all in Xanadu.
Love you too, Gary. Thanks for being here, man. I really appreciate you.
Hail.
Take care, brother.
All right. Bye-bye.
My best to your lovely wife.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Night.
Bye-bye. Corion, anything you want to plug?
Sure. Well, I'm currently working on a D&D supplement for Xanadu. It's tentatively titled Escape from Xanadu. Been writing it up for the last little bit, starting to make some headway on it. I am on Twitter at Corion, and I know there were a few people that were asking for my Twitter DM handle. So please reach out to me there. I'd be glad to help with anything I can help with, guys. Thank you so much.
That is fantastic. Tom, anything you want to plug?
Yeah, tomorrow morning we have a very special guest popping by the morning show, Mr. Danny Trejo himself.
Fantastic.
So we finally got it all lined up. He'll be there, I believe, after the first hour of the show starts, but we'll know more tomorrow. But yeah, he should be there for a little bit to talk to us all, answer some of your guys' questions and stuff like that, and talk about all his career and his life and all that good stuff.
Sounds fantastic. I can't wait to see it, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's we can't wait. We're really excited. So it's gonna be fun.
Absolutely. And Kelvington, anything you would like to plug, my friend?
We put the Trek Through Time DVD up on my website, and it sold out so fast that I barely got it down before I got orders that I would not be able to fill.
Dang,
and since we've been doing Ghostbusters stuff all night, I wanted to show these two pictures. This is Bill Ryan, who was the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. He was the guy in the suit, and he was a nice guy. We went out to dinner, and he goes, "I lost my wallet at the airport," and I'm like, "You know how many fucking times I hear that?" And he goes, "No, I really did." And so I showed him how the airport would probably have his wallet, because most of the time people find it and turn it in. And sure enough, somebody turned it in, and he was like, "I never thought somebody." I'm like, "Oh yeah, people turn that stuff in." And I said, "How was it to play the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, such an iconic character?" Because they set me on fire in the suit. And I was like, "Yeah, but you were protected." He's, "No, they set me on fire
I haven't heard this
in the suit." And it was hilarious. Like, I was like, "Holy crap." And then of course the other one I have to always put up is Robin Shelby, who played Slimer and Lady Slimer in the film that cannot be named. But she's one of the kindest, sweetest person, one of my best friends. And I just love her to death. And I would never hesitate to shout her out anytime, anywhere.
Now, didn't you say before
she was
Slimer in the first and second film as well, or just in?
She was in Slimer in the second film. She was actually in the suit, and you can go to YouTube and see it.
Right.
I think the first film was done by somebody else, but she was in two movies. She was in the 89, and she's the one, like, you see the Slimer on the bus.
Yeah,
and she does all that, and you can see all that up there. And then in 2016, she played Lady Slimer. So I was very sad to see she was not in this one. Josh Gad is no Robin Shelby under any circumstance.
who knows? Maybe they'll have her back at a later date.
Maybe
Perhaps.
so, man.
But it was
that's
But
cool.
she's super sweet and kind. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on your DVD basically selling out
Selling out.
completely. Very quickly too.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done, sir.
Yeah, I think the people in your room went to it real fast, and because we, other than Kelvington.com, we never put up a link, and man, it sold out fast.
Well, that is fantastic. All right, guys. Well, I hope you all will have a wonderful week. And from the center of the earth, this is Dictor Van Doomcock and my friends, bidding you all, my friends, stay safe, have a good week. Happy Thanksgiving. I will be live streaming on Thanksgiving, and stay angry. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. See you all next time. Happy Thanksgiving. In case we don't see you then.